Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Looking at the mountain of skulls, the protagonist thought that everyone wants to live. Bloody ribbons were fluttering among the skeletons. A trident was lying near a human leg. We see a bloody corpse. A flower was lying on the ground. The protagonist watched as a sword hung from the corpse's hand, thinking that otherwise he would not have fought so hard to get here. A bright dagger was lying on the ground. A sword was lying near the dead man. A guy was walking down the corridor with a serious look. Entering the room, he said that he was finally able to get here. After 99 attempts, this time he will reach the end. Alex looked at the many monsters, thinking that the last 20th round are the guards of this round golems. Watching how the enemies were holding spears, the protagonist thought that the room was filled with these big guys. It seems they are guarding that door. The protagonist accumulated dark mana in his hand. Having created the weapon, he thought about how sure he was that the guards wouldn't move just like that. The golem's eyes lit up. The monster swung. The enemy cut the column. He confidently ran forward. The guy knelt down. Frowning, he activated the death seal. A brand appeared above his opponent. Alex was surrounded by mana. The protagonist rushed towards the monster. The protagonist cut its neck. Jumping back, he thought about what if he used the death seal on enemies. Grinning, the guy thought about how to attack them successfully. The brand above the golem emitted light. Alex watched as the seal attacked the guards, thinking that it would inflict 100% additional damage. The opponent extended his hand. The protagonist flew among the monsters, thinking that the guards had crowded together. Swinging his spear, the protagonist activated the Night of Death. It became dark around the monsters. The golem's eyes lit up. The guy watched as the enemies looked around, thinking that it was absolute darkness. They could not see anything at all. Alex quickly swung his weapon. The protagonist blinded the enemies with a flash. The protagonist frowned. His face was serious. The guy flew in front of his opponents, thinking that they did not even let him breathe. Dodging the attack, Alex said that he was fast. The protagonist ran past the monsters, thinking that fire and ice attacks. They were constantly attacking him, so he was too. Frowning, the protagonist used acceleration. He quickly took off from the ground. The guy quickly moved around the guard. The enemy released flame from his hand. Alex dodged the attack. The fireball approached him. The flame flew into the protagonist. Smiling, the protagonist said that it would be difficult for them to hit him. He looked down in alarm. The guy flew in a bright stream, wondering if there was a magic circle on the floor. A huge ice floe surrounded him and Alex thought that he couldn't dodge it. The protagonist was in a piece of ice. The guard was stepping on the ground. The enemy swung his hand. The protagonist looked down tensely. Frowning, he activated the Moonlight of Destruction. A bright light seeped through the ice. Mana cut the golem in half. The guy was standing on a piece of ice. Looking over his shoulder, Alex thought that it was close, even he would suffer if he faced it head-on. The protagonist stood in the dark energy, thinking that this fight would drag on forever. If he fought it one-on-one, he would end it quickly, with one blow. The monster pulled a fire arrow. A magic circle appeared above the guard. The protagonist broke the ice with his foot. Looking back, he said that he wanted to activate the Moonlight of Destruction. The guy released a flash of mana at the enemies, using the blood moon. The golems fell from the attack. Jumping on one leg, Alex said that they were finally finished. The protagonist entered the passage, saying that it was time to see what the guards were protecting. The protagonist entered the room. He looked up and asked what this place was. The guy looked around the dark room, thinking that it looked like a temple. Should he go through this door or something would appear from there? Alex climbed the steps and said that he thought he would find out as soon as he entered there. A glow appeared from the floor. A magic circle surrounded the protagonist. The protagonist looked up with a smile, wondering if he could finish this game. A notification popped up that there were requirements to enter the boss room. A screen appeared in front of the guy with information that at least 5 players were needed to open the room. He looked worriedly, asking what was going on. The system reported that the player's entry into the boss room was confirmed. A glowing stream appeared and the game said that due to failure to meet the entry requirements, the player would die in 5 seconds. Having hit the bright barrier, Alex asked what it meant. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that it was too much. The protagonist looked at the disappearing hand and said that it couldn't be. Was it really going to end like this? The palm dissolved into space. The guy frowned. The system reported that he had died. A notification appeared that he had fulfilled the requirements for receiving the time reversal rune. The game notified that he would return to the very beginning. A window popped up with information that the time reversal rune had been used. The screen reported that the player had used up all his attempts. The rune would automatically disappear. The system said that the launch of the 100th regression had begun. A huge crowd stood on the street, listening that the time had finally come. Everyone would count down the remaining 5 seconds together. Alex stood among the people. He was surrounded by firing mana. Raising his hands, the protagonist thought that he had returned. The protagonist looked at his trembling palms, thinking that he was in the time when he was sucked into this stupid game. Clenching his fist, he thought that although he had reached the last, 20th round, the guy stood in the crowd, thinking that if he could, he would stop time right now. Alex remembered the notification that the time reversal rune had been used 100 times. Frowning, the protagonist decided that since this was the last attempt, he had to complete this game. The protagonist grabbed his hood, thinking that for this he would need to take 4 people with him to the final round. Turning around, he thought about who would be best to team up with. A few minutes later, the guy stood in the crowd discontentedly, listening to them finally become adults. Smiling, the stranger said that they would no longer need fake documents. A student stood behind the guys, asking what he should do after graduation, whether to try to become a food delivery man. Turning around, he asked his friend what he was doing. Travis smiled and replied that didn't he say he was going to be a gangster. Raising his hand, the guy said that it didn't matter, they only live once, he just wants to live his own way. Grinning, his friend said that he was crazy and thought that they should break up with him right after graduation. Looking at his interlocutor, the student asked what would happen to their errand boy after graduation. The guy stood next to his friends and said that he felt sorry for him, betting that he thought that after graduation everything would end. Smiling, Travis said that he had no right to decide when everything would end, he would be his toy for as long as possible. Turning around, his friend asked if this was his errand boy. The protagonist stood in the crowd, listening to the fact that the time had finally come. They all had to count down the remaining 5 seconds together. The guy grinned and replied that it was him. The protagonist was surrounded by blue flames. Travis looked confused and said that it was that fool. The guy grabbed his hood. He looked away with a serious expression. The student frowned and said that something was wrong with him. His friend grabbed his shoulder, telling him that he should just let him go, since it was New Year's. Looking down, Travis said that he was an asshole, he could live in peace today. He stood in a circle of friends and said that he hoped all their wishes would come true. Suddenly, a voice was heard, saying that people were so funny, celebrating New Year's without knowing what situation they were in. Turning around, the guy said that he had just heard something. Kate flew above the crowd and said that she saw them in complete shock. Crossing her arms, the woman said that she was watching monkeys in a cage. The guy looked at the sky, telling her that she was an angel. If he was told that this was real, he would believe it, specifying whether the TV station really prepared a New Year's event. Raising his head, the protagonist thought about her appearance. Even after the 99th time it was still disgusting. Kate put her hand to her chin. The surprised crowd looked up, listening to the trashy people. They all seemed amazed by his beauty. But they shouldn't think anything weird, she wasn't going to mess with parasites like them. Touching her cheek, the woman said that their reaction showed that they could hear her voice. Extending a finger, the man asked what she was doing here, cosplaying an angel or something, and what about parasites? The protagonist crossed his arms, hearing what she was even talking about, a flying piece of toilet paper, and thought it was embarrassing. Kate smiled silently. Her eye lit up furiously, and she said that he was annoying. The man's head flew apart. The boy looked at the bloody hand in fear. The stranger stood in front of the corpse, screaming. Travis frowned and asked what nonsense. The woman held out her finger and asked how a lowly human could talk to a higher being like that. The boys stood in the street, scared, listening to her tell them that they, humans, had no right to ask her questions, that they should not act like they were on the same level, unless they wanted to die like that man with his head cut off. Kate flew over the crowd, telling them that she was sure they were confused by the situation, asking if the lowly humans had any idea what was going on. Alex closed his eyes and heard her explain it to them in plain language, so they should pay attention, and wondered what it meant. He needed to listen to this explanation again. Holding out her hand, the woman said that they were about to start the game now. On the 1st of every month, for 20 rounds, people would be spiritually transported to a new dimension to play the game. She smiled and said that there was only one thing they would need to do. The dumbfounded boys looked at her, listening to her say that they had to complete a quest. If they did, they could return to reality with rewards. Turning to his friend, the guy said that it looked like she would let them live if they completed several quests. Kate smiled, telling him that they could say that she would let them live if they completed several quests, but not everyone would survive just because they completed a quest. Looking up, the protagonist listened to how only half of the participants would survive. Dumbfounded, the stranger asked how that was possible. Smiling, the woman said that they shouldn't worry, she wouldn't take everyone. The protagonist crossed his arms and heard someone yell at him to be quiet. He looked up, hearing that only people between the ages of 15 and 29 from all over the planet would be participating, and thought that when he was sucked into this game on New Year's Eve, he never thought it would happen 100 times. Clenching his fist, the man yelled that he wasn't passing, he would be fine. The guy grabbed him by the shirt and asked if he was so happy to be alive, then why were he teasing them? Frowning, Travis yelled at him to calm down, asking if he didn't understand what was going on. Didn't he see that guy get his head blown off? The woman floated in the air, telling him that it looked like the final number of participants was almost 2 billion. She held out her hand, saying that now that she had finished explaining, it was time to start the game. The protagonist stood in the void. Frowning, The protagonist listened to the fact that they were now in space and could not see each other. He stood in front of the mirror and Kate said that after the spiritual transfer, they need to create an avatar. The guy touched the reflection, hearing that they should consider it a kind of settings, they only have one chance, so they should choose carefully. Alex thought with a serious look that he would do everything as usual. Watching the disappearing reflection, the protagonist said that his nickname was Black Scythe. His hair fluttered in the wind. The plot moves us to a sunny clearing. The main character appeared from the flames. He stood in the clearing, thinking that he was doing this for the 100th time. Clenching his fist, the guy thought about the fact that he had been using this avatar since the 12th reincarnation, so it felt like a real body. The guys appeared in the valley, discussing where they were. The bodies had really changed. Alex looked at the smiling stranger, thinking that everyone was trying to look their best, but if they had any brains, they would never do that. Looking at the happy girl, the protagonist thought that in this world, only the strongest survive. The more beautiful you are, the more likely you are to die. If you die in this world, then in the present. Turning around, the protagonist thought that in any case, the time has almost come. He watched as Travis walked happily, thinking that he was here. Smiling, the guy thought about the fact that this time he chose a muscular body again. Kate flew above the guys, saying that very happy faces. They must be happy with their new incarnations. She likes to see their faces distorted with fear. Look, there are almost 2 billion people in total. It seems that these are all the people who were in Seoul. The stranger looked away and said that it did not look like there were so many of them here. The woman put her hand to her forehead, saying as expected of insignificant humans. Frowning, she shouted that they really thought this was the only dimension. The humans going through the round were scattered across different planes with other angels. It was better to let them focus on themselves. Alex stood in front of the screen, listening that before they started, she would explain something to them. First, let them think about their status window. The protagonist looked at the window that appeared. The angel hovered above the humans, asking if everyone had looked at the status window, adding that if they had played games before, they would understand how insignificant they were now. Looking up at the sky, Travis heard that they should become stronger if they survived and cleared the 20th round. Smiling, Kate told them that not only would they be freed from the survival game, but they would also have their wish fulfilled. The boys were standing on the ground, discussing that it was really a wish. To get it, you need to become number 1. The woman put her hand on her cheek, saying that finally, let them say, inventory, and look inside. She prepared a gift. The guy was taken aback, thinking about the inventory. He extended his hand to the screen, thinking that this was a random rune fragment. Looking at the crystal, the angel said that as you can see, a random rune fragment can only be used once. They can use it at level 1, and this is the only item that was given to them at the beginning. Travis held the rune in his hand, listening to how to use it. They should just take it in their hand and think about using it. He looked down in shock. Kate touched his cheek, saying that judging by the expressions on their faces, not everyone was lucky. No matter what they got, they should be happy with the result. It's just luck that fell to people. Raising her hand, she said that since the rune binding was complete, it was time to start the show. The woman snapped her fingers. Notifications appeared in front of the guys. The system reported that in the quest, everyone must kill 100 goblins. A monster appeared in the clearing. The girl stood in the crowd and asked if this was some kind of virtual reality game development, if they were kidnapped without their knowledge and were now being checked. Kate spread her hands and said that they should not worry yet. Monsters appeared behind her, and she said that not all the goblins had been summoned yet. Gritting her teeth, the guy asked what it was. The woman extended her hand with a smile, saying that 10,000 people will be against 50,000 goblins. Let them fight to the death. The monster growled furiously. The player stood in front of the crowd and shouted that they were approaching. It was better not to approach. The main character walked on the grass. The serious protagonist stepped forward. The man looked after him and asked what was wrong with him. He was going to the monsters. The guy's eyes flashed red. He kicked the goblin. Looking at the stunned crowd, Alex thought about how when you first get into a group or organization, the first impression is very important. The protagonist confidently struck. The enemy flew back. The monster fell to the ground. Raising the dagger, the protagonist thought that in order for the annoying flies to not approach him, he needed to show his strength. He looked up, deciding that the most important thing now. Looking at the thoughtful Kate, the guy continued the thought that he needed to attract the attention of that creature. Swinging the weapon, Alex thought that for this he needed to arrange some kind of performance. The protagonist chopped 2 monsters. In shock, she extended her finger to the girl, asking if they saw it, who he was. His nickname was also cool. The stranger warmed up his hand and said that they probably weren't that strong if they started fighting. The goblin jumped on him. The monster stuck a dagger into him. The guy bared his teeth in fear. The guys ran away screaming. The protagonist turned around. Watching the monsters kill people, he thought it was pandemonium. Looking at the goblin cutting his throat, the guy thought that no one considered this a game now. Now they only thought about one thing. Alex looked at the frightened girl, deciding that this was survival. The protagonist watched her run away from the corpse, thinking that their survival instinct would dominate their minds. They would be busy escaping. Swinging the blade, the protagonist thought that he did the same in his first reincarnation. He looked at the running girl, thinking that only after the second reincarnation did he understand that there was no point in running away from this field. The stranger crashed into the barrier. Touching the dome with her hands, she asked what it was. The boy watched as the player raised the dagger, thinking that it would be difficult for a modern man, who was unable to kill even a small animal, to kill a goblin. The monster glared. Alex watched as the monster stood in front of the boy and thought that to survive in this game, it was necessary to overcome this. Kate flew over the battlefield, saying that it was funny, this battle between humans and goblins. Touching her lips, she said that although they were small in stature, but when they attacked in a pack, it was difficult to fight them off, especially if they had daggers. The woman smiled. Looking at the protagonist who waved his weapon, the angel asked who this person was. Kate looked at the screen with the progress of his quest, asking what kind of black scythe. Gritting her teeth, she thought about what kind of dog system was this, hiding all information about the players, except for the quest progress. Raising her hand, the woman said that controlling these lower creatures hurt her pride as a higher being, but seeing such an amazing person, she thinks she likes watching him a little. The protagonist cut the enemy's face. Notifications appeared that he had defeated goblins, gained experience, and leveled up. The game reported that 75 goblins had been killed, and 25 more were needed to complete the quest. The guy dodged the attack. The monsters ran towards him furiously. He quickly attacked the monsters. Alex spun the dagger in his hand. The goblin was taken aback. The protagonist hit him with all his might. Frowning, the protagonist asked if anyone else wanted to. The monsters backed away in fear. Wiping the dirt off his face, the guy thought he could take a break. Looking at the status window, he thought about how he had risen to level 4 in the blink of an eye. Alex tapped the screen, thinking that for leveling up, you can get 2 stat points. He will invest everything into agility. The protagonist thought with a serious look that in addition to increasing the chance to dodge an attack, agility also increases attack speed and movement speed. At the beginning of the game, agility is the most important stat. The protagonist raised his dagger and thought that with the speed of progress he should attract the angel's attention. It was time to finish. He threw the weapon at the goblin. The guy extended his hand and asked if he would attack. The monster stood in front of him, worried. Alex sighed heavily. The protagonist quickly jumped up. Crouching down next to the monster, the protagonist said that if not, he would have to attack himself. The goblin turned around furiously. The guy was chopping up the opponents around him. The system reported that his level had increased. 100 goblins had been killed. A notification popped up that he had completed the first round of the quest. A barrier appeared around Alex. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist thought that the first round was successful. The reason he was chopping up goblins like crazy was to attract the angel's attention, but also, a notification appeared that he had completed the task and taken first place in the current region. The protagonist stood in front of a bright screen. Smiling, he thought that this is the first place. He needs to complete the quests of each round as quickly as possible, because the top 3 receive rewards depending on their status. The guy looked at the message that he received a weapon ticket, thinking that rewards are given out depending on the status in the current region and in the entire region. Looking at the notification about receiving a chest, Alex thought that being in first place in the entire region, you can get a better reward than the rest. Clicking on the inventory slot, the protagonist decided that he would first use the weapon ticket received as a reward for the current region. The protagonist looked at the screen with different weapons. Raising his finger, he thought that there were not so many rewards, but at least something. The guy clicked on the window. The system reported that a stiletto was received. A message popped up with information about the weapon. Throwing the dagger on the ground, Alex thought that now he could throw away this trash. The protagonist closed the screen, thinking that the choice chest he received as a special reward for the entire region would be kept for now. The protagonist stood among the fighting guys, calling the status window. He put his finger to his lip, deciding that if he thought about it. The guy reached his hand to the information screen, continuing the thought that the title he had before. For all 99 attempts he had not seen it. Alex held the fragment in his hand and applied the use. The crystal disintegrated into pieces and the system reported that the item was used. The time reversal rune was received. The protagonist clenched his fist and read that the received rune would be automatically engraved on the player's body. Notifications popped up that the remains of the received rune were now in the player's soul. Due to the special properties of the rune, the engraving failed. Looking down, the protagonist thought that this was the expected result. If he could engrave it again, he would be able to go back in time an infinite number of times. He looked away in surprise when he read that thanks to the remnants of the rune engraved in his soul, he was recognized as a time traveler who had made 100 trips. A message appeared that the title of The Last Time Traveler had been obtained. The guy was taken aback. Looking at the window with information about the title, Alex thought that in this game, the concept of title is higher than runes. They are much stronger than runes and much more difficult to obtain. Imagining the guy holding the sensor, The protagonist thought that on top of everything, resurrection is a skill that only a priest can obtain, and the skill has a limitation, restoring a maximum of 30% of his health after resurrection. The protagonist smiled, thinking that this resurrection will restore all his health. He got something incredible. Tapping the screen, he thought that it was good to have such an ace up his sleeve. The guy warmed up his hands and thought that it was time for the others to finish the task. I wonder if Travis was okay. Alex watched the boy holding the dagger, deciding that here it was. The protagonist smirked, thinking that it looked like he would survive. A bright light appeared in the sky. Kate smiled and said that it was no wonder that it was getting more and more boring. She watched the fighting guys, telling them that pathetic humans were dying, and still could not compare in numbers with the goblins. It seemed that this was her mistake. Spreading her wings, the woman asked if they could have fun again. The girl looked up in fear, asking her again. The corpse in her hands was disappearing. The guy stood in the clearing and asked what was going on. A glow appeared in front of the guys. Many goblins rushed forward. The people looked away in fear. The angel clasped her hands and said that she would give them another 50,000 goblins. She thought that would be enough for them. The players waved their daggers, listening to the fact that they had to kill them all. The guy stuck his gun into the monster. The stranger turned to look at the flying enemy. The man was pushing the goblin away with a grin. A notification popped up saying that 1,021 monsters had been killed. Travis covered himself with the player. He was strangling the goblin. The system reported that 2,000 monsters had been killed. The protagonist was sitting in a barrier. The guy put his bloody hand to the wall. The stranger watched as the enemy cut his ally. A notification appeared saying that 3,500 goblins had been killed. Kate looked down happily. The protagonist frowned. Barriers appeared around all the guys and the game reported that all the monsters had been killed. The player turned around in confusion and said that the goblins had disappeared. The woman stretched out her hand in the sky, saying that only half of them had completed the quest, and those who had not completed it must die. She hovered above the crowd, saying that these were the rules. The guy disappeared into space and said that the angel should wait and let him kill another goblin. The girl turned around in fear. Clapping her palms, Kate asked why they were so gloomy, adding that they should be happy that they survived. Although it didn't matter, the guys survived, so now they can come back. She put her hand to her lips and said that she congratulated them on passing the first round, hoped that next time they would try harder, specifying why they didn't sum it up before they returned. A screen with the results of the first round appeared. The system reported that the protagonist took first place in the entire region and in the current one. A window with a list of awards popped up. The guy stood in front of the screen with information that he had received 1,000 gold. Alex looked away in surprise. Grinning, the protagonist thought that probably now everyone knows that he is first in the rating. The woman put her hand to her chin, saying that she couldn't believe that the first in the ranking of the entire region was from her region. Amazingly. She looked at the serious guy and asked to answer her question. Smiling, the angel asked why he was so strong. Did he get a special rune? Kate anxiously put her finger to her lip. The protagonist smiled, asking if she could look at his status window. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the woman answered that of course she could. It was impossible that she couldn't look at his information, she just wanted to check him out. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that he shouldn't make fun of her. The angel looked tense, hearing him ask if he could ask for something. Alex smiled calmly. The protagonist stood in front of her, telling her that it seemed like the reward for first place in the rankings was a bit meager. Travis turned around in surprise. The girls were taken aback. Frowning, Kate asked what he said. The protagonist crossed his arms, answering that he hoped she would give him something better. The woman raised her hand, clarifying what he just said. The guy smirked, telling her that he didn't like the rewards he received, so he asked her to give him something better. He stood among a crowd of people. Angel smirked evilly, thinking that this fool really dared to ask her, thought that she would keep an eye on him since he was active from the very beginning, but he dared to look down on her since he killed a bunch of goblins. Reaching out her hand, she decided that this was ridiculous, she would just blow his head off. Kate remembered blowing up the man's head, thinking she had already used that one-time kill ability. That stupid arrogant man, she couldn't kill him. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The angel smiled, thinking she knew exactly what to give this man. She watched as the boy crossed his arms and asked if he wanted a better reward. Stepping on the ground, Kate said that she would normally just decline such a request. The woman walked up to him and told him she would think about it. They needed to talk in private. Everyone else could stand here and wait. Alex walked past the barriers, listening to people discussing that she was seriously going to give him a better reward. He couldn't believe bargaining with an angel worked. Maybe he should try bargaining too. He wanted a different reward too. The protagonist walked past the player. The protagonist glared back. Travis looked back in surprise. The guy turned away with a smile. The angel walked through the forest. Turning around, she asked why he didn't come closer. Did he really want her to keep looking back? Let her come closer. Gritting her teeth, Kate thought about how stupid the man was. He only listened if you shouted at him. For a race that couldn't listen, they were too greedy. The woman looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that besides how she could change the reward assigned by the system, that is, if she could, she wouldn't do it. Angel smiled evilly, thinking that he should just take what was given to him. She would show him what happened to greedy insects. Glancing at the boulder in the distance, she decided that she would kill him as soon as they passed it. Kate walked in front of the guy, thinking that although there was a high chance that something would go wrong if she killed a player for personal reasons without a one-time ability, that if the players later complained about the unfairness and started a riot, then people could force her to take responsibility, since her actions would ruin the game. The woman approached the stone, thinking that therefore, she did not need witnesses. Angel smiled, thinking that the stupid man, if he did not show himself, then nothing would have happened. Looking back, she asked with a smile if he wanted a reward, let him tell her what he wanted. Kate looked at the flying fist in surprise. The protagonist hit her in the face. The woman backed away. Angel held out her hand in panic. Kate grimaces in pain. The guy looks at her. She is horrified and does not understand what happened and asks if this man hit her. Kate clenches her teeth and curses at him. The girl turned around, and he had already disappeared. She does not have time to realize this, as the guy attacks her from behind. He grabs her by the hair. She turns around in confusion. Kate screams, asking her to wait, and asking what he is doing. Alex does not look away while she screams. She lies on the ground with her mouth open. The guy holds her and rips out her feathers. Alex looks and says that she should stop whining. The guy stepped on her back and rips out her right wing. The brunette continues to do this, saying that now he will definitely not run away. She turns around when asked if it hurts, to which she adds that it is natural. The guy smiles and says that in a couple more minutes she would be asking him this stupid question, and would even laugh nastily, as he thinks. Kate asks if this man has gone crazy and what he is even talking about. Alex holds her wing and says that she would try to kill him with a dagger that she hid in her wing beforehand and asks if that is true. He throws away the wing in response to silence, and states that he already knew this, to which she asks what he means by this. Alex smiles as she listens to her excuse that she never even thought of anything like that, but he interrupts her and says that there is no point in lying, because it is written all over her face. The girl looks at him in bewilderment, and asks how he knows her name, and calls him mortal. Alex looks at her and replies that she does not need to know that. She fearfully asks what he is going to do and why he needs a weapon, to which he asks in response if she herself does not guess. Kate yells at him asking if he has gone crazy and is not tired of living, because she did it with one wave of her hand. The brunette boldly declares that now she cannot do anything to him. The girl clenches her teeth and remains silent. She jumps up and asks him if he thinks he can get away with such a concert and says that her comrades do not allow him to get away with it, to which he calmly notes that she refers to her comrades. Who else in such a situation? But all angels are selfish and care exclusively about their own well-being, and he categorically doubts that they will even lift a finger, even if she dies at his hands. To which she thinks that he is talking some kind of nonsense. She gets up while he says that he has had enough, and now it is time for him to start getting rid of the angel, to which she retorts that it will not be beneficial for him, but he believes that she is mistaken in her judgments, and she continues that he will bitterly regret it if he kills her, then he will not be able to return to his home. The guy replies that the system works so that he will return automatically at the end of the round, and the girl does not understand how he knows such information. He stands with a knife while she agrees to give him any information he likes just so he will let her go, to which he receives in response that he is not interested in anything like that. Kate listens in horror that if he needed information, he would simply squeeze all the information he needed out of her and the habitat of their species, and the meaning is more significant, that they are nothing more than pawns in a big game, they are powerless guides, and she does not understand what he is talking about. He goes on the attack while she asks where such information came from. The guy pierces her through. The white-haired girl fell dead. The system notifies him that he killed an angel. Then she continues that he became the first player who managed to do something like this, and as a reward he receives the title of the first angel killer, and as a reward for killing the first angel he receives an item called Angel Blood. Alex holds it in his hands thinking that it is expected that this time he is the first, while the system says that as a reward for killing the first angel, he also gets an item called the Killer Rune. It glows in his hands and a notification says that the wound received was automatically engraved on the user's body. Alex thinks that these are the rewards that a user who killed an angel gets. A window appears with a title with the word title, where it is written that he is the first killer of an angel. The condition for receiving such a title is to become the first user to kill an angel, and the effect will persist during the fight with sacred entities and the user's stats will be enhanced. The brunette thinks that he first learned about them in the act of revenge on the angel in his 13th attempt, and yet only one user can receive these rewards. A new window describes an item called the Killer Rune, where the effect is shown that with each kill, the stats will increase by 1%, when there are a maximum of 100, and that the progress is saved until the end of the round. He realized that each of the rewards is comparable in usefulness to a unique item. Alex smiles and thinks that if the angels knew that he had already received the rune, they would be shocked. He looks at something specific. The guy holds a bottle of angel blood with the thought that this was his main reason for killing the angel. The window describing the item angel blood shows its type, that it is a consumable, its rank, that it is unique, and the effect is that it changes the user's class to a reaper. There is a level limit equal to the 10th level, and an explanation is written that the item that the user receives is the first to kill an angel, and only the first angel killer is worthy of becoming their natural enemy, which is a reaper. Alex thinks about the symbols that all players after the 10th level can get a class, and all of them are 30 different classes. They are also easy to change, but for this you need to get an item to change to this class, and adds that usually it is quite easy to get one, namely during a hunt after fulfilling simple conditions. He thinks that there are exceptions. Against the background of a clock and other emblems, he continues that he is talking about a list of unique classes that are given only to one user under special conditions. He looks at a specific symbol and says that of course the difference between regular and unique classes is simply colossal, because bonus stats, like improvement runes and development branches, which in general shows striking differences. Alex pokes at the screen and says that he returned without even clearing the first round. He looks there and thinks that first he will use the reward for first place in all regions, while the sign says that he can choose a special reward from the following and shows 3 options. The first is an experience buff that persists into the second round, the second gives him 2,000 gold, and the third gives information about the third round. Alex frowns and thinks that the most important thing for him now is to reach level 10 and change his class. He chooses the option with the experience buff, and the system additionally notifies him about this, because at the beginning of the second round this buff will be automatically applied to him. Alex realizes that this is the last attempt and he should limit all half measures, because he must become stronger by any means available. The guy looks at the dead angel. The system gives him a summary of the end of the first round, where the survivors in all regions are estimated at 900 million, and in the current one only at 5,000, and that his soul will be returned to the real body. The beginning of the second round is scheduled for February 1st, 2023, and they congratulate him and say goodbye until the second round. Alex returns to his original body again. He looks at the building and asks himself what the hell was that. The brunette is perplexed by what is happening. Travis looks at the people and wonders why they fell to the ground. While one says that she thinks she briefly lost consciousness, the second had such a realistic dream, and the third's head is about to explode. The guy looks at the phone and sees the time. He realizes that as much time has passed as in his dream. The guy holds his head, and the bald man says that everything is numb. The man with the beard asks the second if he woke up, to which the second asks if he fainted, and he explains that it was so, but not only him, but in general everyone present. The fair-haired guy asks again what happened and if they all lost consciousness at the same time, while the bald guy asks what happened, because he had such a strange dream, like his interlocutor, and they both ask Travis if he had the same or not, to which he agrees. The guy looks at the people and thinks that everything turned out differently for him, while in the background people are surprised that they returned from this hell, are happy that they survived, and the other is indignant that it happened, but he clearly remembers that there were goblins there. Travis thinks that it was not a dream. His friend asks if he thinks that it was real, for example goblins, the first round and all that, and does it turn out that they will all go there again on February 1st. Travis looks at the man and asks why he won't wake up, to which the bald man replies that he doesn't know. The guy turns him over asking him to get up. He looks at him and his blue nose bridge. The man realizes that there is a corpse in front of him. The guy touches his forehead. He looks at him and states that he is not breathing and has no pulse. Travis asks again in surprise if he is dead. The blonde guy, no less frightened, continues that this cannot be, that he died in this game and therefore did not wake up. Sean turns around and realizes what has befallen everyone present who did not wake up. The guy looks around and realizes that they are all dead. Sean notes that this is incredible, because only half survived, and asks if the same will happen in the second round. Travis, in despair, notes that this is all some kind of madness. He continues that this will also mean that they are now all equal to each other, and notes that from now on there will be no more indignation about the injustice of life. The brunette turns to his friend to calm down finally, because all they need is to survive, and asks why he is so stressed about this, and he replies that it is unfair because they are not even given a chance to play normally. Travis continues that this concerns everyone and adds that they are not the only ones and what is unfair in this case, to which his friends think that he is crazy. Sean turns away saying that he has been a street punk all his life and that he has nothing to lose, even if he dies today, but he still has a lot to do. Travis looks around and gets a question about who he is looking for, and he says that he cannot find this little bitch, to which he gets a question about who he is talking about. Is it his errand boy? The guy thinks that where could he have gone, because before losing consciousness he saw him on the other side, and asks himself if he did not even survive the first round and fell off. The brunette closes his eyes and notes that this is quite natural, because he is a complete weakling and he will not be surprised if he died one of the first. He hears something. The guy looks after someone. Travis clarifies who this guy is and where he got such strange clothes. The brunette is wary and calls the status window. Travis sees his status window in front of him. The guy is taken aback, because it really opened. Shock asks in surprise if this is a status window, to which the blonde gives a positive answer and says that this cannot be. People are indignant, because what the hell is this and why are guys staring into space, to which the second asks if he is doing the same thing now, because they seem to be unable to see other people's windows, to which someone asks if it turns out that they exist in reality, and another is surprised, because maybe objects and stats are also transferred to the real world. Travis is holding something in his hands. He squeezes it until it breaks. The brunette looks at the sand in his hand in surprise. The brunette smiles, because this is amazing. The newscaster says that something incredible happened at dawn today, namely that in the square in front of a certain building, during the New Year's greeting to the sound of bells, 10,000 citizens simultaneously lost consciousness, and now offers to take a closer look at the scene. She shows an angel and continues that an unidentified woman dressed in an angel costume descended from the sky during the New Year's greeting ceremony and spoke to the citizens. Footage of people trying to run away. She says that shortly after this, a woman dies from injuries as a result of the explosion, and right before that, a citizen points at her and says something. Again, an angel on the screens, and she continues that after this, the woman stretches out her hands to the observers. Against the background of people, she says that in doing so, she made about 10,000 people lose consciousness at the same time. Another newscaster says that according to the data provided to them by law enforcement agencies, most of those who lost consciousness fall into the age range of 15 to 29 years old, and it is already known that similar things happen all over the world. Under this live broadcast, commentators are saying that this is nonsense and asking if all the reporters have taken drugs at once, to which the second one asks why they are reporting something like this on breaking news, the next one that today could be April 1st, and another one that the reach is more than 1.5 billion and that he simply cannot believe that the spread of fake news has reached such a scale. While yet another one laughs, saying that all the news channels are in cahoots, and that they apparently have nothing to fill the airwaves with, since they are broadcasting such obvious lies in the news, and that there are too many graphics in this video, and that a war of commentators has broken out, that someone is telling people to run away immediately, and some did not believe it and stupidly died while reading it. Chris reads all this and notes that it has already begun. Someone says that this is just the beginning, and someone says that at 5:20 about half of the people who lost consciousness woke up, the other half are in a comatose state, and some have already been diagnosed with brain death, and a celebrity was found dead in the square. While he continues that this is an unprecedented crisis because 11% of the population died overnight. And he thinks that articles about what happened have started coming out one after another. The guy looks away and realizes that this is not the real problem. The reporter says that the survivors call themselves players and that they are in the process of finding out the reasons. And the guy continues that the problem is that the players' stats are transferred to the real world. He thinks that no one has particularly high stats yet, so the problem is not particularly noticeable at the moment. But as the level increases, this will change. The guy imagines a dark night, and says that the players will become extraterrestrial entities and that ordinary people will not be able to oppose such players, and that no modern weapons will be able to stop the player, and the Earth will know uncontrollable superhumans. The man in the hood goes and continues that he does not plan to sit back and watch the world plunge into chaos, and let everything take its course. Then by the 20th round the players will completely destroy everything. The guy looks ahead and understands that there is only one way out. He decides to tie the other players under his control, becoming an order of magnitude stronger than everyone else. Alex again in the game role continues that in the end he will have to use different ways to gain strength and apply the experience gained from past attempts. While in front of him is a window that says that to open the boss room he needs at least 5 players, and he knows several suitable people with excellent potential, and he has already figured out a way to recruit them. The guy walks down the street and understands that it is too early to act, but for now he has a more important matter. The man is standing near the building. Alex walks into the house. He notices something. Alex looks at the package of noodles and notices that a certain person ate that for dinner again. He opens the door. There is a guy sleeping on the floor. Alex smiles and notices that he is sleeping like a log while his older brother is out somewhere. He looks at Rick and thinks that this is his younger brother who is in the 3rd grade of high school. He looks at the photo and continues that they were an ordinary family. One after their parents died in a car accident, everything changed, and one of the noticeable changes. He looks at his brother and says that he has become his guardian. Alex runs his finger over the bandage. Blue eyes are looking down. Rick opens his eye. He sat up and is told that it is time to get up. His brother rubs his eyes and asks why he needs to get up if it is only 6. The guy takes the blanket from him. Alex says that he does not have time to sleep, and the brother asks why and what happened, to which the brother replies that he will explain everything to him on the way and urges him to get dressed quickly. Rick yawns and asks where they are going, because if he drags him to watch the sunrise he will prefer to stay at home. Alex asks him to listen to him. The guy holds his things and notes that right now he cannot relax, because the world has plunged into chaos. Rick sits on the floor and asks if he was going to celebrate the new year in the square and clarifies if nothing happened, to which he reminds that he promised to tell everything on the way. The brothers walk along the morning street. Rick looks worriedly at his guardian. He thinks that he has such a serious face, and he is very interested in what is going on. Alex clarifies if he knows anything else. The brother worriedly asks what he is talking about, and asks him not to scare him and to explain what happened while he was sleeping, to which he says to type in the news on the internet. Rick reads in surprise. He asks the elder what it all means, specifically about the phrase an angel descended from heaven took people to another world, to which he adds that it is more accurate to say that she took their souls. The guy, horrified, asks again and clarifies whether his soul was taken away too, to which he receives a positive answer and an explanation that he killed hundreds of goblins, thereby completing the task and was able to return. Rick worriedly does not believe his ears and asks if he is hurt, to which he receives a request not to worry about him. His brother is indignant how he cannot worry about him. He remembers the funeral of his parents, and thinks that he is his family, and he is the only one left. The child is sitting on his lap and crying. Rick wipes away his tears and looks at his brother. He thinks that of course he knows that to fill the void left after the death of his parents. The guy looks at him now and continues that he had to become the strongest and most reliable person in the world. He looks stunned and continues that a strong spirit and killing hundreds of monsters are completely different things, because physically his brother is not that strong. Alex smiles and says that he knows what he is thinking. The brunette turns around and explains that there was a stat system just like in the games, so the strength of his muscles there did not matter at all. The guy goes further and continues that when he sees him later such thoughts will disappear altogether, to which he clarifies what he is talking about and receives in response that if he wants to find out everything, he should follow him. Rick stopped and says that he does not want this, and that he will not take another step until he finds out where they are going. He puts his hand on his chest and asks him to tell him the truth. Alex looks at his wounded hand. He lowers his eyes. Rick hears the man's name. Alex turns around and adds that they are going to the shelter of the main bully of his class. The guy looks at him and says that he knows that he is making fun of him. Rick is perplexed. The younger one asks if he really knew everything, to which he asks if he thinks he is blind. Rick looks at the floor and thinks that he does not want to bother him with his petty troubles, because he already has more than enough problems. Alex mentally asks him for forgiveness. The guy notes that in fact, he did not know anything. He continues that he learned the whole truth only after his first return from the round. The guy is sleeping. Rick says that he will go out for a while. Alex reasons that he went out somewhere. The brunette reaches for the phone. He answers the call and hears a question about whether he is Rick's guardian. The guy is stunned to hear a request to come to the 20th hospital as soon as possible. The older brother immediately went there. Alex says that after that incident, he seriously damaged his eyes, and all because he was such an idiot and could not protect his younger brother, and asks him for forgiveness. He looks at him and remembers that since then he swore that no one would touch him again. The plot moves to a building. Someone kicks someone. The blonde asks people if they want to die, and that didn't he say that everyone had to bring 200,000 won. The man on the floor groans in pain while he asks if there will be an answer, and if they are ignoring him. The blonde gets ready to kick the boy again. The man notes that this is typical Ben, and the second agrees with him, and the third says that he doesn't even spare his lackeys. The first says that the older boys from other schools are afraid of him too, and the second agrees that it's better not to cross him. Ben stretches his neck and complains that he wanted to buy himself a motorcycle with this money and notes its incredible uselessness. He looks at the boy and asks if he has any ideas where to get money, to which he asks again what he wants. The blonde confirms that he understood everything correctly and orders them to think of something. The bald guy came up with something. He smiles and says that there is that small curly-haired boy and asks why he doesn't call him. Ben asks if he's talking about Rick. He remembers him and was just about to call him and beat the crap out of him as a New Year's gift. The bald guy says contentedly that after that they'll be able to shake all the cabbage out of him, and the other agrees with him. The blonde guy says that he's homeless, to which the guys are perplexed. Ben explains that he definitely doesn't have any money, because he lives in shit. The bald guy asks if that's true, to which he says that he doesn't even have parents. The blonde guy continues that he lives with his older brother. The bald guy asks what's the matter, and the other guy picks up on it. Alex and Rick have already arrived. Ben smiles. He bows his head and says, "Speak of the devil, but not the devil but the son of a bitch." He yells his name and insults him. Rick asks for forgiveness. The blonde guy asks himself who came with him, and that his face is so infuriating. He asks who this man is, has he really made a friend, while the guy tries to explain. Alex smiles contentedly, and says that he is his older brother. Ben flexes his fists, and says that just look at him, he told the guy to keep his mouth shut, did he really snitch on him and he will not live, like his older brother. Ben turns to his man. The three go forward, while someone says that the world is really going crazy and now the pawns themselves are climbing on the fat one, and the one in front tells Rick that he hopes that his brother fights better than him. The man humiliates him for his height and asks if he wants a fight. Alex silently punches him in the face. Ben's men are stunned. The blonde goes on the attack and curses. Alex takes a step to the side. The guy delivers a counterpunch to his jaw. The guy flies into a pile of boxes. The blonde's men all go on the attack, asking how he dared and insisting that he die quickly. Alex gives each of them a punch in the face. The guys are lying on the floor. Ben smiles and thinks that he is an incredible piece of trash. He smiles a crazy smile and thinks that it looks like he learned to fight somewhere, but it will not be enough against him. He puts his hands in his pockets and turns to his older brother Rick and asks if he thinks he is the center of the universe after learning a couple of moves. Alex came close, while he asks him if he was taught that in fights you can crush with weight. Alex smiles and notes that he is in vain not reading the news. The blonde asks again, what news are you talking about? Ben goes on the attack with the same question. Alex easily dodges. The blonde cannot hit, and says that he is a slippery guy and a piece of shit. Ben looks at him, and his vision doubles and he understands that something is wrong. The guy asks himself why he can't hit him. Alex uses the ability, saying that if he read the news, he wouldn't even dare to swing at the player. The guy swings his fist at him. The blonde flies back. He looks at his opponent and gets angry, ready to counterattack. Ben punches the air and doesn't understand where the opponent disappeared to. He frowns and says that this can't be. Meanwhile, Alex punches him in the jaw. The fat guy rubs his eyes and says that the older brother Rick is a nobody, more dirt than a man. He looks at his hand and sees blood. The guy gets furious and threatens to kill the brunette. The blonde makes a punch while he calmly dodges. Alex grabs his wrist. Ben gets a direct hit to the bridge of the nose. The guy's people watch the scene of the beating in horror. Ben looks at them angrily, while someone wonders if he is deliberately aiming exclusively at his face. Alex looks at him contentedly, while he thinks that his opponent is a slippery asshole and understands that if he hits him at least once, it's already a success. He goes on the attack with the goal of doing it at least once. Ben extends his fist. He falls to the ground. Alex helps him fly not to the floor, but to the wall. The man in the blue jacket calls him by name. Alex looks at him angrily and asks if it hurts, while he himself thinks that after all the returns, he hasn't forgotten how it felt that day. He looks at the fat guy and continues that he doesn't want to go back to that hell again, and Ben asks him not to come near him. He holds his neck and asks him to stop. Alex takes his hand. The blue-eyed guy looks at him angrily and says that this is exactly why he shouldn't have touched his little brother. Ben looks at him in bewilderment. The guy screams in pain from his fingers being broken before his eyes. Ben looks at this in horror and denies what's happening. Ben's men are about to run away to the sound of their leader's screams. Rick turned away from such a sight. Alex stands over his brother's offender and asks if he knows what will happen if he tries to touch him again, to which he replies that he understands everything and will not touch him. The blue-eyed one smiles and says that it is nice, but he has something to say in contrast. He grabs his hand again and says that he needs to finish the job, because he can still forget about it, and asks if he is right. Screams of pain continue to be heard against the background of this shelter. Alex walks along the road, while Rick wants to find out something. The guy asks how he did it, and if he learned to fight somewhere. Alex smiled and replies that he answers that his brother seems to have not been paying attention, because players can use their gaming skills in the real world, to which he does not understand how it works. Alex shows him the ability, and replies that everything is like this. His elder has a carved dagger in his hands. Rick asks if this knife just appeared out of thin air, to which the other asks if that's cool and continues that he can summon weapons obtained in the game. The guy asks if that was the last time he moved so super fast, because he dodged all of his attacks. Rick is perplexed when he hears that his brother has 11 agility points, to which he himself asks about agility chokes, if they are like in games, to which he confirms this, because a normal person has 3 points, and athletes have up to 10. Rick follows him and asks what happens if you level up, and he replies that how would he know such things, because he has never had such a thing. Alex realizes that he lied to him again. He remembers him being beaten and thinks that he is not going to reveal the truth about his return to the past, because he tried to tell him everything on his 11th try and then his brother was kidnapped by another player. Alex looks at the floor and continues that even though he got revenge on him, he still does not want to make his brother go through something like that again. He turns to him with the thought that he should be ready to protect him in the upcoming clashes between players and he should start somewhere. Alex asks him if he wants to have breakfast at the store, because he is most likely hungry, to which he agrees. The plot moves to the store. Rick asks his brother where he went, because the noodles are in another department, to which he replies that he knows this and asks him to wait. Alex puts his card in the ATM. He looks down and is about to withdraw all his savings. He withdraws 133,201. Rick realizes that he withdrew so much money, and the guy notes that he needs it for something. The guy goes to the prepared food department and offers to choose something from it today, to which the guy is perplexed. Rick is surprised that everything there is expensive, all prices start from 5,000, to which the guy replies that there is nothing wrong with that, because today he can take whatever he wants. Alex smiles and continues that it's New Year's Eve after all and they can't always eat only noodles, to which Rick replies that it is. But will it be enough for life if they spend so much? While his brother retorts that he shouldn't slow down, but choose his own food. Rick happily suggests taking the chili pork belly. Alex smiles while he says that he has wanted it for a long time, because it looks very tasty. The guy raises his finger and suggests going to a restaurant in a few days and confronts him with the fact that they will get the most expensive steak there. Rick turns around and says that he doesn't need that, because the package in his hands is more than enough for him. Alex smiles and thinks that he should wait a couple of days, because he is going to fatten him up with meat so much that he won't be able to look at him. Rick takes the finished food with chopsticks and puts it on the rice. He puts the spoon in his mouth and chews happily. He declares that it is very tasty, to which his brother asks if it is true. The younger brother says that it is true and thanks him, then asks where he went, but he asks him to wait here without explaining anything. Rick watches him go. Alex hits the table with a marker. Rick asks why he withdrew all his savings, not to spend it all on lotteries. Alex smiles and confirms his words, to which Rick asks how many sheets are there in total, and receives in response that there are 20. His younger brother is indignant, because how could he spend 100,000 won on lotteries? There is no guarantee that he will get anything. Alex writes something and asks him not to rush to conclusions. Rick asks what he is doing. He looks at the lotteries and is indignant why he indicated the same numbers on all of them, and Rick clarifies why he is asking. Alex smiles and declares that these are the winning numbers. The guys sit at the table, while on live television he says that about Nato 1049, where they are going to start today's drawing. Rick is very worried because they are in trouble and just threw away 100,000 won. The man says that the lottery machine is spinning while Rick bites his nails and says that he should have just bought better food with this money, and his brother urges him not to bite his nails. The guy calms down while they start calling out numbers, where the first lucky number is 3 and the second is 18. The guy is shocked to hear the numbers 9, 38, and so on. He looks at the screen while the hosts continue that they will once again show all the winning numbers of the 1049th lottery, namely 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, 1 and the bonus number 5, which completely matches the one his brother chose. Rick looks at the receipt and says that this can't be, they won. The younger brother is about to cry and asks him to pinch him, to which he says that he should pinch himself. Rick looks at him and asks if this is a dream. Alex asks if he wants this to be a dream, to which Rick gives a definite negative answer. The older brother asks him not to worry, because this is not a dream, to which he asks if he gives his word of honor, to which he receives in response that he has already said no. The younger brother picks up the check and is happy that they won the lottery. Alex asks him to be quieter, so as not to wake the neighbors. Blue-Eyed asks if he is so happy, to which he answers positively, as if he himself is not happy about it. Alex closes his eyes and says that of course, while he thinks that well, the first time he was the same and in the end even screamed. He remembers that he says that they won, and the younger one asks if this is a dream, but then after repeating this moment dozens of times it has become an annual mandatory event, and after each of his regressions he needs to save up a lot of money in the shortest possible time. He imagines a grave with flowers and continues that since about 900 million have already died, the economy will become shaky. He thinks about trading items between players, which in the future will become much more active and will be done in cash. Rick says that he can't believe it that they have 100 winning tickets, and asks how much they will get for them, to which he replies that he has no idea. Alex smiles contentedly and thinks that perhaps their win is so big that it will shake the whole world. The plot moves to the bank building. Alex is walking in a coat and thinks that he is not nervous because he has already won the first place prize several dozen times. The guy approaches the man and says that he wants to take the first place prize in Nato. The man raises his eyebrows in surprise and congratulates him. He looks at him and wonders if he got first place and the prize for it, although he looks like a student. He asks him to tell him where he bought his ticket. The brunette twitched in bewilderment. He thought about this place and someone asks if he heard that this time 115 tickets won, and the second asks again from misunderstanding why there are so many. The guy raises his finger and gives a positive answer, but in such conditions you can go crazy, but what is most interesting is that 100 of them are from one place. The brunette is stunned, asking him not to tell him that all 100 were bought by one person. The fair-haired guy lowers his eyelids and replies that if anyone says that he bought tickets at this branch, he should immediately call the president, because they will be important guests, while Alex asks what is wrong. The guy at the computer is nervous and says that he apologizes and asks if he can wait a little, to which he gives a positive answer. The man with a short haircut smiles and thanks him for waiting. He shakes Alex's hand and says that he is the president of this bank, to which he also introduces himself. The president says that he won the prize for first place in Nato, and says that he sincerely congratulates him on this, to which he thanks him. The man suggests that he go to a quieter place. Alex is standing in front of the office with the lottery ticket sales team. The girl bows and greets them. She is puzzled by who is standing next to the president, maybe his son. The president says that he is an important guest who has come to receive his winnings, and he asks to take proper care of him. The girl is stunned because she realized that this guy has won the prize for 100 tickets, while the president says that he should feel free and solve his problems. To which he thanks him. The girl realizes that she needs to remain calm. She smiles and greets him again and asks him to sit down. The The girl asks if he would like something to drink, maybe coffee, juice or green tea, to which he replies that everything is fine and says that what is more important to him is that he would like to receive his winnings right now. The girl clarifies if this is true and asks if they can check his tickets first. The guy hands her the tickets and agrees. The girl looks at this in horror and thinks that she cannot believe it, that he bought all the tickets with the same numbers. He may be seeing the future. She declares that she is done checking and all 100 tickets can receive the first place prize. Alex clarifies how much he will get for them. She finds it difficult to answer and still tries to say that it is valued at about 22,500 billion won. Alex remembers that after taxes he has about 15 billion won left, and that after receiving the winnings everything will go much faster. He signs the papers and continues that first of all he found a place to move. The brunette looks at the list of stocks and continues that in the evening he opened a brokerage account, and remembered that next month Bitcoin will grow by 500%, and so he plans to invest in it to increase his profits. Rick holds the phone and his brother talks about the current day, where he himself asks how he likes their new house, to which he says that he really likes it, because he has never seen such a big and expensive house, and when he saw it in the photo, he thought. Alex says that this place is the best among all where they could move and the security there is good, to which the guy clarifies why he chose to rent, because they have so much money that they could easily buy it. Alex declares that he has no more money. The guy raises his finger and says that he left them only 1 billion, and invested the rest in Bitcoin. Rick is stunned by what he has heard. Alex grabs his shoulder and tells him that he knows what he is trying to tell him, because he did not do it thoughtlessly. He continues that he can get more out of the lottery anyway, because he did see 4 sets of numbers in his dream. Rick happily reflects that he has only heard of people who dream of lottery numbers. The younger brother shakes his brother and asks if he has memorized all the numbers and asks him not to forget them, to which Rick replies that he will not forget and that his head is spinning. Alex looks away and thinks that he cannot forget them, because he has done this many times before. The boy goes to the door and suggests that they get something to eat somewhere and get ready to leave, to which Rick asks again what he is talking about and where they are going. Alex smiles and asks if he has not told him that yet, because they are leaving today. Someone hits something hard. The person broke through the wall. He looks at his fist happily and thinks he knew putting everything into strength was a good idea. Travis throws another punch and continues. He punches happily and thinks he got a power rune that doubles his strength stats, and he really got lucky with the randomness in the runes. The guy grins from ear to ear and continues that he bets that Tyson will be jealous of his strength. He looks madly and thinks that this is enough, because it's time for him to try his strength in a real fight. Travis knocks on Alex's old apartment. He shakes his fist and says that he doesn't think he's dead and asks why he doesn't answer when he's called. Travis frowns and calls him arrogant and thinks he's going to let him go that easily. The brunette gets even more angry and continues that how can he do this after the guy stared at him like that, because now he has to bury him. Travis continues to pound on the door and thinks that even though they are both players, he is a loser even in Africa and he needs to teach him a lesson. The brunette continues to hit and thinks that it is clear that this freak hid in his house, but does not understand why he does not come out. He clenches his fist tighter and came up with what to do. The guy listens to the sounds from the apartment and comes to the conclusion that he is not home and he can no longer do anything, therefore he can go. Travis looks angrily and thinks that he should at least breathe. In this case he will just smash the door until someone addressed him. The bald man asks what he is doing in front of someone else's door. The brunette asks why he cares. Is he not the owner in that case? The man adjusts his glasses and declares that he is the owner. Grandpa clarifies what he is doing. Did he come to meet his friend? To which he asks again about his friend. The brunette smiled and pretended to understand who he was talking about and asked if he could open the door for him. He explains that he can't get in touch with his friend, so he asks him to open the door for him, to which he calls on the gods. The grandfather replies that it looks like his friend abandoned him, to which he asks again in bewilderment. The man in glasses says that the room is now empty and the student who used to live there has moved somewhere, to which he asks when and where he moved, to which he receives in response that he moved today, but he has no idea where. Travis clenches his fists in anger, because he ran away and didn't say a word to him. Rick looks at the high-rise building and admires its height. He looks up and is happy about the revolving door for entry. Alex does something, and he thinks about access cards. The guy hears the man say that his brother's identity has been confirmed, and he is happy that there is security working here. Rick looks around and turns to his brother, saying that this is simply amazing. Alex puts his hands in his pockets and offers to move on, to which he agrees. Junior can't get enough of their huge apartment, and asks how big this place is. Alex states that it's about 330 square meters, to which he asks again for the number. Rick states that this is somehow too much for the two of them, to which he receives in response that they have a lot of money, so the apartment should also be big. Rick looks at how everything shines and asks how much it costs, to which he receives in response that the cost is 500 million won for a deposit and 22 million every month. Rick is shocked by this and asks that just the monthly rent is 22 million, since he was just recently worried that he spent $5,000 on lunch at a 24-hour store. Rick clarifies with Alex if this place is too expensive and asks if it would be better to move to a cheaper place. Alex closes her eyes and replies that it is not so, because it was worth it, because the more expensive the housing, the better the security. Alex says that on the 1st of every month, players fall into a coma, and that is when they are most vulnerable, especially to disasters like fires and earthquakes and assassins hired by other players. He goes on to say that this is why when the time comes for players to prepare to be sent to the other world, they should be in a safe place. He frowns and says that it doesn't matter how cool you are in the other world if it ends with you dying in the real world. Alex asks his brother if he likes it, to which his brother asks why he even asks. The older brother says that it's good that he likes it. Rick looks sadly at the floor. Rick apologizes to him. He awkwardly looks away and says that next month he will be pulled into the other world again to fight, and he will have no problem enjoying life during that time, and says that he is so naive and apologizes for that. Alex grabs his shoulder. He asks why he looks so depressed and does he think that he will not come back in the next round. The guy turns away and suggests that they stop thinking about it and go get something to eat, since he heard that the Korean restaurant on the 2nd floor is pretty good, to which he agrees. Alex looks at his phone. The brunette smiles and notes that Travis found out that he moved and that he will ignore him, since he doesn't think that he will ever meet him in real life again. He puts the phone in his pocket and adds that he can't say the same about the other world. The plot takes us to the next day after the move, where Alex yawns. The brunette asks his brother where he is going, to which he clarifies if he is awake yet. The guy replies that he ordered a rice cake and is going to pick it up. Alex asks again about the rice cake. The older one thought about it, since he doesn't remember anything like this happening before, and thought about the rice cake, since of course regression into the past doesn't mean that everything will be exactly the same, but isn't this the first time he's gone out to buy a rice cake? Alex asks why he bought it. To which he receives in response that he needs to treat the neighbors with it, since they have moved in, and clarifies that this is not a sign of good manners. The guy thinks about it and thinks that this is not a bad idea, to get along with the guests, because this is a great idea, as he expected from his brother, to which his brother asks again if he really thinks so. Rick says that he will go get him and offers him to rest, but he retorts that they need to go and greet them together and asks to wait for him so that he can change. The guy pokes the button. A voice asks who it is. Rick is standing with a cake and says hello and explains that they just moved into the neighboring apartment, so they came to say hello to them. The woman opens the door and says hello in return. She notes that they look very similar and asks if they are twins, to which he replies that they are. He says that they brought her rice cake and that it tastes better when it is still warm. The woman smiles and says that she thanks them and will enjoy eating it, to which he thanks her back and says that they will see each other again. Alex tells another neighbor that they moved into apartment number 4302 yesterday. The man opens the door and Rick says that it is a present for him, a rice cake. The older brother gives another neighbor a present asking him to take care of them. Rick gives a cake to a mother and child and calls on them to enjoy their meal. They go up to the 44th floor and Rick says that he is the last one left and offers to finish with him quickly, to which he receives in response that the idea is good, they can finish dating and go relax. Alex walks behind and asks if he knows that this floor is a penthouse, because here the 44th and 45th floors are connected into one, to which he clarifies whether this means that the locals are super rich. Alex looks around and says that he does not know the details, but maybe it is someone from celebrities or rich families. No one answered them, to which Rick clarifies whether it is possible that they are not at home. He presses the button. The younger one looks awkwardly and says that it looks like no one is there. The guy turns around. Rick recognizes the girl. He asks if this is Rena. Rick notes that she is very beautiful and looks like an angel. The security guard blocks their way. He asks who they are, if they are fans. Alex crosses his arms over his chest and asks again, because they are his neighbors from below. He looks at the pie in confusion and asks again about the neighbors downstairs. The guard says that he mistook them for other people, to which the second asks if he wants to try some rice cake. The guard says that he shouldn't, because she doesn't eat that. The man puts the card to the door. He offers her to come in, to which she agrees, but not immediately. Rena looks at them over her shoulder. Alex notes that he doesn't know who he thinks he is, but he thinks the guy was rude. He looks at his younger brother and asks him to ignore this asshole, to which he replies that he is fine, but there are much more important things. Rick asks if he even saw it. Alex is puzzled what he is getting at. The younger brother asks what he didn't understand. He saw her. He holds his brother by the shoulders and says that it is Rena, while he is puzzled who the hell it is. The news feed is filled with cases of mass deaths of celebrities. Rena reads it all. She scrolls through the pages dejectedly and wonders how this world can still function. She reads a news story about another actor's panic disorder causing a rural crime scene to be shut down, until someone writes to her asking if she's heard the news yet. She tells the person she has. He asks her if she's going to the funeral, to which she says she needs to because the man cared about them and he offers to go together, to which she agrees. She puts the phone down and thinks that it's amazing that someone more successful than her died in the first round. She looks down sadly and continues that if she hadn't gotten a good rune, she'd be in these articles now. Rena closes her eyes and continues that she's grown a lot and can't believe she's thinking about an article about her own death. The guard approaches while she continues that she's reached such heights even without any investment from the company, because they even rent this penthouse. The guy asks what she's thinking about, to which she replies that she's thinking about nothing. The guard says that he has asked her to be honest with him before and asks if this has happened. Rena says that she is interested in how the world became like this and how to survive the next round. That is what she was thinking about earlier. He looks at her and asks her not to worry about the next round and asks why she should worry while he is around. The guy looks away and continues that she is too tense and should just believe in him and relax. She smiles and says that this is exactly it, because who else should she trust so much? Rena looks at him and thinks that when the company first assigned him a manager and a guard, she was wary because it looked like they were watching her. She remembers what happened in the round and realizes that if it were not for him, she would have died there. The guard says that he will protect her no matter what, so she should not give up. Rena smiles and agrees with him, thus thanking him. She mentions what happened earlier, that it looks like those guys just moved in and came to treat them to pie and that it looked incredibly delicious, to which he replies that she will get fat if she eats something like that. She retorts that they tried so hard to greet them and must be upset, to which he tells her to forget it, since it is just a greeting. He looks ahead and continues that they just want something from her, and they will ask endlessly, and if she gives in to them even an inch. Rena remembers them and notes that they do not look like bad people. She says that they look to be over 15 and it looks like they killed 100 goblins to survive, to which he agrees. Rena sadly says that it is surprising, since people who have been through such brutal events act normally. The guard smiles and asks if she thinks that killing 100 goblins is very difficult, since only a stupid person would fail at it. She thinks it's because he has outstanding skills in the other world and even that. Rena remembers him and says that he wouldn't be as good as him. He's a black braid and almost made her feel sorry for the goblins. But in reality he must have a job and she wonders what he does, because she can knock out in the second round if she works with someone like him. The girl crosses her arms and continues that she survived this time thanks to luck and wonders if she'll be lucky next time. The story shifts to Tuesday, January 31st, at 11 in the morning. Someone is vacuuming the room. Rick smiles. Alex says that he's back, and he meets him. He asks if Young received the money, to which he answers yes, but nevertheless it's not that much, because it's only about 15 million won, the last time it was 17. Rick asks if they asked anything at the bank, because this is the fourth win in a row, to which he says that they did. The president asks him, puzzled, if he has come again, a very lucky client. The man in the tie asks him to share his secret of success, to which he repeats that he will tell you for the last time, that in a dream he received a divine prophecy. The president replies, puzzled, that it is incredible, that if he had such dreams. Rick smiles awkwardly. He asks if he will invest in Bitcoin again, to which he replies positively, because now he has about 1,500 billion won in his account. Rick asks if it is time to start withdrawing money, because he is afraid that Bitcoin will depreciate. Alex replies that it is not worth it yet. He turns around and asks him not to worry, because he will take care of it, and again offers to go eat. They eat at the table. The guys are walking around the evening city. The plot switches to 5 minutes to midnight of the same day. Alex is preparing to fall into a coma. Rick holds his hand tightly. He is worried and begs him to come back and survive. Alex asks him not to be afraid, because he himself saw what Ben did, to which he agrees. The elder patted him on the head and said that he should not be afraid, but just go to sleep. Alex says that he will be with him when he opens his eyes, and now he leaves. Alex puts on a game body. He stands among the other players. They ask if they have returned. People ask how it happened so quickly, and the girl notes that she is here again, and the third did not understand at all, not them, because this is not the place from the first round, and someone else noticed someone. They look at Alex and recognize him as number 1 from the first round. He is a black braid. Alex thinks that it looks like they will not suit him, because most recognized him. Travis noticed him, while he thinks that it looks like everyone has already gathered. He frowns and wonders when she will appear. The angel asks if everyone is here. Someone is surprised that there is another angel in front of them, and the second agrees that it looks like it. But where is the first one? The angel explains that something happened to the angel from the first round and she will not be showing up, to which everyone is confused about what happened. The angel tells them not to worry. She smiles and says that she will be guiding them from now on. She spreads her wings and continues that since everyone is here, she should announce the tasks for the second round. The angel flapped her wings over the players and said that since everyone is already here, she asked if she should announce the task for the second round. Holograms appeared in front of the people. It was a notification for the second round, which says that they need to choose a representative of the region in 3 hours. Someone asked again how to choose a representative of the region. The guy put his hand on his belt and wondered what they would tell them to kill the monsters. The young man pointed and asked to look at the number of those who passed. The man turned around and asked what it means that everyone will survive this time. Kate smiled and said that she saw that they were confused and offered to clarify something. She pointed her hand up and said that as they saw it, there was no need to fight in this round and it would end if they chose a regional representative. She held her finger up and said that regional representatives could use their power to order other people and by their order they would crawl or die. The crowd of players looked at her in confusion, she added, asking if this was not a huge power. People looked at Kate carefully, and she said that within 3 hours everyone would receive a voting ticket, and with their help they would need to choose who would become the representative of their region. The guy squinted from the light and asked if the rules ended there and nothing more. Angel smiled and answered that yes, only a vote, with which they would complete the main quest of the second round and calmly return home, and added that this was a small respite. The hero looked suspiciously, and the crowd of people reasoned out loud that they would complete the quest if they just voted, and that they would survive and not even need to fight, saying that it was too easy compared to the first round. Kate lit up with a bright light and said that now, let them decide among themselves who would become the representative of the region, and that they had 3 hours for everything. A notification appeared about the voting time of 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The girls smiled and reasoned that they would really survive if they just voted within 3 hours. Wasn't it too easy? Besides, if you become a representative of the region, you can gain power over the others. Travis crossed his arms and, angry, said that he had prepared for the fight so much and everything went to hell. The guy looked at him and told him to relax, that wouldn't it be good if they all survived just by voting. The guy sullenly replied that he had put everything into strength, but he couldn't show it. He was furious. The hero looked at him and thought that he had put everything into strength, which meant that this time he had gotten the rune of strength. Alex turned and thought that this, including Travis's rune and the situation as a whole, everything was going as he remembered. Players were discussing something and he thought that all 3 hours they would decide who to vote for, but the choice of a representative was not the most important thing. The hero was leaving them and thinking that the existence of the main quest meant that there were additional quests. Alex held a blade in his hand and reasoned that the additional and hidden quest of the second round was a promotion to get a class. He twirled a knife in his hand and thought that for this he needed to get level 10 as quickly as possible. A small goblin crept up from the bushes. The hero called him with his finger and told him to start. The enemy ran at him. Alex quickly flew above himself. He swung the knife and blood splashed in different directions. A notification appeared that he had defeated the hobgoblin and that 1/100 hobgoblins were killed. The triple experience bonus was used, experience plus 9%, and gold plus 15. Thanks to the butcher's rune, all stats were increased by 1%. The hero looked towards the forest and thought that going deeper into the forest to hunt them was a good idea. The blade was shrouded in magic and he thought that where there was a goblin, there would definitely be more. A crowd of goblin monsters were sitting in the bushes, waiting. The guy smiled when he noticed them. He stood and looked at them. One attacked the hero, but he counterattacked and fought it off. Green blood gushed from the knife strikes. The notification said that he had defeated the hobgoblin, and information appeared that 50/100 hobgoblins were killed. There were monster corpses around Alex. It said that thanks to the butcher's rune, all stats were increased by 50% and his level was increased, and there were 2 hours 29 minutes 24 seconds left until the end of the vote. The hero wiped the blood and said that it had passed in just 30 minutes and called up the status window. The young man looked at the status window, which showed that he was already level 9. He clicked on dexterity and thought that he would invest everything into it again. He increased dexterity and thought that if he had received a rune of strength like Travis, it would be more effective to invest everything into strength. But it is much harder to survive if you invest everything into strength, and no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to do anything unless he dodges a fatal blow. It said that the player has 4 characteristics: strength, intelligence, agility and luck. Strength increases physical damage, health and defense. Intelligence increases magical power, willpower and speed of thought. The status window showed that there were 0 unallocated status points left. The plot said that agility increases attack speed, movement speed and dodge chance, and luck increases the chance of a critical hit, the chance of dropping items and additional gold. Alex looked away and thought that each of them was useful. He used red magic and thought, especially for the Reaper, who uses both physical and magical power, because it is good for them to increase all characteristics equally. The hero heard something to the side. He turned around and wondered who followed him. He did not pay attention, because he was hunting, but it seems he has a tail, and in previous attempts no one followed him. He pointed the knife and said that he did not know who he was, but let him come out, threatening that if he did not come out, he can pray. He looked in the darkness at the forest. Suddenly, a girl cautiously came out in response. The guy looked at her and recognized the actress Rena in her, and thought why she followed him. The girl apologized for following him. Behind her was a young man who apologized. He raised his hand and said that they did not follow him out of evil intentions, and hoped that he would not be angry with them. The hero recognized him as Hugo. He looked down and thought that if it was Hugo, wasn't he Mike's right-hand man? It was reported that Mike was the eldest son of one of the biggest companies in the country, a player with the alias of Heavenly Demon. He was one of the hero's targets. He thought that by luring him over to his side, he could speed up his growth, but most of all, he needed to recruit the priest who would be with him in the 20th round. He looked at them and thought that he didn't think he would meet Mike's right-hand man so early. He remembered how the young man stopped the girl and wondered why Hugo came with her. Maybe he was the one who was with Rena earlier. The girl looked at the hero carefully, and he thought that if you think about it, it is known that part of Mike's business is sponsoring celebrities. More importantly, he did not take his eyes off them and asked about when they started following him and thought that he didn't like that the future had changed again. The girl looked at him with fear and replied that they had started from the very beginning. She had seen him go into the forest and had followed him. Rena had apologized if she had angered him. The guy wouldn't let them go and asked why she had followed him. The girl said that she hadn't thought of anything bad and simply wanted to offer him something. He asked her again about the offer. Rena folded her palms and said that he had won first place in the first round and that was why. He had listened attentively, and she had suggested that they could cooperate together or something like that. The hero had resolutely asked again about cooperation and had replied that cooperation didn't mean that both sides needed each other. Rena had said that it did, and the guy had thrown up his hands and replied that he didn't need them, that he fought well alone and that they shouldn't waste his time on useless talk and should get out. The guy had turned around and said that he didn't intend to team up with them. The guys watched him go. Hugo was upset and asked what was wrong with this bastard and how big his ego was. The girl fell to her knees and Hugo called out to her. She sat on her knees and said that she thought he was number one for a reason, because his blood pressure was terrifying. The guy replied that what pressure? It was natural that she would get nervous when they were glaring at her and pointing a sword. Rena was sad and said that she wanted to team up with number one, but everything didn't go according to plan. Hugo turned to her and asked about what he said. People like him are too proud to even think about allies. The girl replied that it was a bit of a pity. The players looked into the depths of the forest and Hugo replied that it was not worth it. They just wasted time following him. Rena said that she did not know that there were monsters in the forest and offered to hunt in the remaining time. The guy said that it sounded good. The girl smiled and said that then go ahead, calling him Mr. Guard. Bushes in a dark forest. Goblin with a weapon looked around. The hero attacks from the bushes. He thinks about what they say about cooperation. When he is so busy, he is too busy to think about such things. Alex, killing the goblin, thought that it is much more important to level up. He pulled the sword out of the monster and a notification about the victory over the hobgoblin appeared. 60/100 were killed and thanks to the butcher's rune, all characteristics were increased by 60%. Suddenly, several monsters came out of the bushes. The hero smiled and asked that 5 gnolls at once. It seems that he is lucky. Information about the fact that gnolls are fictional large hyena-like creatures that first appeared in Dungeons & Dragons. They rushed at him, attacking. The hero watched as all the monsters pounced on him. He swung his sword, leaving a magical trail. Alex stood there, watching as all the beasts fell around him. Notification that he had defeated the gnoll. 65/100 enemies were killed and thanks to the butcher's rune, all stats were increased by 60%. His level was increased and he reached level 10. The hero in blood looked away. It was reported that he had fulfilled the conditions for promotion. It was said that now he had access to the store and a hidden side quest had been created. He looked closely at the card and thought that he would finally get a class. The card in the side quest indicated that you need to get promotion before the vote and get the promotion item, then get the class, if successful, a 50% discount on the item from the store. Alex thought that usually, when they see this side quest for the first time, people fall into a stupor. A crowd of players in front of the cards asked questions about getting the promotion item, where to get it, and that. Nowhere is it written about what classes there are. The hero reasoned that everyone understands that getting a class is very important, but no one yet knows where to get the promotion item, and usually it can only be obtained by fulfilling certain conditions. The man killed the monster in cold blood, and he reasoned that future warriors must raise their strength to 10 and kill 30 monsters within an hour, then they will receive their item. The guy strikes with a sword and it is said that in order to become a berserker, you need to hunt for some time, while bleeding. He threw a blade into the goblin's back and it was said that assassins must kill monsters many times with a blow to the back. In general, everyone must do something specific to their class in order to get the desired promotion item. Alex looked from behind a tree at the beast and remembered that at first he attacked monsters many times in a row, and then hid from them in the forest, and that is how he received the hunter class. He remembered how he held a glowing thing in his hand and thought that since he learned about the Reaper class, he always chose only it. A magic artifact flew from the palm of his hand. After his command to use, it was reported that he had used the promotion item and would no longer be able to change the class, so he needed to choose carefully. He had a choice about whether he wanted to change the class to Reaper. He chose yes, thinking that he did not need to think about the answer. Golden magic enveloped the hero and a notification appeared that he had received the Reaper class. It was said that as a reward for promotion, he received the Reaper's rune. The card indicated that the Reaper's rune has an effect. During the day, the damage from the weapon doubles. At night, the attack speed also increases by 50%, and while the user is motionless in the dark, the chance of detection by the enemy is significantly reduced. The magic changed color to red, and it was said that the received rune is automatically engraved on the user's body. The player watched the list of weapons. The notification said that as a reward for promotion, he receives the Reaper's scythe. The hero thought that for promotion he received both the rune and the scythe. It was reported that for completing the side quest, he received a 50% discount coupon in the store, and his rank was changed from novice to apprentice. Alex thought that his rank had also increased. The status window was in front of the player. He recalled that there were 6 player ranks in total: Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Commoner, Apprentice, Novice. The hero thought that with each new rank, the player received special bonuses, just like in the games, and that class skills, or new functions, could be unlocked. A notification that the Reaper's class skill death mark had been learned. The class skill death mark card had an effect that puts a mark on the target that only the target and the Reaper can see. The target's remaining health is displayed, and the mark cannot be placed on more than one user at a time. The hero thought that there were also special items for higher ranks. A notification popped up with information about the Reaper's scythe, which said that this huge scythe belonged to the Grim Reaper himself. Alex looked at the card in the forest and thought that if he did not get promoted, he could remain a newbie forever, so it was better not to delay with this. A message that he was the first player to get promoted, and as a reward he gets a random gold bag. The hero continued to think about what else. The first player to get promoted gets a neutral skill. A new message said that as a reward for the fastest promotion, he gets the tracking skill. A notification was received about the tracking skill card, in which the effect is in determining the location of the selected target. Alex thoughtfully looked at the screen and thought about 20,000. Well, okay, why not test it? Tracking was selected and a photo of Travis appeared. The hero looked at the path illuminated by magic, and a message appeared that the face and name matched. About tracking the target, and the location of the player Travis was determined, is 190 meters from the target, and to reach the target, you need to follow the glowing line. The hero looked at the line and thought, 190 meters, which means that he is also in the forest. The guy raised his hand to his chin and thought that in the last attempt he was as much as 2 kilometers away, that he would go and visit him. Tired Rena could not keep up with Hugo. She fell to the ground, slipping. The girl held her leg and said that she can no longer run her leg. The guy answered her that she needs to move, because if they catch them. He took her by the arms and told her to get up and run. In response, she apologized and said that the place where the arrow hit seemed to be on fire. Hugo looked away attentively and said that there is a theory that if you get hurt in this world, then the wound will not be transferred to reality. And if you can hold out until the end, then you will return home and everything will be fine. Rena turned and answered that she understood and will try to be patient. Suddenly a voice from the side asked where they were going. The heroes turned around abruptly. There were players in front of them, and one asked if it was not enough. Hugo tensed up and thought, oh shit. He looked back and thought that they were caught up because of this idiot. The guy grabbed the blade and decided that there was no choice, he would have to fight. The enemy looked and was surprised. Travis smiled and asked if he was going to fight them. He pointed his finger and told him to take a closer look and see how many more of them there were. Hugo could not stand it and exclaimed about why they were tormenting them and what they did to them. Travis smiled and said that it was clear that they had done nothing. The guy answered, asking why they had chased them and attacked. The opponent said that they just needed something. Hugo asked indignantly. He said that this girl, Rena, was shocked. Travis looked with a smile and said that they didn't care about him at all. They only needed Rena. Sean pointed at her and asked if it was really her. The young man answered that he himself couldn't see. The face and name were exactly the same. The archer noted that it could be some imitator who was pretending to be that very actress. The girl looked in horror as the guys discussed what difference it made. She looked the same. Travis spread his arms out to the sides and suggested that he could leave Rena with them and let her go. They wouldn't catch up with him. Hugo glared at them and thought that he should have told them right away that she was their target, and he would have left her without a second thought. The guy looked at her and thought that he was definitely not going to sacrifice his life for her. He imagined his boss and thought that there was one problem: if he couldn't protect Mrs. Rena, he would disappoint Director Mike, and prepared for a fight. Travis laughed and asked if he had taken a stance and clarified that this meant that he was going to fight after all. Hugo looked sternly and asked if they knew they were committing a crime. The rival asked him again. He looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Travis held out his hand and said that he made him laugh and asked him about laws and who makes them, and that he would write a statement against him when he returned to the real world. He leaned back and asked what evidence he had, saying that it might not even be his face. Hugo gritted his teeth and thought that he was annoying, but he was right. The guy was angry and thought that he doubted that he could convince him with reasonable arguments, and that he would have to fight despite the injuries. The opponents turned around, and Hugo exclaimed, seeing someone. Alex was standing by the tree. Travis looked at him in surprise and wondered when this guy appeared. The hero stood between them and asked what was going on here. Travis smiled and told him to go his own way, and they would figure it out themselves. Alex clarified that he did not ask him, looked at Hugo and asked what was going on. He pressed his hand to his chest and complained that this gang was chasing them. They said that they needed Rena. He asked for help and said that he would not remain in debt. The hero turned towards Travis. He asked if it was true. The guy threw up his fingers and said that it didn't matter, let him go. He started to approach and heard that it was none of his business. Alex was enveloped in magic and asked what he meant by none of his, saying that he knew these people. They saw a red wave appear. Travis asked what he was going to do. The scythe appeared in the hero's hands and he declared that he could not abandon the wounded in trouble. The enemy cast an angry glance. Rena called out to the hero and Hugo thanked him. He covered them with his back and thought that in fact, it was simply beneficial for him to help them. Alex imagined Mike behind his back and thought that if he helped Rena, Mike would be very grateful. He saw Mike in his head, who was standing against the backdrop of the building and thought that if such an important boss was in his debt, then in the end the reward would be many times greater than the energy costs of the service. He looked at the opponents and thought that he also simply did not like these scoundrels. Travis pointed and said where he was going. If he took another step, he would not live. Alex, ignoring, looked. He smiled and asked what the problem was. Didn't they want to fight? Travis was indignant, remembering how he killed monsters, and thought about what this bastard was saying. He simply tore goblins to shreds and was number one last time, and who would even want to confront this monster? The guy was terrified. The hero dragged the scythe along the ground and said that if they did not want to fight, then let them be honest. Travis looked up and clarified that then he would let them go. Alex crossed his arms and said that he would think about it if he knelt down and begged for mercy. The villain lowered his head and thought that he wanted him to humiliate himself. He was angry and thought that right in front of his friends and Rena. Travis smiled and thought that if possible, he would like to avoid a fight, but this bastard really irritated him. A thought flashed through his head. He remembered punching the wall and thinking that he was strong enough to break through the wall with his bare hands and maybe he could land a good punch and send Black's scythe flying. The fear gave way to a nervous smile. Travis was flexing his arms and said that he was crossing the line, calling him a bastard. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked what he should do, kneel down and beg for mercy. He was completely tired of living. Did he want to die? The villain was thinking about how he would quietly close the distance and hit him right in the face, and imagined himself hitting him with all his might, thinking that even Black's scythe wouldn't survive that. The young man was flexing his shoulder and thinking that if even a brick wall couldn't withstand it, then a person didn't have a chance at all. Alex hid the scythe and the guy asked what he was doing. The hero extended his hand and said that it would be unfair for him to come at him unarmed and with a scythe. It was too easy a victory. Travis looked up furiously and said that he had completely lost his mind. The hero rushed to attack the scoundrel. The guy began to meet him and thought that he was a stupid idiot. He threw away his weapon and even stuck his head forward. He threw a punch and shouted for him to die. The hero calmly dodged. He counterattacked and hit him in the stomach with his knee, throwing him many meters away. Travis lay on the ground and sighed, calling him offensively. He doubled over in pain and heard them say that he should stop swearing. The hero kicked him in the face and screamed that his ears were withering. He grabbed him by the t-shirt and began to beat him in the face. Travis writhed in pain and thought that these were not fists, but like a hammer was pounding on him. The hero was punching and thinking that this bastard was no weaker than him, because he couldn't have a rune of power like him. He punched him and felt something. The archer behind him was aiming at Alex and they were shouting at him to shoot him. Rena was shouting at him to duck. The young man was shooting at him and screaming furiously for him to die. The hero ducked to the ground. He rushed at the archer, dodging every arrow that was fired. The hero caught up with him and noted that he saw that he was lucky to get a bow while hunting monsters. Alex smirked, taking out the scythe, saying that they were unlucky to meet him. The archer looked in horror at the blood flying from the blow. He fell to the ground and screamed about his hand. The two of them fearfully prepared to defend themselves and Sean asked if he thought he could easily get to them and leave. Shouting that he was a corpse, the guy attacked him from the side. Alex looked at the enemy and asked if he was sure. The hero activated the death mark and Sean continued to advance. The young man took the scythe in his hands and swung at the attacker. The protagonist swung the weapon. The guy clenched his teeth. He fell to the ground and screamed. Looking at him, the warrior said that his leg. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, he said that since he went at him with a weapon, he believed that he had a chance. A blow flew at the guy. Alex turned around and thought that, as expected, the death mark was very useful. Thanks to double damage, it can even cut through armor. Looking at them, he added that it was too easy. Looking down, the hero thought that, but he was not going to end it there. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that it was necessary to instill terror so that after him they would never make any more attempts. A wound appeared on the man's leg. The guy lowered his head and said no. The knight looked at him with fear and said that he was dying and was asking for mercy. The protagonist waved his weapon and said that he would stop whining, he would not die from this. Looking straight ahead, Alex thought that was it with these guys, and now. he turned his head to the side. Standing behind a tree, the guy heard that he himself understood that he would not be able to hide from him. Swinging his weapon, the hero said that he made no exceptions. A blow hit the guy's hand. Looking at his hand, he screamed loudly. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he had enough of whining like a girl, and then thought that compared to what he had done to him. People were mocking the hero. A blow hit the guy, and the thought appeared that it was not so painful. People were watching him. Frowning, Hugo thought that he had mercilessly cut off both hands of an opponent who had already lost the will to fight. Many may find it cruel. The hero stuck the weapon into the enemy. The thought arose that but he respects cold calculation. Looking down, the guy thought that this black scythe is able to resist even the president. He looked surprised, hearing the question that he is okay. Standing in front of the hero, Hugo answered that yes, thanks to him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that they no longer need to worry about them, as they see, it will now be difficult for them to move for some time, so they can calmly vote. Closing her eyes, the girl said that thank him very much for saving them, and the guy also thanked him. Rena opened her eyes wide and asked that, and they will not die. Looking to the side, Alex answered that even if they die, what difference does it make? They are worse than animals. Looking at the girl, he thought that she was too kind. Frowning, the hero added that what did she care about the lives of these scum, some kind of Mother Teresa, maybe this is how she maintains her image. Raising his hand, the guy said that he wanted to ask him something, hoped he didn't mind. The people were lying on the ground, he heard that why did he spare them, nothing would happen to him in this world, even if he just killed them. The guy looked amazed, hearing this. Smiling, the protagonist asked what he was asking, why didn't he kill, and then thought that he was behaving exactly as befits Mike's right hand. The man looked scared, hearing that everything was very simple, he didn't benefit from their deaths. Stretching his hand forward, Hugo said that but in the future they could cause him trouble. The guys were shaking with fear. Smiling, Alex asked what he thought, was that possible? Standing in front of the guy, he said that there was also nothing good in mowing down players, because it would reduce the number of those who would advance to the next round. Gritting his teeth, Hugo thought that it was true, if there were fewer survivors, then the number of places would also decrease. Frowning, he added that he was even thinking about it. This guy understood this game very well, impressive. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he understood, well, then they would no longer think about these scum. Walking straight, the hero said that fine, and he would go, to which he asked him to stop. Stretching his hand forward, Hugo said that if he gave the account number, he would send him a large sum for saving them when he returned to reality, to which the protagonist replied that it was not worth it. Looking at him, the guy thought that in other words, he helped them for free, he did not need a reward. Frowning, he added that he would report everything that happened to the president. Hugo looked away and thought that even though he wanted to kill him, he would restrain himself because he believed that the black scythe was right. He spat at the guy. A crowd of people stood on the field, and they could hear that they should vote for him, that if he became the representative of the region, he would do the right thing. No, he would definitely be a better representative than this guy. Frowning, the guy shouted angrily, to which the man asked what he said, what did he call him? Stretching his hands forward, the man said that it was enough to fight. What would this fight give them? Frowning, the guy shouted that such impulsive people had no right to claim the title of the server representative, that he would be better off. The man smiled and said that his dad is a member of Congress, he thinks that the post of representative can be trusted to him. Looking at him, the players shouted that this is nonsense. People turned around, hearing the appeal. Stretching his hand forward, Mark said that there were only 2 hours left until the end of the vote. It is better not to waste time on empty arguments. It is time to make a decision. Looking at him, the guy asked what then how they will choose a representative, and the other added that he has some ideas, to which he replied that yes, he has a great solution. The man grinned. Hearing that it is true. And what? Mark smiled widely and thought that everyone obeys him without a murmur. The crowd looked at him. A thought arose that he knew that it would work again, his rune of conviction. When out of all the possible runes he got the rune of conviction, he was disappointed. Looking at the crystal, the guy thought, what is this? Standing in the middle of the crowd, he added that the rune of persuasion, it is useless against monsters, they do not know how to talk, but soon he found a way to use it. The guy closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Swinging at the monster, the man shouted that he needed to press down with his whole body so that it could not move. Stretching his hand to the side, Mark said that there was a woman in trouble, urgently help, quickly. Running forward, the guy said that he was already on his way, to which the other added that he needed to help her first. Turning around, Mark thought that he had repeatedly stolen other people's unfinished goblins in this way, and in the end easily gained 100 kills. Smiling, he added that if this time everything went as smoothly, he would easily become a representative. Stretching his arms to the sides, the guy said that first they needed to decide what candidates they had, narrow the range to 5 people and choose from them. Looking at him, the young man said yes, that was a good idea, and the girl added that yes, there was some sense in it. It was certainly better than everyone yelling to vote for him. Raising his hand, Mark said great, then they would choose. If they wanted to nominate someone, they should just raise their hand. The guy raised his hand, and it was heard that yes, of course, you can't nominate yourself. If you don't set this ban, then everything will end up like before. He frowned when he heard this. The young man smiled when he heard that he was right, there was no other choice, to which he thought how easy it was to foist everything off on these brainless idiots. People looked around and thought, but who could they name? They didn't know anyone here. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that, as he expected, there was silence, so they would name only those who had managed to stand out. He looked away, hearing that he was proposing to make the representative of Mint Mark. Putting his hand forward, the young man said that after all, the representative should be someone smart and with leadership qualities, to which Mark asked what he was talking about him. Looking away, the guy said that yes, even now he is great at managing the crowd, to which he thought that another idiot was on his list. Smiling, Mark said that he thanked them for showing trust, if no one else, and someone said that he wanted to nominate a black braid. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that it was expected. It would be strange if someone did not mention the player who was the best in the first round. Raising his hand up, the man said that then he wants to nominate the previous second place, and another added that he is proposing third place. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the young man said that in total they have 4 candidates, there is still 1 free place, there are more offers. Clapping his hands, he added that well, if that's the case, then they'll stop at 4 candidates. Before the vote, each candidate must come forward and give a speech. Smiling, the guy said that he would be the first, and then thought how easy it was to fool them. Turning his head, Mark said that if he became the representative of the server, then they answered that he could shut up already. The guy turned around in amazement. The man walked forward, the thought occurred to him that this was the previous second place. Bill frowned and said that he was not going to listen to his nonsense. Looking at him, Mark asked what he was doing. Smiling, the man asked that he probably decided that everyone here was an idiot without exception. Yes, it's that simple, people listen to everything he tells them, really. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought that he, realized what skill he had. No, he probably didn't mean that. Frowning, the player asked who he was to choose a representative, a damn businessman. Gritting his teeth, Mark replied that he was crossing the line. He knew, as they say, a bad man is known in his speech, so why was he cursing incessantly? Looking straight ahead, he thought that this should work, and then heard that he was such an idiot. The man looked angrily and asked what he would scold him for. He didn't value his life. Frowning, the young man thought that his skill didn't work on him. No, that couldn't be. Stretching his hand forward, Bill shouted that he didn't care about the others. Let them vote for him. If they didn't vote, he would kill him. He lowered his head, hearing that he was simply impossible. Smiling, the guy asked what he thought. Would anyone listen to someone like him? Stop disgracing himself and let him go back to where he came from. The man looked at him silently. Suddenly, he struck him. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. Holding the gun in his hands, Bill said that he had warned him, that he would kill him if he continued to ask for trouble. The guy rolled his eyes and wheezed. The player, opening his eyes wide, shouted that if they didn't vote for him, they would end up like this idiot. The young man frowned and shouted that he had killed him. Blood was dripping from the blade. Pulling the gun forward, Bill asked what said that if something didn't suit them, then let them attack. Pulling his hand forward, the man shouted that he had gone crazy, that he was crazy. The player smiled widely and asked that if they weren't going to attack themselves, maybe he should start. He abruptly struck the people. Smiling, the man thought that this was perfect. There were no police, no journalists, no cameras. Swinging, he added that he could kill as much as he wanted. Pulling the gun forward, Bill said that if they didn't vote for him, he would get them in the next round. Understood. The people froze in fear. Smiling, the man thought that now they would listen to him because they would be afraid if he could become a representative of the region. The image of the hero appeared. The thought appeared that the black scythe, the first thing he would do was finish off this bastard, and then he would become number 1. There were swings of weapons. Notifications appeared that he had killed a null, 265 enemies killed, all stats increased by 100%, a triple experience buff applied. Looking at the notifications, the hero thought that he was only now at level 16. Standing among the corpses of monsters, he added that the higher the level, the slower he gains new ones. In these 2 hours he had more than 200 monsters, but raised only 6 levels. A glow from the message appeared. The thought arose that hunting was easy, of course. This is thanks to the Butcher's rune and the Reaper's rune. The protagonist stood still. Holding the weapon in his hands, he thought that it was time. A glow appeared around Alex's hand. The thought arose that it was time to move on. A bright light appeared around him. Messages appeared that it was time to vote. A call for all players in the current region to the starting point. People appeared on the field. More and more people began to appear. The guy looked away in amazement. The man stood still. He heard the corpses of players. What the hell happened here? Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that they should not tell them that these guys killed everyone, to which he thought that it looked like Bill had achieved superiority again this time. The player turned his head. The thought appeared that Bill was the leader of the gang, and the second most skilled fighter in this region. It was a pity that his character was complete shit. He smiled. It was said that it was always better to defuse a time bomb. Frowning, the protagonist thought that, but it was too early. Taking a step forward, the man asked where he had been hanging out, said that he had been waiting for him for so long. Gritting his teeth, Alex asked what he wanted, to which the man replied that it was nothing special, just a suggestion. Smiling, the player said that they would get straight to the point, let him submit to him. Looking at him, the hero asked what he wanted to submit to him. Waving his weapon, the man replied that yes, then he would spare his life. He frowned. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked why he wanted to fight him. Smiling, he added that he wanted to kneel, let him kneel and beg, that was the only way he would let him go unharmed. Frowning, Bill said that they should just look at this crazy man, it seemed he didn't understand what was going on. But, looking straight ahead, he added that if he became a representative of the region, to which Alex asked that he was so stupid that he didn't understand his words. A glow appeared around his hand. Standing still, the hero asked what he wanted to die here. The man gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell, where did he get such a weapon? He was rolling the barrel on the wrong person. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what was wrong, swallowed his tongue. The player clenched his teeth tightly. Standing in front of the hero, he asked that he was Bill, the leader of the gang, did he think he would bow to someone like him? Holding a gun in his hands, the man shouted that he should attack him with that fancy stick. Looking at him, the protagonist grinned, and then thought that he was still as hot-tempered. Well, enough jokes. The man stood in front of him. A thought occurred that everything would be much more difficult if he showed his strength and got votes. Smirking, Alex thought that he should make Bill a representative, so he could use him in the third round plus. Frowning, he added that it was time for the angel to appear. The people looked up, hearing that they were all already here. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he was a lucky man. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that next time he should choose his opponent more carefully, if he did not want to die young. The man looked at him in amazement. Gritting his teeth, he thought he was about to have a stroke, he would let him go now, but let him just wait and see how he became a representative and take revenge on him for the humiliation. Smiling, the girl asked that they had chosen their representative. Hanging in the air, she added that it seemed like they had not only managed to talk in 3 hours, of course it was none of her business whether the useless people would die or not. Raising her finger up, Olivia asked that they would begin the scheduled vote. Notifications appeared in front of the people. It was said that voting was beginning to choose a regional representative. Everyone had one vote. The player who got the most votes would become the regional representative. Let them look at who they wanted to vote for and think about it. Looking at the notification, the hero saw that players who did not vote within 5 minutes would be excluded from the round and die. 4 minutes and 59 seconds left until the end of the vote. The people turned their heads when they heard that they were looking at the person they wanted to vote for. The man smirked, thinking that as expected, everyone was looking at him. He looked away. Bill held out his hand and shouted that she was a chubby steamed bun, to which the girl asked again. The hero sighed when he heard that. Why was she looking at him? Did she want to die? No, she voted for him. The player looked away and shouted that they should consider themselves dead if he saw that they were not looking at him. What kind of a bitch just turned his head? The angel folded her hands and said that time was up. Fortunately, all the stupid people participated in the vote. She clapped her hands and added that they would count the votes. A notification appeared in front of the people. The man frowned and thought that he was in first place, but he only had 2,412 votes, and the black braid was in second place. Turning around, he added that these freaks, he told them to vote for him, and they voted for the black scythe. Stretching her hands forward, Olivia said that that's it, Bill became a representative of the region. Smiling, she added that in this case, she gives him the authority of a commander, so he can order people around. A message appeared that he became a representative of the region. The man smiled widely and thought that he would make him regret not killing him if he ordered everyone to kill him. Suddenly, he looked surprised. Looking at the skill, Bill thought that it can only be used 10 times. Frowning, he added that it is also useless on players who have received a class, which means that any player with a class can ignore his orders. Smiling, the angel said that now, they did not think that this was all right. Putting her hand forward, she added that it was not quite so. In this round there is a hidden quest, to which she was asked what it meant. Hidden quest. A notification about the second round appeared. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what an improved item, and the girl added that to get a class. Putting her hand to her face, Olivia said that such a quest window would appear at level 10, but they did not know that. Yes. Lowering his head, the player asked that how can they increase their level if there are no monsters here. Gritting her teeth, the angel asked what he was talking about. The forest is teeming with monsters. Looking at the notification, she added that well, let them not be upset about it. Only 80,000 people from all regions were able to get a class in this round. Looking at her, the players heard that by the way, someone in this region received an advancement, to which they asked again. Clicking her finger, Olivia said that they will look at the results of the additional quest and find out. Looking at the message, the guy thought that the black scythe was the first to receive a class. People turned around, thinking that only he had advanced in their region. The hero turned his head, thinking that, moreover, he was a reaper. People stood around him. He heard that the reaper, What kind of class is this? It looks like a damn strong class. No, so that's why he carries a huge scythe everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Bill thought that he wanted to use the authority of the commander and order the black scythe to commit suicide, but who would have thought that he would receive a class right now? Smiling, Olivia said that in the second round, the rank is determined depending on the speed of completing the additional quest. Looking at the message, she added that so, in their region, only the Black Kyosa received a class. Looking straight, the angel asked that he took first place not only in their region, but in all. Looking at the hero, she added that it is impressive, he has a unique Reaper class and the nickname matches it, asking to answer why he chose this particular nickname. Smiling, the girl asked that he knew in advance that he would choose the Reaper class. Looking at her, the hero replied that he did not know that he could get a class that would suit his name. The guy looked around, hearing what it meant, it was fate, that he became a Reaper. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that even angels do not know how to get the Reaper class, they only know that it is a unique class. Putting her hand to her face, Olivia asked what fate means, I wonder. Smiling, she added that only one person in this region received the class, which means that only he will not be affected by the commander's authority. Looking up, the guy asked that the commander's authority does not affect him, and the other added what this means. Looking at them, the angel replied that she should explain everything while she is here. The commander's authority does not affect people who receive the class, which means that the representative of the region cannot give orders to the black scythe. That's what she meant. People looked at her in amazement, listening to the fact that he could also only use the authority of the commander 10 times. So just because he became a representative of the region did not mean that he had unlimited power. Bill angrily clenched his teeth and thought that damn angel, why did she tell him about this? Raising her hand, Olivia said that well, they need to give the black scythe a reward, since he got the class first, right? She clicked her finger, notifications appeared that he was the first to complete the quest in the current region. The hero clicked on the notification. Having chosen leather armor, the protagonist thought that there was no need to think about it, the first one was too heavy, and the third one was of no use. Reward options appeared in front of him. Frowning, Alex thought that since there were a lot of monsters in the third round. Clicking on the notification, he added that he definitely needed an experience buff. A glow appeared around him, and it was heard that well, since the rewards were distributed. The guy frowned when he heard that they could go home in the next round. The player gritted his teeth when he heard that it would be a lot of fun. The angel smiled widely and said that she guaranteed them. The final results of the second round appeared. The man raised his hand up. He woke up abruptly and screamed. The guy looked at his hand. Smiling, he thought that his hands were still there, as he thought, until he died, he would return to his normal body. The guy looked down and added that he would never again get involved with the black scythe for any amount of money. He did not want to get involved with such a heartless bastard. Putting his hand in his pocket, the young man said that she tried hard, to which Rena replied that it was not worth it, he was the one working hard. Smiling, she added that thank you for protecting her. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that this was his duty as a manager and a security guard. Turning her head, the girl said that she wanted to thank the black scythe, it was possible. Standing in front of her, Hugo replied that they did not know his true appearance, so they would not be able to find him, and it seemed that he did not want to reveal his identity, to which the girl asked again. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he asked him to give him his account number to repay him, but judging by the fact that he immediately refused. Rena lowered her head, hearing that the black scythe knew that with the account number, one could find out his true identity. Hugo put his hand out and said that if he wanted to show his gratitude, why didn't she find him in the next round and give him an item? Putting her hand to her face, the girl replied that it was a good idea, she needed to think of something she could repay him with. A room appeared, and it was heard that they would rest today, yes, let him be careful. A notification came to the guy's phone. He picked it up and answered. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he hadn't gone to bed yet, to which the president replied that he had drunk whiskey as soon as he got back. The elevator was going down, it was heard that he had seen the final results, congratulating him on receiving the Dark Knight class, to which the president replied that nothing special had happened to him. Looking away, Hugo replied that Rena and he had only been able to reach level 8 because they had been injured in the middle of the round, they hadn't been able to hunt. Walking through the parking lot, he added that he was just about to report this event to him, asked what would be convenient for him now. Holding the phone in his hands, the man heard that it was related to the black scythe. Standing in front of the window, he replied that he should come to the hotel, he wanted to hear the details, to which the guy said okay, he would be there in 20 minutes. Hugo was getting into the car. The man was watching him. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that, as expected, he went to Mike. The protagonist was sitting on the bed. Messages appeared in front of him that the name and face matched, tracking the location of the target. Looking at the message, Alex thought that he was pretty close, he was still in the penthouse upstairs. It said that the target was 23 meters away. A message appeared that the target was 56 meters away, to which the hero thought that the location had changed. The distance had increased, and he added that judging by how quickly it was changing, he used the elevator, where he was going so early in the morning. Frowning, the protagonist thought that maybe Mike. As he left the room, he added that he needed to check. Looking straight ahead, Alex thought that it was good that he had followed him as soon as he returned. The moon appeared behind the clouds. The thought arose that the shadows were blocking the moonlight. The guy looked out the window. The thought arose that it was a perfect night for stalking. Turning around, Mike thought that he would hold off for now, since the report was more important. Sitting on the couch, he added that the black braid, which player does not know about who took first place in the first and second rounds. The guy tapped his finger on the table and thought that something was wrong with him. He had a bad feeling. His finger stopped, and he added that he was the one who attacked his subordinate. Raising his hand, Mike thought that if this was so, then he could not sit idly by. Messing with his right hand was the same as challenging him. Frowning, he added that no matter who, but if he was standing in his way, he would not leave him alone, even if he was number one. The guy was holding a glass in his hands. Suddenly, he heard from behind the door that he was here. It was Hugo, to which Mike replied that he should come in. Standing in front of the guy, the president said that he was glad to see him again, to which he replied that he was also glad to meet him. Smiling, Hugo said that it was all thanks to him, to which the guy replied that but he hadn't done anything, and besides, they were in different regions. Lowering his head, he added that his mere existence motivated him. Thank you, to which Mike replied that he was still good at flattering. Smiling, the guy said that it wasn't flattery, but the pure truth, although belatedly, but congratulated him on surviving. Sitting on the couch, the president asked what kind of survival, said that the second round was easy, like taking candy from a baby. Looking at him, the boy said that he also wanted to congratulate him on his promotion, to which he replied that no, it was just luck. Smiling, Hugo said that some people say that luck is also a skill. Besides, taking second and third place in the region is not easy. The boy looked away, hearing that for him, there is no greater pride than serving someone like him. Putting his glass on the table, the president said that judging by how much he flattered him, he must need something. Smiling, he added that let him say it, he wanted to ask for something. Looking at him, Hugo asked that if he could ask where he could get an advanced item. Stretching out his hand, the president said that it was not that hard to get, it dropped while hunting monsters. Grinning, he thought that in truth, it was thanks to the Dark Knight rune that he received. Looking at the angel, the players heard that let them say inventory and look into it. She prepared a gift. A notification appeared in front of the guy. The thought arose that the rune of the Dark Knight. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he could get the Dark Knight class when he reached level 10. Sitting on the couch, Mike thought that he was lucky in the first round to get such a cheat item as a random rune. Looking straight, he added that even a subordinate to whom he treats as a family member, he cannot tell the whole truth. Everyone can change at any time, this is human nature. The guy looked surprised when he heard that they will return to the main one who injured him. Gritting his teeth, Mike asked that perhaps it was a black scythe. Waving his hands, Hugo replied that absolutely not, in fact, it was he who saved them. Looking to the side, the president asked again, and said that let him tell in more detail. Sitting next to the guy, Mike asked what he meant. He almost died from the blows aimed at the actress, to which he replied that yes, if the black scythe had not appeared, they would have been dead. Turning his head, the guy said that although Miss Rena most likely would have survived, it would not have happened without psychological trauma that would have prevented her from working in the entertainment industry. Putting his hands to his face, Mike thought that not only did he almost lose a valuable employee, but his business almost collapsed. Putting his glass on the table, he asked what happened to him. He was killed, yes, to which he was told that the black scythe beat them half to death, but did not kill them. Hugo turned his head, hearing why, to which he replied that he said that there was no benefit from their deaths. Decreasing the total number would lead to a decrease in the number of survivors. Gritting his teeth, Mike said that he was right, but who knows what they will do in the future. Raising the glass to his mouth, he thought that but thanks to the black scythe, his subordinate and property were unharmed. It seems he owes him a debt. The bottle was on the table. He heard that he needed to pay him back. He offered him payment, but he refused and immediately left. Frowning, the president thought that he refused compensation. He was afraid to reveal his identity. He was very cautious. Lowering his head, he said that if he met him in the next round, let him give him a reward from him. He was sincerely grateful to him for saving him, to which Hugo replied that he should be sure he would give it to him. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that and let him watch him in case he could help him. He knew that he was not one to not pay his debts. Standing behind him, Hugo said of course, as he wished, to which the president said that he forgot to ask something important. Looking to the side, he asked what those blows were, who dealt them. The view of the building opened up. Standing around the corner, the hero thought that what a faithful dog. Immediately after returning went to the carpet to Mike, although it was so late. Walking forward, he added that since he checked his destination, it was time to go back. Wandering around, he would only arouse suspicion. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist thought that the celebrity sponsored by Mike lived in the same house with him. He should thank his brother. The guy smiled widely. The thought appeared that if they had not handed out rice cake. The girl looked surprised. It was said that they would never have encountered Rena, and he would never have known that Rena and Hugo were related. Taking hold of the handle of the car, the hero thought that if he correctly used their neighborly connections, it would help to gain Mike's trust, although he still does not know whether he should take him to the 20th round. The man held a weapon in his hands. It was said that Mike's Dark Knight rune was so good that it could be called a cheat, but there were also downsides, such as the lack of a bonus rune for promotion, and the need to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest downside. A blow flew at the man. An idea appeared that in order to use the Dark Aura, the power of the Dark Knight, you need to accumulate a unique mana called Dark Mana, and this Dark Mana cannot be obtained in the usual way. A mountain of corpses appeared. It was said that in some sense, this ability suits Mike's unhealthy hobby. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was dangerous to take a psychopath into the team. Sitting in the car, he added that for now he would leave him as a candidate and use him whenever possible. Alex grinned and thought that besides him, there were many other talented people. The car drove forward. An idea appeared that it was necessary to start work immediately after dawn. A view of the building opened up. Standing behind the cash register, the man asked what to do. Looking away, he said that at this rate, the revenue would fall by half. Smiling, the girl turned to her father. The man looked at him and said hello, to which she asked why he was sighing so loudly. Raising his hand, the father said that the matter was that the sale of lottery tickets had completely stopped, to which she asked why so suddenly, and he added that the government came up with a good reason, but it was probably all because of the players. Julie gritted her teeth when she heard that they did not know what abilities the players could use. Looking down, the father said that things were already tough because of rent and salaries. What to do? To which the girl replied that she should not worry. Closing her eyes, she said that she would soon graduate and would help him. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked if it would be better for her to get a part-time job and increase the family's income, to which the man replied that he would take care of the money, and she should focus on her studies. Julie looked away when he heard that she had good grades. Wasn't she going to go to college? She dreamed of becoming a doctor. The father looked at her in amazement when he heard that she had given up on that dream. Was school really important in a situation like this? Gritting his teeth, he said that she was right. Money was really needed now. If things went badly, she would die in the next round. Putting his hands to his face, the father said that lately his head was spinning. He should forgive him. Julie took his hands and replied that there was no need to apologize. It was not his fault. Smiling, she added that everything was fine. Honestly, she survived the second round and even got an A. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said yes, he should wait a minute. A glow appeared in front of her. The man looked at him in amazement and asked what it was. Looking at him, Julie replied that it was a blessing skill. She got it with the priest class. It slightly increases the stats. They say it invigorates ordinary people. Smiling, the father said that what an incredible ability. He really feels a surge of energy. To which she replied that she will regularly use it on him. Clenching her fists, the girl said that so let him cheer up. Closing his eyes, the man replied that it was good. He will try. Smiling, he said that he was welcome. The hero entered the store. It was heard that this customer. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked that he knew him, to which the father replied that he was the winner. The protagonist took a step forward. It was heard that he won first place by writing the same numbers on 100 tickets. Walking forward, he asked that perhaps he remembered him. He bought lottery tickets for 100,000 won. Looking at him, the salesman replied that yes, he remembered, but why did he come here? Lowering his head, Alex said that first he would like to apologize, to which he asked why so suddenly. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he saw the news. Since he took first place several times, ticket sales were stopped. Looking at him, Julie heard that he should forgive him for unwittingly harming the store. Waving his hand, the salesman said that he should not worry about it. It was not his fault. They would not die of hunger if they did not sell tickets anymore. Holding the bag in his hands, the hero replied that he still did not like that they suffered because of him, therefore. Handing over an envelope, he added that he would like to at least compensate him a little for his losses, to which the man asked what it was. The man exclaimed in surprise, hearing that it was 10 million won. With wide eyes, he said no need, let him take them back, to which the protagonist replied that he should take them, since it was his fault. Turning around, Alex said that he would go then. Clutching his head, the seller asked how he could accept so much money. Taking the envelope, Julie said that she would run and return them, to which he replied that for sure, let her return the money to him. The girl ran forward. Raising her hand up, she asked to wait a minute. The hero turned around, hearing this. Looking at him, Julie asked what it was. Smiling, she asked that he did not remember. Julie they were in the same class, to which the protagonist asked again. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what she wanted to say, that she did not know that they studied in the same class. Looking down, the protagonist said that he should forgive him. He had a bad memory for faces, and then thought that although naturally, this was a lie. An image of a girl appeared. It was said that Julie, they were in the same class, and she was the daughter of the owner of a convenience store. She also had a unique class, a priest. Alex swung at the monster. The girl lowered her head. A thought appeared. When he first found out that they were in the same class, He was very surprised that fate existed. The reason why he supposedly met Julie by chance for the first time was to attract her to his side. Standing in front of him, the girl asked if they could go somewhere and talk. Smiling, he said okay. They were sitting on a bench. Holding an envelope in her hands, Julie said that here, let him take it. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that isn't this the money he gave, to which the girl replied that they can't take that much, so let him take it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought, well, 10 million won is quite a burdensome amount. He will give it to them knowing that they will not accept the money since they are the kind of people who cannot live with debts no matter how difficult the circumstances. Smiling, the girl said that he should take it quickly. Her arm would soon fall off. Closing his eyes, Alex replied that no, as he had told the owner, he was giving this money because he felt guilty for the damage he had caused. It was the least he could do for his conscience. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that but the amount was too big, to which he said that it didn't matter how big the amount was, he would like her to take it, otherwise he would feel bad and would continue to think about it. Gritting her teeth, Julie said that but it was still too much, it was a burden, to which the protagonist thought that was why he was giving it to her. Looking at the girl, Alex said that he should give it to the owner, for him it was not a big amount, so he should accept it without pangs of conscience, to which the girl asked that he had always been so stubborn, why him? Standing up, the protagonist said that they were done talking and that he had to go, to which she asked them to stop. Taking out some money, the girl said that 10 million won was really too much, so she would only take one, okay. She raised her head when she heard that how could she decide, she needed to ask the store owner, to which she replied that dad would definitely be uncomfortable with that amount of money. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked that dad, the store owner was her father, to which the girl responded approvingly, and he added that he often came there, amazing. The protagonist looked down when he heard that she was also surprised. The person who took first place was a friend from her class, to which he thought that it was a friend. Looking at him, Julie asked that but he really didn't know that she was his classmate, said that she recognized him as soon as he entered the store, to which Alex replied that he should forgive him, he really is bad at remembering faces. Smiling, he added that besides this was the first time they talked like this, right? The girl clenched her teeth and replied that it was. Lowering her head, she said that it meant he heard her name for the first time, to which the hero replied that yes, let him forgive her. Julie turned her head. A thought occurred to him that although it was really awkward for him to pretend that he did not know her. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that this was necessary for her to be interested in him. Standing up, the girl said that she had already said this before. Her name was Julie, they were in the same class. Frowning, she added that this was her face too, now he remembered. Closing his eyes, Alex responded approvingly. Turning around, the girl said that reality suddenly fell upon her. What the hell was she doing? She was introducing herself to a classmate when graduation was just around the corner. The hero smiled and said that well, at least now he knew, and who said that they could not communicate after graduation. The girl looked surprised when she heard that by the way, she could give her number. She opened her eyes wide and asked again. Holding the phone in her hands, the protagonist said that yes, something was wrong, he didn't think it was weird to ask for his classmate's number, to which Julie said that it was true. The girl looked down. Holding out the phone, she said that here it is. Standing in front of her, Alex said that since fate had brought them together like this, they would contact each other more often, to which Julie replied that it was true. Looking straight ahead, she heard that he would go then, he urgently needed to do something, to which the girl responded approvingly. Holding the envelope in her hands, she shouted that it should stop, this. Frozen, Julie thought that in the end she couldn't get it back. Putting her hand to her chest, she added that to think that he suddenly asked for her number. Her heart continued to pound. Looking down, the girl thought that although she knew that he asked him as a friend, but she still liked Alex. Standing around the corner, the girl heard that he had told him to bring money. His words that, for him, it was a joke. It was said that at first they met by chance. Frowning, she called the police. Julie watched the hero. A thought arose that maybe it was because of pity for him, or she felt some responsibility for him, but in the end, she followed Alex to make sure that he would get home safely. The hero smiled. A thought arose that when she saw Alex at the part-time job as if nothing had happened. Julie looked at him and thought that she realized that he was much stronger than he seemed. Standing by the window, the girl thought that this was where it all started. That's when she became interested in him. The protagonist was sleeping on the desk. The thought occurred to her that she didn't have the courage to talk to him. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought that after that, her feelings for him had grown so much that she couldn't even approach him. Who would have thought that they would meet here? Closing her eyes, Julie thought that now she would be brave. This chance was given to her by heaven. Looking at the envelope, she added that after he gave her 10 million won, she couldn't pretend that she didn't know him. Smirking, the girl thought that well, then she might as well go out to eat with him. The hero was sitting on the bed. Looking at the phone, he thought that well, now she feels obligated, even offering to pay for the meal, this is a good sign. Smirking, the protagonist added that if they become friends, he could easily make her his ally. Standing up, Alex thought that he would easily save Julie and bring her to the 20th round. The guy looked at him in surprise. The hero looked away, hearing where he was going, to which the protagonist replied that he was going to meet a friend. Gritting his teeth, the brother asked what friend, a girl or something, to which he asked again, what and what, he can't see girls. Smiling, Alex said that he would have lunch at a cafe, so he shouldn't wait for him and eat on time, to which the guy responded approvingly. He looked ahead in bewilderment. Frowning, the brother asked that it couldn't be, was he going on a date? A view of the restaurant opened up, and it was heard that she liked steaks. Sitting at the table, the girl asked again, to which the hero repeated the question. The protagonist smiled, hearing that yes, she liked steak, and he replied that she should help herself then. Putting her hand to her face, Julie responded approvingly, and then thought, just think, she and Alex are having lunch together, the best day of her life. They sat in front of each other in silence. Looking at the hero, the girl thought that there was some awkwardness between them. She needed to say something. Come on, be brave. The hero looked up, hearing that how come he won the lottery, and 4 times in a row, right? She exclaimed in surprise, hearing that he dreamed of the right numbers, to which Julie asked what and how much he won thanks to his prophetic dream. Smiling, the protagonist replied that in general, enough to not worry about money for the rest of his life, although now he needs to worry about his safety. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that right, she completely forgot to ask what he did in the first round. Let him say, killing goblins was difficult, to which Alex replied that yes, he spent a lot of time on it. Holding the glass in his hands, the hero heard what region he was in, to which he replied that he has something there, he doesn't remember exactly, but the last digit is 5. Smiling, the girl replied that hers ends with 7, it's a pity that they won't be able to play together. Looking down, the protagonist thought that there was no need to be upset about it, they would meet again in the game. After there were very few survivors, the regions would be united. The flower was in a vase, he heard what level he was at, she was also at 10th, he already had a class. Smiling, Julie said that she was lucky to find the item needed to change the class, so now she was a priest, to which the hero asked again. Looking straight ahead, Alex asked what it meant that she could impose positive effects like a mage, and then thought that thank God nothing had changed this time. The girl held out her hand and asked what she wanted to see. This buff is called a blessing, it increases all stats, to which he replied that it was true, let him show her. A glow appeared around her hand, notifications appeared that the blessing increased his stats by 50%, the duration of the blessing was 3 hours. Looking at the message, the hero said that it was very cool, and then thought that the effect was quite strong. Well, yes, it was not for nothing that this was a unique class, the effectiveness of this skill would double when she reached the maximum level, so by that time the buff would be 100%, but it was still a long way off. Sitting in front of the girl, he added that it was still great that she had buffed him, that was why he had met her in the first place. A bag appeared, it was said that as a reward for the fastest completion of a side quest, he was given a random bag of gold. From the name it is clear that it contains a random amount of gold coins. The amount depends on the luck characteristic. This means that the more luck points the player has, the more winnings. Smiling, the hero said that this is just great, thank you. Closing her eyes, Julie replied that if she needed a buff again, she should just say so. It was not difficult for her at all, to which he said that he understood. Looking at him, the girl heard that by the way, it seemed like she wanted to tell him something, to which she replied that yes, in fact, she was going to start this topic first. Smiling, Julie said that she thanked him very much for the money. Dad asked her to convey her gratitude to him. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that she also promised to return everything, to which he asked what she wanted to say, and added that he had told her not to worry about it at all. Stretching her hands forward, the girl said that if he didn't need money, he could repay with something else. A glow appeared near her hands and she said that he should take it, to which Alex asked what it was. Holding the rune in her hands, Julie replied that she received it during the hunt. If he didn't want money, then he should at least accept this. It's a gift, so he shouldn't even think about refusing. Waving her hand, the girl said that they had a great time, they would have lunch together some other time, to which the hero replied that they agreed. Let him take care of himself, be careful during the round, and she added that they would see each other if they survived. The protagonist walked through the park. An inventory appeared in front of him. Looking at the magic crystal, he thought that he didn't expect to receive this from Julie. Taking it in his hands, Alex thought that it was still unclear what effect it had due to the vague description. Raising his hand up, he added that but when he reaches level 20, he will know its true potential. A pentagram appeared. It was said that the combination function is only opened after the player reaches level 20. Thanks to it, you can combine a weapon with a magic crystal. A glow appeared near the scythe. The thought arose that additional functions were also opened. Crystals appeared. It was said that there are a total of 7 types of magic crystals, 1 for each color of the rainbow. The player's eyes lit up. The thought arose that red gives damage, orange strength, yellow increases luck, green increases agility, blue intelligence. The knight looked straight ahead. It was said that blue reduces susceptibility to damage. Looking at the crystal, the hero thought that, and finally, purple is the rarest of all. It drops much less often than other crystals and increases all characteristics. Grinning, he added that he was lucky to get it for free. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he has a high luck indicator in real life too. Looking at the notification, he added that he would use this crystal when he reached level 20. He needed to open the bag before the buff ended, and more. Alex lowered his head and thought that it was time to increase his stats with the butcher's rune. Holding the bag in his hands, he added that there were 100 maggots. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that the rune increased all stats by 1% for each kill, and yes, insects also counted. The main thing was that it was a living creature. The bag fell to the ground, and the thought occurred to him that there were no insects in the game world, so he had to kill monsters. Fortunately, there was a loophole. Raising his leg up, the hero apologized. Turning his head, he called up the status window. Looking at his stats, the protagonist thought that 15 luck points had grown to 45. At this rate he would have good results. He held the bag in his hands and thought that for now his luck would not be higher, so the bag flew up and he used it. Alex looked up, wondering what and how much he would get. Although the luck indicator affects the amount, it can still vary. A bright light appeared from the bag. A thought appeared that in the past he got from 3 to 6,000. The hero looked in amazement and asked again. His eyes widened. A notification appeared that he used a random bag of gold and received 9,999 gold. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was the maximum amount. All the preparations were worth it. Looking at the characteristics, he added that now he only had 16,249 gold. This is more than enough to buy an epic item. The notification disappeared. A thought appeared that the item he needed would appear in the store in 2 weeks, so he would not spend it for now. A view of a high-rise building opened up. Entering the room, the hero said that he was home. Looking at him, the guy asked how the date went, to which he asked again. Rick held out his hand and asked if he hadn't just gone on a date with a girl, to which the hero replied that he should stop making up stories about what he had for lunch. His brother closed his eyes and replied that he had ordered black bean noodles. The protagonist looked at him and said that he should have gotten something better, to which the brother asked what was wrong with black bean noodles, since that was what he wanted. Alex looked away and thought that, well, they had been scraping by just a month ago. He put his hand to his face and added that, by the way, his bitcoins had already risen to $150 million and that if everything went as usual the price would crash in about 2 weeks, so it was time to get rid of them. The hero thought as he watched the TV that but before that he would get his driver's license. The hero was taking the theoretical part of the driving test. Looking down, he thought that this was the umpteenth time he was taking this test. He would quickly click through and go. The man looked at him in bewilderment. Looking at the hero, he thought that he was already leaving. Looking at the screen, the examiner thought that he had passed the exam so quickly with 95 points. The protagonist held his license in his hands. It was said that the outcome was obvious, but it still took 4 whole days to get his license. The thought arose that he had enough driving experience. Looking straight ahead, Alex wondered how long he had been in this time loop, how old he was in general. A car appeared. It was said that after receiving his license, he immediately ordered a supercar for himself. He did not have to think long about the choice, because this was the one he had driven during his previous attempts. The man smiled when he heard how long it would take to deliver it, to which he replied that if they placed an order today, then in a month it would already be with him, and the hero said that very well, he would sign the papers right now. The consultant closed his eyes and said that it was great, he had excellent taste. The blue sky appeared, and the thought arose that 2 weeks later the time had come. Looking at the phone, the protagonist said goodbye to the bitcoins. Standing in front of him, his brother asked him why he was so happy, that something good had happened, to which the protagonist replied that he had just sold all the bitcoins. Looking at him, Rick asked what and how much it was, to which Alex replied that it was 300 million. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Sitting in the chair, the guy said that he had only won 60 in the lottery, and they had become 300, to which the hero replied that it was all true. Putting his hand to his face, Rick said that he had tried to dissuade him from buying the bitcoin because he hadn't thought it would take off like that. Smiling, the hero replied that he hadn't expected it either, to be honest, and then thought that the previous times he had received a maximum of 280 million, so it was true. Looking at him, the brother asked what he had decided to sell them before the price dropped, to which the protagonist said exactly what. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was well thought out. He shuddered when he heard that he would now invest everything in stocks. Rick's eyes widened and he said that he didn't know a damn thing about investing, to which Alex replied that he shouldn't worry. Raising his finger up, he added that he had seen it all in a dream, and the guy asked that he had another prophetic dream, and this time about stocks. Rick grinned when he heard that yes, according to this dream, if he invests now, there will be a big profit later, to which he replied that well then let him do as he knows. Looking away, the hero thought that he didn't blame Rick for doubting, but he knew the future. Looking down, he added that the company he was investing in also. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist thought that the company ranked 85th on Kostak with a capital of $900 million, the Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation. The guy sat on the throne. It was said that this company was managed by Mike, and although it was still relatively small and unknown, after developing a special system after the end of the 4th round, the success of his company would skyrocket. Looking at the phone, Alex thought that since he knew that his company would rise, then why not invest? If he now buys out a significant part of the shares and gains some influence over the company, then in the future he will receive a lot of benefits and power, as the main holder. Clicking on the screen, he added that first, invest 280 million and buy out 31% of the company. Looking to the side, the hero heard a request. Closing his eyes, the guy said that let his dream come true again. The purchase order was placed, the thought appeared that in general, the deed was done, and now all that was left was to purchase the items. The light was on in the room. The lamp illuminated the room. A shop window appeared. Lying on the bed, the hero thought that he had been saving up gold for this moment. He went into equipment and added that if he had gold, he could buy items and general skills. That's how simple it was. The shop appeared, and the thought occurred to him that although they were all of a normal rank, this did not mean that rare and epic items could not be bought. Cards appeared in front of his hand. It was said that the item of the day, this function allows you to buy a random item that is updated every day. It is usually difficult to stumble upon what he needs, because every day the item is completely random, but for him this is not a problem, because he knows when what will appear. Clicking on the item of the day, the hero thought that today the shop will have exactly what he needs. A description of the item appeared, and the protagonist thought that here it is, a bone necklace. Looking at the notification, Alex thought about the fact that this item increases intelligence and attack speed. For such valuable effects it is quite cheap. This is what he was waiting for, so you can spend it. The hero called up the inventory. A discount coupon appeared. The thought arose that it was a 50% discount coupon that he had received for the promotion quest. Clicking on purchase, the protagonist thought that if he bought this item with a 50% discount from the coupon, his balance appeared. Alex stood up abruptly and thought that yes, he still had a lot of gold left. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he was initially going to spend the remaining gold on a set of normal armor. Looking away, the hero thought that but if he saved up another 6,000, then he would have enough for a general skill, and this is better than normal armor. Grinning, the protagonist added that he urgently needed to raise 6,000. Fortunately, there would be a lot of monsters on the 3rd round. People appeared in the middle of the city. It was said that time passed, the 1st of March, 2023, and this day inevitably came. People looked around. It was heard that the location looked like a ruined village. What a village! It looked more like a mountain of ruins. The players stood in front of the wall, and someone said that they should look. The village was surrounded by protective walls. Well, yes, and that's true. A glow appeared around the crystal. It was heard that what is this glowing thing? I wonder what they will do in this round. Standing near the house, the hero thought that the place was unfamiliar, so everyone was excited and confused. Peeking out from around the corner, he added that only Bill was acting relatively confidently. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that their regional representative was there. He turned to the crowd, hearing that they heard that he was some kind of mafioso. He made everyone vote for him, threatened to kill. The representative should be a black braid, and not this maniac. The guy held his hand out and said that he would hear. He also had the subjugation skill, to which the player replied that it didn't matter, it only had 10 uses, so there was no need to worry. The man held his hands out to the sides and shouted for them to shut their mouths. He clenched his teeth furiously, hearing why he was speaking so rudely, behaving like that, as if he had no control over his speech. Pointing at the player, Bill asked which of them was talking nonsense about him. Frowning, he thought that he knew it would be like this. Why didn't that winged creature keep its mouth shut? The man took a step forward. The guy bowed and said hello. Looking down, Travis heard him ask what he was doing. He raised his head and shouted that he had come to greet him. The man crossed his arms and asked if he was his brother or something, to which the guy replied that he wasn't yet, he was just a guy who dreamed of becoming a bandit. Bill frowned and asked again, then thought that he dreamed of becoming a bandit. Was he completely nuts? Travis smiled and said that he was his role model, that their gang was the one he had always wanted to join. The man looked down and asked what he needed for what. Kneeling, the guy said that he swears to obey and serve him as an older brother for the rest of his life. Let him accept him. Bill smiled and thought that he had seen a lot of crazy people in his life, but he had never met such a crazy guy. He liked his attitude. Taking a step forward, he told him to stand up already. Stretching his hand to the side, the man asked if he had problems with his eyesight or hearing, did not notice that his reputation was now below the baseboard, and still wanted to serve him. Clenching his fist, the player replied that he did not care about all this, he respected him, and that was the main thing. Standing in front of him, the man heard that he did not care what others thought. The main thing was to take him in. Smiling, Bill said that a good answer, okay, he would take responsibility for his upbringing. Bowing, Travis said that he thanked him, it was an honor for him. People looked at them in amazement. It was heard that he had decided to fraternize with him for life, some kind of crazy person. The players smiled. It was said that well, you know, as they say, a fisherman sees a fisherman from afar. Looking to the side, the hero thought that this time he joined Bill's gang again. That's good. Suddenly an angel appeared above them. They heard that well, have you gathered? Putting her hand to her face, Olivia said that they would look, this time 9 dozen less. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked that there were fewer of them, and the player added that, but what was that? A notification with a task appeared in front of the people. They looked in surprise. They heard that there really were fewer people left. But how did this happen? Smiling, the angel said that she doubted that such young individuals would suddenly fall down dead at once. It seemed that the fight was continuing even in the real world. She was terribly worried about their squabbles. Frowning, the guy shouted that stop, let them look at the number of those who passed. The players shuddered in surprise. They heard that there were only 1,225 people. The number of those who passed had decreased almost 4 times. There was definitely no mistake here. Olivia lowered her head and asked again. She held out her hand to the side and asked what they wanted to hear. No mistakes. She saw that they were overwhelmed by the number of seats. But they had obviously forgotten something. Looking at her, the players heard that only half of them would survive each round. Raising her finger, the angel said that, but in the last round there was an unlimited number of seats. So it was only logical that only a quarter would survive this time. No. The guy clenched his teeth angrily. The angel's eyes lit up and she said that everything was fair. They just had to try to get into that 25%. And now she would explain what would happen in the third round. The city appeared. It was said that every half hour, monsters from her legion would emerge from the city gates. Their target was the relic in the center of the village. The people stood in front of the crystal, listening to the story that there would be 4 waves in total. They all had to work together to protect the relic. A glow appeared around the crystal. It was heard that for protecting the relic for 3 hours they would receive an additional reward, and if they failed the task, they would be severely punished. Looking at the angel, the players heard that, and finally, regardless of whether they could protect the relic or not, they would all be assigned a rank depending on the number of monsters killed. People looked at the gate. It was said that this round there would be many more monsters than usual, but they would have only a third of their usual strength. It was easier, wasn't it? Of course, the amount of gold and experience from them would also be cut by 2/3. The exit appeared. Smiling, Bill thought that, in other words, you just need to kill a lot of monsters. This round will be easy, especially considering that he has the subjugation skill. Clapping her hands, the angel said that she almost forgot. The man looked surprised, hearing that the representative chosen in the last round was Bill, right? Olivia held her hand out to the side and said that he could use the commander's authority from this round onwards, but they were all probably wondering what would happen. The man looked at him in fear when he heard that if the representative died. The angel smiled and said that due to monsters, accidents or natural causes, his place would be empty. However, what do they think would happen if he died at the hands of another player? Bill looked up when he heard that. He looked at the players when he heard that in that case, the killer would become the representative of the region and would get 10 uses of the commander's authority. The angel started clapping, saying that, well, that's it, the monsters would appear in 10 minutes, and they would have to work as a team for the next 3 hours to survive. She smiled widely and added that she was not sure if they could do it though. The man lowered his head and exclaimed. He frowned and shouted loudly. The player looked away in fear. The players were standing behind him. Bill swung his arm and shouted that they should attack. He would take them all out, whoever wanted to die first. Smiling, the guy said that he was so dangerous and he only had 10 uses of the skill, to which the other added that she seemed to have said that his killer would become a representative himself. Right. The players turned around in amazement. The hero took a step forward. Looking at him, Bill asked again. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he shouldn't be afraid, he just wanted to talk. Smiling, the player asked what he thought, that he was afraid, let him just say why he came, and then get lost. Frowning, the man said that he was warning him right away if he was going to intimidate him, to which the protagonist interrupted him by saying that he had a business proposition. He looked in amazement, hearing that, as he understood, he was in a difficult situation. Gritting his teeth, Alex asked what he wanted. He would protect him. Standing in front of him, the man asked again, to which the hero replied that he would protect him from hostile players, and would also take full responsibility for his safety and would accompany him everywhere. The people looked in amazement. It was heard that the Black Scythe was going to protect him. It turns out that now, in order to get to the representative, he will have to fight him. Looking to the side, the man heard what to do now, to which he thought, wow, the Black Scythe is so revered, he has not yet agreed, and they have already surrendered. Yes, the offer is really tempting. Gritting his teeth, he added that, but there is a price for everything, and then asked what he wants in return. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that nothing special. Frowning, he said that he will simply obey his orders, that is his condition. Bill shuddered and asked again, and then thought that he wants him to become his lackey. Standing in front of the protagonist, the player asked what he needed it for, to which Alex replied that he couldn't say, and he added what kind of orders these were, and the hero said that he couldn't answer that either, he would just have to unconditionally follow all of his commands. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that he was asking to obey all of his orders. He really thought that he would agree to this. Wait, and what would he do to him if he refused? He didn't think that he would pounce on him in broad daylight. He pressed his lips together when he heard that he should choose. Looking at him, the hero said that everyone was waiting for his answer. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The protagonist looked down when he heard that he was rejecting his offer, to which he thought that he knew that's exactly what he would answer. There was no way in hell that bastard would agree to something like that. The player smiled and asked why he refused, when he could have easily agreed and hunted monsters, and the other added that his pride probably wouldn't allow it. Holding the weapon in her hands, the girl said that either he was too proud, to which the guy replied that either he wasn't afraid of them at all. Looking away, the hero thought that everything was happening exactly as in the last attempt. Now he had to finish what he started. Gritting his teeth, he said that well, okay, since he refused, he wouldn't do anything, he wouldn't bother him anymore. Turning around, the protagonist said that he didn't care whether he died or lived, to which the player replied that everyone heard, the black side didn't care about the life of this bastard, then they could do whatever they wanted with him. Bill frowned and thought, damn, maybe he'll agree after all. People looked in amazement, hearing that the first wave was about to arrive. Let them get ready for the monsters to appear. In half an hour, regardless of the number of surviving monsters, the second wave would appear. The players looked away, hearing that everyone was defending the relic. Holding a weapon in his hands, the man thought that he couldn't fight shoulder to shoulder with people who wanted him dead. Looking away, he added that it was okay, the quest could be completed alone. Looking at the hero, Bill thought, where did this one go? The hero was walking among the village. Looking out from behind the corner, the man wondered if he was going to fight alone, going to the gate. Suddenly, he looked in amazement, hearing about the first wave. The gates began to slowly open. People were holding weapons in their hands. Goblins began to break into the entrance. The man looked in fear and thought that 9,800 notifications appeared that due to the peculiarity of the round, the goblins are 3 times weaker than usual, wishing them luck. Rushing forward, he added that some kind of madness, for now he is hiding and observing the situation. Climbing the stairs, Bill wondered what the black scythe had in mind. Was he really going to mow down the goblins at the entrance to the village alone? Running forward, he added that the gates, of course, were not very wide, but at least 10 could definitely pass through them at a time. Opening the doors, the player thought he could handle 10, he was so confident in himself. The goblins ran towards the hero. A thought appeared that the damn bastard was bluffing. He was 100% not that strong. He would probably stand for a while for show and then run away. The monsters ran forward rapidly. The protagonist swung his scythe. He struck the monsters. Alex looked ahead. The goblins suddenly jumped on him. The hero jumped up. The monster clenched its teeth. The protagonist struck them. Watching the fight, the man thought that the black scythe was really that strong. The hero waved his weapon, and he added that all of them at level 16 would be so powerful. Gritting his teeth, Bill thought that now was not the time to watch from the sidelines, he also needed to swing. Looking to the side, he added that while the players were swinging with all their might with the goblins, people were fighting monsters, he heard that they should help. They broke through the western entrance. Let them not let them near the relic. Standing at the gate, the man thought that he also needed to run and kill goblins. The monster gritted his teeth, he heard that he should come here. The player waved his weapon. He looked away in amazement. Bill struck the monster. Smiling, he thought that thanks to the detection rune, he could easily predict the trajectory of the goblins, how easy it would be. Suddenly a beam flew near him. A blow flew to his ear. Looking around, the man thought it was an arrow, there were no goblin archers before. Gritting his teeth, he added that then what kind of bastard fired it? Let him wait for him, he will find him, he will break all his bones. The guy stuck a spear into him, and shouted that he had shot him. Lowering his head, Bill shouted. He swung his weapon. The man struck with a knife. Frowning, he shouted that he should die. An arrow flew sharply in front of him. Looking to the side, the player thought that this is where he is. Bill swung his spear. The guy looked at him in amazement. Suddenly, a spear flew into his head. Holding his wound, the man thought that he did not expect that players would cause more problems than monsters, if only he were not a representative of the region. Gritting his teeth, he added that the role of a representative was damned. If he had his way, he would have simply passed it on to someone. He should have accepted the help of the black scythe. Turning his head, Bill thought, no way, he's a man, and he has pride, he'll never bend under it. There must be some way out, a way to safely hunt monsters without the threat of players. The guy struck the goblin. The player waved his weapon. The thought came that he was the top 3 regions, a black lizard in his hand, or something like that. Smiling, the man thought that right, he was the one he needed. The man turned around, hearing the appeal. Stretching his hand forward, the player said that now he would protect him. Swinging the blade, Alex read that the skeleton necklace increases his attack speed by 25%. Notifications popped up that he killed the goblin. The experience gained was increased threefold, thanks to the Butcher's rune. All stats were increased by 100%. The main character stood in front of the status window with a thoughtful look. Looking at the projection, Alex noticed that he had almost 16,000 gold, and thought that he received about 2,000 gold. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that at this rate, he could easily collect 20,000 gold for the second wave. Monsters were running at him from behind. While Alex was arguing that he would accumulate more gold in this round and buy 2 common skills, if he succeeded, he would be able to get the rune of true thoughts of the heart. The protagonist turned around with a serious look. Swinging his scythe, the protagonist killed the goblins running at him. The monster stopped in front of him, after which Alex asked if they would attack. He rushed into battle and said that in this case, he would attack. The guys guarded the purple crystal and asked what was going on. A bright glow began to emanate from the goblins, after which a message popped up saying that they successfully repelled the first wave. The exhausted guys started shouting that they survived. They needed to rest before the second wave and read the notifications, which said that almost 4,000 players survived, and about 1,000 died. As a reward, the surviving players received 500 gold. Looking at the corpses of the guys, the protagonist thought that almost 1,000 died. Although they are weaker than the goblins, they are still a pity. Turning around, Alex wondered where he was, whoever it was. The protagonist looked at the guy and noted that he found him. This is Bill. It is expected that he survived. It will be difficult for him to pass this round. The guy with an angry look began to look around. He thought with an enraged look that this fool did not kill the goblins, but only followed him. The guy swung his knife and screamed loudly that he wanted Bill dead. The man suddenly turned around and hacked him to death. Bill smirked and pointed out that he was lucky to have these idiots around, and thanks to their protection, he was able to survive the first wave. Travis turned around and asked if he was okay. Bill suddenly closed his eyes and cried out in pain. There was an open wound on his stomach, and he thought that the bleeding was very bad and wondered if he would last the rest of the time. He gritted his teeth in pain. Bill seriously concluded that he would cling to life and definitely pass this round. They suddenly turned around at a loud sound. Goblins began to run into the fortress, after which a notification popped up that the second wave had arrived, almost 4,000 players, against 8,000 weak goblins and hobgoblins. According to the terms of the round, goblins have access to only a third of their usual strength. The monsters were running towards the protagonist. Swinging his scythe, the protagonist began to chop them down. Alex jumped up from the ground and killed the monsters. There were countless corpses lying on the ground. Raising his head, the protagonist read that he had reached level 20. His rank had been raised from student to commoner, and he could now use the combination function. Wiping the sweat from his face, Alex noted that he had succeeded. He had finally reached level 20, and he could now use combination to create unique items that could not be obtained from the store. A multitude of notifications popped up, stating that due to the rank increase, Death Seal had been strengthened, additional damage had been increased from 100% to 120%, and the exclusive Reaper skill, Death Knight, had been learned, the description of which stated that within a radius of 500 meters, darkness energy would spread, creating an artificial night. And the caster could remove this skill at will. He looked at the projection, which contained information about the Reaper rune, and he thought that Death Knight would go well with the Reaper rune, as it became stronger at night. The goblins rushed at him. Alex smirked and said that he had just gotten a new skill. Dark energy began to envelop the battlefield. The monsters' heads were cut off. The protagonist made powerful swings with his scythe. He killed several goblins with one blow. The monster was horrified by what was happening. The protagonist landed on the ground. Turning around, he looked at the pile of corpses. Sighing, Alex read that he had successfully repelled the second wave. As a reward, the surviving players received 500 gold, and then wondered if he should buy a couple of common skills while he was resting. A shop window opened in front of him. He touched his finger to the picture, which depicted the skill, Presence Detection, and then noted that this skill allows you to detect all targets within a radius of 30 meters. A blue aura enveloped him, and he assumed that within 30 meters of him there were only goblins and corpses. Alex began to fight against the third wave of goblins. Bill killed the monster. Travis fought with his bare fists. The boys stood in the middle of the battlefield. The exhausted boy thought that he needed to hold out for another hour to stay alive. Even though he had used the commander's authority 10 times, these worthless people were protecting him, and for now he could live. A pink mark hung above the boys. The boys looked up at the projections, which said that the fifth wave had arrived. 2,700 players would fight almost 11,000 weak gnolls. According to the rules of the round, the gnolls could only use a third of their usual strength. Bill watched the fight and thought that he should not worry. This was a chance to set a new record. Frowning, the boy declared that he would become stronger and rip out the throats of everyone who looked down on him. He suddenly turned around at a loud scream. People began to kill each other and pointed a finger at Bill, screaming that this time they would finish him off. Bill held the guys in front of him like a human shield and screamed that they should not let them pass. The guys in front of him were hit by arrow shots. Bill looked at his opponents. He started to retreat thinking that he was in trouble. Bill started to run away from them. He thought with a dumbfounded look that he just needed to survive this wave. He ran into the protagonist who was holding a black scythe. Bill ran up to him and shouted that he accepted his offer and would do whatever he said, so Alex had to protect him. The guy stood in front of him and repeated that he accepted his offer. The protagonist said with a serious expression that he refused. Looking at Bill's depressed face, the protagonist added that he had already said that he didn't care whether he died or not. The guy started shouting after him that he himself had offered him, after which he asked why he refused. Because he said that he would become his servant, to which he received the answer that Alex did not need a servant who did not even have the authority of a commander. Bill frowned and wondered if the jerk was telling him he was useless, noting that if he had known, he would have agreed sooner. He heard the voices of his pursuers behind him. The boys happily stated that they were sorry Alex had refused, as they had already begun to think of what to do if he did. Bill clutched his stomach wound after hearing that they would definitely be able to kill him now. Holding the dagger in front of him, the boy stated that even if he died, he would take at least one of them with him to the grave. Travis stepped forward and said that he would help him. Bill smiled and emphasized the fact that if he got out of there alive, he would take good care of him. Travis punched him in the face. The boy fell to the ground, holding his face and grunting in pain. Travis smiled and emphasized the fact that he would kill him quickly. He grabbed Bill by the collar of his shirt. Travis continued to beat him. He kept punching repeatedly. Travis's fist was stained with blood. Bill, beaten, lay motionless on the ground. Looking at his assailant, he thought that he had been betrayed by this fool. Travis swung his leg. He cried out with satisfaction that he was now the representative of the region and the king. After reading that Bill had been killed, the power seemed to have passed to the killer. He thought with a crazy smile on his face that now, if he tried, he could control Rena as he wanted. Looking at Bill's corpse, Travis began to reason that it would be good to use the authority of the commander, after which he wondered if this happened because the leader of the gang kept running away. He began to walk away from the corpse and noted that it was a shame. Pointing his hand at the dead Bill, Travis clarified whether they saw how he beat him, adding that he said that they had a good chance of winning. The guys looked at the guy's bloody hands and thought that this fool killed a man with his bare hands. He is a crazy psychopath. The guys looked at each other and asked if Travis was sucking up to the gangster. They asked with an enraged look how such a person could become a representative of the region. Travis, with a smile on his face, wondered if they would try to kill him now, after which he noted that he was sorry, because they would not succeed. He began to run away from there. Travis ran up to Alex. He stood in front of him and said that he was now a representative of the region. He had the authority of a commander. Putting his hand on his chest, Travis said that he accepted the offer that the main character gave. In other words, he would do everything he said, and in return asked for protection. He thought with a satisfied look that the black side did not help Bill, because he had the authority of a commander, so he should accept his offer. Alex said with a serious expression that he did not like the way Travis spoke and if he would kneel and beg, he would think about his offer. The guy pointed at himself with his hands and repeated that he had the authority of a commander, and Alex suggested that he did not understand, but he needed it, not the protagonist. Smiling, the protagonist said that if Travis wanted protection, he should kneel and beg. Turning around, the guy looked at the warriors. He turned his gaze to the protagonist. Kneeling, Travis said that he would do everything he said, so he asked to use him as a servant. Alex looked at him intently. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that he had seen this so many times that he was a little tired of it. But unlike Bill, Travis could be useful for now. The stunned guy raised his head when he heard the protagonist accept his offer. Alex frowned and asked to stop thanking him, because he didn't want to see his pathetic face. The protagonist walked past him. The guys stood in front of Alex and started discussing whether everything would end like this, and whether the black scythe would protect him. Turning around, the warrior said that the protagonist was fighting a bunch of opponents at once. They had no chance against him. They were taken aback by Alex's words that he would help them make a decision. The protagonist said with a serious look that there were two options. The first was that they could forget about the representative of the region and go hunt monsters. Pulling out the scythe, the protagonist noted that the second option was to die at his hands. Holding the scythe in front of him, Alex said that if possible, he would recommend the first option, but the second would suit him as well, since he would not consider someone who raised a sword against him a person. The guys suddenly dropped their hands. They began to leave from there. Travis was kneeling and thought that it was impressive. Everyone retreated after the words of the protagonist. He stood up and noted that although he was scary as an enemy, there was no more reliable ally. Alex calmly assumed in his mind that everything would soon be over, and they would calmly clear the fifth wave. He watched the battle with the gnolls. Smiling, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it would be somehow sad if everything just ended. Travis put his hand on his chest and asked to just tell him what to do, after Alex said that he had an order for him. Turning around, the protagonist said that Travis should use all attempts at Commander's authority to break the relic. Taken aback, the guy asked again. He remembered how the girl said that if they could not protect her, then everyone would receive a huge fine. Frowning, Travis wondered why he would do this, adding that if he used all attempts at Commander's authority, he would not be able to make Rena his slave. Holding the back of his head, the guy asked if he could use 9 tries instead of 10, to which he received the answer that he must follow the order if he did not want to die. Looking down, Travis replied that he would do as he was told, after which Alex added that he would tell him himself who to use the Commander's authority on. He seriously listed the nicknames of the players and noted that Travis should order them to break the relic. Taken aback, the guy asked again. Looking at the guys, he came to the conclusion that the main character named all his friends. Spreading his arms, Travis said that he was sorry, this was Alex's order, so he hoped that they would understand it. His eyes began to glow when he began to name the guys' nicknames. The guys were taken aback by the words that they should break the relic. The warriors turned around when they saw a projection that said that the relic was attacked. The guys struck the stone many times. The guys screamed in shock that at this rate it would break. They started trying to stop them. The warriors started killing the rebels. The relic broke. The guys were scared when they read that as a penalty for failure, a representative of divine retribution would be summoned for 30 minutes. They needed to escape from the representative of divine retribution until the time ran out. The round would not be completed. Alex read the message with information about an additional hidden quest with a satisfied look. The guys discussed with a satisfied look that they would get 3,000 gold if they survived, and for protecting the relic they would give 2,000. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the protagonist thought that the reward was higher than for clearing the fifth wave, which is why he used Travis to destroy the relic, but the reason why he did not destroy the relic himself. The boys looked up and read that it had been confirmed that the relic had been attacked by players. A penalty was being distributed among the 10 players who had attacked the relic. All of their stats were permanently reduced by 50%. They cried out in shock that they had simply followed orders. They began to walk towards Travis, who apologized and said that he didn't think they would get a penalty. He was surprised when a notification appeared that for failing to protect the relic, the region's representative would also receive a penalty. His stats would also be permanently reduced by 50%. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. He kicked the wall while the protagonist reasoned that a permanent reduction in stats was a very harsh penalty. But he should nevertheless prepare to kill the representative of divine retribution. He summoned a projection with a store in front of him. Looking at the equipment list, Alex thought about buying normal items with extra gold, then chose the assassin's hood and nimble boots, adding that it would be easy to kill the representative if he raised the stats a little. A fusion window appeared in front of him. He placed the necklace in the slot. He added a crystal to fuse them. A picture of the necklace appeared in front of him, saying that the fusion was successful. All the stats of the skeleton necklace were increased. Alex continued to fuse items with crystals, thinking that he could only fit one magic crystal in each item. He began to improve his scythe. A hood appeared on his shoulders, while the protagonist thought that low-ranking magic crystals did not help much, but it was better than nothing. Currents of wind swirled around the square. The guy clapped his hands and cried out that he needed to hold out for half an hour. Frowning, Travis heard that they could just run and dodge. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that it was not so easy to run away from the representative of divine retribution. In his previous times, out of 2,700 remaining, only 500 people survived. He imagined the corpses of people and emphasized the fact that even just surviving is incredibly difficult. The representative of divine retribution is a boss that 5 level 40 players together can barely defeat. But he wants to kill it and get the maximum possible reward. The space in the sky cracked and began to glow with yellow light. He remembered how he killed the creature and emphasized that he had a title obtained after killing it, the title of First Killer of the Creature. Doubles all stats if you fight against the sacred creature. The creature appeared in the sky while Alex was arguing that the representative of divine retribution is a sacred creature. The guys looked at the boss and asked if they should just dodge it, and if it was too easy. Travis smirked and said that he was afraid in vain. His gaze fell on the staff of the sacred creature. The creature landed on the ground. He raised the staff above his head. He hit the ground. A purple aura began to spread from it. The guys looked at the bright glow. The dumbfounded guys read that the representative of divine retribution used a restriction field. Until the caster cancels the skill, no one can leave the territory. Until the caster cancels the skill, no one can leave the territory. All the stats of the players in the field were lowered by 50%. They asked with a frightened look if they were trapped. The warriors banged their hands on the barrier and asked to be released from there. Watching what was happening, the protagonist wondered if about 300 players were trapped, noting that he was sorry, but they could not be saved. The creature flapped its wings. The creature created many magical spears around itself. Alex turned away and thought that everything had begun. The spears flew at the guys and began to kill them. The dumbfounded guys shouted that this was madness. They did not know how to dodge such attacks, because they could not even see them. The creature created more spears around itself. Watching the dying warriors, the protagonist told us that this is a field of restriction. If you fall into such a trap, then it is almost impossible to dodge the light arrows. But if you use your brain a little, then you can dodge. The protagonist ran around the barrier. He found himself behind the creature and thought that, as expected, he was so focused on killing people that he completely forgot to watch the rear. He will attack from an ambush when the barrier collapses. All the guys in the barrier died. The barrier began to open in front of the protagonist. Looking at the back of the representative of divine retribution, Alex came to the conclusion that he did not need to worry about him turning around, because he did not hear him. The protagonist rushed into battle with the thought that the target was 5 meters away. A death seal appeared above the boss's head. Swinging his scythe, Alex came to the conclusion that he needed to deal critical damage with the first attack. The creature suddenly turned around. The protagonist struck and noted that the boss had just noticed him, but it was too late. Alex swung for the next attack and heard the monster scream. He was hovering above the creature and thought that it was working. He hit it right in the eye. The protagonist landed on the ground. He ran behind the boss. He looked at the health bar and began to reason that his remaining health, which can be seen with the help of the death seal, is about 60%. He took off about 40%. With one attack, this is not bad. The protagonist ran across the battlefield and thought that now the creature is using the field again to find him. Having hit the ground with his staff, the representative of divine retribution began to create a barrier around himself. The protagonist ran out of the field's reach and emphasized that when the boss realizes that he has not caught anyone, he will cancel the field. Alex rushed into battle. Swinging his scythe, he noted that since he had already taken away one eye, he would take the other one as well. The protagonist attacked the creature. The dumbfounded monster began to scream when it lost its second eye. The protagonist landed next to it. He read with a smile on his face that the representative of divine retribution had used a restriction field. All player stats were reduced by 50%, after which he noted that it didn't matter anymore. Without sight, he was just a bag of bones for him. The boss created many copies around himself. Alex watched him with a serious expression and thought that since he couldn't see, he was trying to send arrows of light in all directions to kill him. Standing behind the monster, the protagonist used Night of Death. Dark energy began to destroy the light arrows. The boss was taken aback by what had happened. Alex jumped on him and noted that light was weaker than darkness. Such were the laws of this world. He swung his scythe and said that he would end this. The protagonist quickly cut the opponent's wing. The protagonist jumped to the ground. The angel turned around. The guy dodged the attack. He swung his weapon in midair. Alex hit the opponent with his scythe. The wing fell down. The protagonist landed on one leg. Turning around, the protagonist thought about how his health had dropped to 10%. He ran forward, thinking that he would now step back and not kill him. The angel held the staff in front of him, and the system reported that the conditions were met. Now the representative of divine retribution was invulnerable. Looking at the enemy, the guy thought that this phase began when his health dropped below 10%. If he had already cut off his head, he would not be able to kill him later. The enemy launched mana clusters with a scream. Alex watched as lightning struck the ground, thinking that he would witness his final skill. The staff sparkled brightly and a notification appeared that the duration of the brilliant final glow was 50 seconds. The angel held the scepter. The weapon sparkled and the system counted down. The protagonist smiled. The opponent lowered his head and the game reported that invulnerability ended. The protagonist rushed towards him. He swung his scythe. The guy chopped off the enemy's head. Notifications appeared that he had defeated the representative of divine retribution. His level had increased. Standing in front of the enemy, Alex read that it was confirmed that he was the first player to defeat the representative of divine retribution. A message popped up that the title, Opponent of Divine Retribution, had been received. A screen with information about the title appeared above the protagonist. Having created glowing objects in his hands, the protagonist read that for the first kill he received concentrated ether, and for the second, a rune of radiance. He clenched his fist and the system reported that the rune of radiance was automatically imprinted in the player's body. Looking at the information screen, Alex thought that as expected, he had obtained concentrated ether. One would think that this was the only reason for killing the representative of divine retribution. The protagonist looked at the inventory slot, thinking that concentrated ether was needed to create a divine rank item. The protagonist looked at the rune window and thought that in addition, he received the rune of radiance. Since he is at level 30, his intelligence will increase by 30, and the effectiveness of skills by 30%. Smiling, he thought that for some time there is no need to pump intelligence. The guy was standing among many people and the game announced that the hidden additional quest was completed. He received 3,000 gold as a reward. Clutching his head, the stranger said that the black scythe single-handedly killed the representative of divine retribution. What kind of monster? The guys turned around, hearing that this is unbelievable. Olivia was floating in the sky, saying that he single-handedly killed the representative of divine retribution. This is the first time she actually acknowledges a person. Crossing her arms, the woman asked if it was worth conducting a short interview, why the black scythe wanted to kill him. Alex sighed heavily, thinking that these were useless questions, and replied that he just wanted to. She flew up to him, asking if he would have gotten a reward if he had survived, but did he really risk everything just because he wanted to? And the protagonist said he couldn't just stand by and watch him kill people. The dumbfounded player stood in the crowd, saying that he thought he would be arrogant because of his strength, but he was such a nice guy. Touching his chin, the woman said that he made the first move to save his comrades. People are so strange, somehow they unite, forgetting the time when they were ready to tear each other's throats. Smiling, the protagonist wondered what an egoist could know. The angel hovered above the crowd and said that they tried hard to survive, but it was too early to relax. Smiling, Olivia said that they should remember that the decision to exclude them will be made based on the overall results, asking if they will be looked at. A screen with the results of the third round appeared. The stranger was taken aback and said that Black Scythe had killed 3,600 monsters on his own. The second place hadn't even killed 1,000. Maybe he had received an experience buff. Raising his head, the protagonist thought about the fact that he really had an experience buff, but they would only know about it if they took first place in all regions. Notifications popped up that he had taken first place in all regions and the current one, and received a selection chest and a ring selection ticket as a reward. The protagonist put his hand on his hip, thinking that he wanted a mid-rank ring selection ticket. A list of rewards appeared on the screen and the system said that he had to choose one ring. Clicking on the window, the guy thought that it might seem weak by name, but he would choose Ring of Resistance. Information about the ring popped up in front of him. Frowning, Alex thought that no matter how high his stats were, getting hit by a status effect meant death. Resistance could not be increased with stats, so it was better to get it now, even if he did not use it. A window appeared with a list of different rewards. The protagonist stood in front of the messages, thinking that as expected, there was no buff for triple experience. After all, the goal of the fourth round was not to kill monsters. Having pressed the screen, the protagonist thought that therefore he would choose gold. Olivia closed her fingers and asked if they checked their ranks. Everyone who is below rank 1225 is eliminated. Taken aback, the player cried out that the system counted incorrectly. He killed a lot of monsters. His rank cannot be so low. Grinning, the woman said that insects that got on this list will be excluded. She extended her hand forward. The guys disappeared into thin air in panic. A notification appeared with information about the end of the third round. Rena suddenly woke up in bed. Looking at her hand, the girl thought that she returned and survived the third round. She got up from the bed, thinking that no, that's not all, now she has the summoner class. Rena created a pet in front of her, using the fairy summon. The beast flew to her shoulder. Remembering how she swung the dagger, the girl thought about how she was able to calmly finish the third round, thanks to this cute fairy who creates a barrier, and thanks to her guard aggroing enemies. She put her hand to her lips, thinking that she took third place in the region. Rena reached out to the screen. The girl stood with a stone in her hands, wondering if Black Scythe needs this crystal that she received as a reward. Meanwhile, Travis grabbed the lamp. He threw it at the wall with a scream. Gritting his teeth, the guy read the notifications that a punishment was applied. All stats were reduced. Travis walked around the room, thinking that he would never have ordered the destruction of the relic if he knew it would happen. He turned around with displeasure. The guy picked up the phone from the nightstand. Looking at the screen, Travis thought he was in trouble. A call to an ally was lit up on the smartphone. The guy picked up the phone, listening to the other person say that he was completely crazy. The player grinned, hearing from the phone that this happened every time. Why was it like that? Frowning, Lester shouted that he shouldn't pretend to be an innocent lamb. Didn't he know that they all screwed up because of him? How dare he use automatic commander priority on his friends, and still dared to call himself a human after that. Travis shook his head and replied that he had no choice. If he hadn't done it, the Black Scythe would have finished him off. He looked at the phone with displeasure, hearing that he should have just died. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he could have quietly died peacefully in the corner instead of setting them up. The guy put his hand on his chest and shouted that he was not happy with this. Didn't he see that his stats had dropped since he was a representative of the region? Pulling the phone away from his ear, he listened to how it was as if he was the only one with problems. None of this would have happened if he hadn't wanted to become a representative of the region, a piece of a traitor. Travis stood next to the bed, hearing that he shouldn't call him anymore. No matter what world they were in, he didn't know him anymore, just like he didn't know him. Otherwise he would break his face if he saw him again. The guy looked at the screen. Frowning, he thought about what he did wrong, since he was also a victim. The player put the phone to his ear, thinking that he would ask the other guys to beat him up, and heard that the number he dialed was temporarily unavailable. Travis threw the smartphone on the bed, shouting that they were fools. The guy stood in the room, displeased, wondering if they were friends. He didn't need such fools. From now on, let them live as they wanted. Grinning, he thought about what he said. He would kill him if he saw him again. He wanted to fight him, but next time he would get caught, and he would kill him. The sun was shining on the building, from which a voice was heard, saying that the head of the department should pass. Hugo stood in the office, listening to what if he had survived this time too, and answered that he was just lucky. Turning around in his chair, Mike asked if he was okay, because the third round was quite difficult, and his subordinate said that probably because the monsters were not very strong, he did not have much trouble. The guy stood in front of the boss, telling him that he was level 11 and a night class. Rena was the same level. The man looked surprised, hearing that she had a different class. She was a summoner. Holding out his hand, Hugo said that he was also surprised. After receiving the class, she was able to summon a fairy and learn to cast shields. Thanks to her, he was able to hunt in peace. Mike turned away, saying that this was great. Smiling, he said that he should continue to maintain a good relationship with the actress Rina, and if he liked her, he could start dating her. Raising his hand, the man said that he was simply saying that relationships are the easiest way to find out someone's weaknesses, and he was not talking about a serious relationship. The guy looked at him tensely, asking if he should start dating her then. The boss laughed, saying that he had not seen him so excited in a long time. Smiling, Hugo said that in any case, Rina did not have any feelings for him at all. Looking at the painting, he said that she still called him Mr. Guard. Mike crossed his legs and asked what was so urgent he wanted to tell him. Bowing, the guy said that first, he would like to apologize to him. He stood in the office and told him that he had failed to carry out his orders and help Black Scythe, and also failed to pass on his message. The man looked at the clouds outside the window, asking if there must be a reason. Hugo sat on the couch and talked about what had happened. The boss frowned. Putting his hand to his chin, Mike said that the representative of divine retribution sounded like a strong opponent, whether Black Scythe had killed him, and the subordinate replied that he had dealt with him incredibly skillfully, as if he already knew how to defeat him. The guy, looking wary, said that the protagonist did not look like a person who needed help. The man held his lips, thinking that so his characteristics were really beyond their imagination. He was so strong that he felt ashamed for thinking he was strong because of the Dark Knight rune. Frowning, he thought that he wanted to meet him. Lowering his head, the chief said that since he had his reasons, he would not punish him. Mike brought the glass to his face, asking what the results of tracking down those thugs were. Hugo sat at the table and said that first, the man with the alias, Travis, believing it to be his real name, they found hundreds of people all over the country. But considering that he was in his 20s and lived in Seoul, the suspects narrowed down to about 5 people. The guy sat calmly, saying that the detective agency said that it would take a month to find out their home address. Holding the glass, the man said that they would not know anything until the 4th round. Hugo poured him alcohol and said that they did not need to rush. The boss sat in front of him, telling him that he was already halfway to his goal. There was a general skill called tracking in the store. Once he had accumulated 20,000 gold, he should immediately learn it. The guy looked at him worriedly and said that he had completely forgotten to tell him that last month, a shareholder had bought a huge amount of shares in his company. Raising his glass, Mike asked which of his companies he was talking about, and heard that it was Heavenly Demon Consulting, which he was currently focusing on. The man put the alcohol on the table, asking how many % of the shares he had bought, and the subordinate replied that he shouldn't be too surprised, 31%. Taken aback, the boss clarified, could one person really buy that much? He put his hands on his legs, thinking, the market value of Heavenly Demon Consulting is about 900 billion won, 31% of the investment. That's about 280 billion won. Does one person have that much money? Mike looked away, thinking that it was a rich man he didn't know about or one of his brothers did it. The man reached for the phone and thought that on the other hand, if he bought 31% of the shares, he should be involved in the management. Pressing the screen, the boss asked the guy to give him the contact details of this shareholder. Meanwhile, the protagonist held the smartphone in his hands. The protagonist was lying on the bed, thinking that it was time for him to contact him. He couldn't call him first, he needed to save face as a major shareholder. The dumbfounded brother ran into the room and asked what his level was. He looked at the confused guy, telling him that there was some kid acting like he was immortal and kept bragging that his brother had a very high level. Rick grabbed his head and said that they were laughing at him, saying that his brother was already level 11 and had a class. Scratching the back of his head, Alex thought about what to tell him. If he told the truth, there might be problems. The protagonist smiled and said that he was level 12, and his brother asked if he had a class too. The teenager smiled enthusiastically, clarifying what his class was. The protagonist crawled under the covers and replied that it was a secret. He watched as Rick left, and said that it was time for him to get out of here now. The door closed. Looking at the phone, the guy thought that here it was. Alex sat on the edge of the bed and asked who it was. The protagonist listened with a serious expression as he was told that his name was Mike. He was the director of Sky Demon Consulting. Smiling, the protagonist thought that it was better to pretend to be naive at first. The more stupid he seemed, the more he would be caught off guard. The man happily sat in the office and asked if it was true that he had invested a fortune in his company last month. He smiled and said that the guy had become the largest shareholder in Sky Demon Consulting, so he would like to meet him and treat him to lunch. Alex looked at the phone, answering that of course he agreed. Looking at the calendar on the screen, the protagonist thought that Friday was an important day to get the inner thinking rune. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had plans for Friday, so he couldn't, clarifying what about Saturday. He put his hand on his waist and thought about the fact that he knew Mike would call. After all, he founded the Heavenly Demon Consulting to get his father's approval, so he would never treat the main investor badly. Smiling, the guy thought about the fact that before meeting the man, he needed to get the rune he needed. The protagonist imagined a stone fragment, and noted that the rune can be obtained in many ways. They can be found in certain places in certain rounds, or received as a special reward. Alex imagined the rune glowing in his hand. He remembered how he got the rune after killing a representative of divine retribution. The protagonist fought monsters and noted that in extremely rare cases, the rune drops from ordinary monsters. He walked to the warehouse and reasoned that few people know about it, but the rune can be obtained in real life. Climbing the stairs, the protagonist thought that the conditions for its appearance are quite difficult. He glanced behind the closed door and added that Chris would come there soon. Hiding on the stairs, the protagonist thought that his nickname in the game is Chris. In life he is called the same. He will never forget this name. Since he is a criminal who kidnapped his brother, he clearly remembers the voice of this guy. Holding a knife in front of the protagonist's brother, Chris asked to provide him with secret information that others do not know. He began to laugh loudly when Alex said that he did not know such a thing. His face suddenly became serious and he asked not to lie, because the protagonist is a regressor. Standing opposite, Chris said that he has a mind-reading rune. With its help he studied his brother. Naturally, now he is reading his thoughts. The protagonist took his brother away from there and told us that after that he was obsessed with revenge on Chris, from the 11th regression until now. He put a mask on his face. The protagonist with a serious expression emphasized the fact that he wanted to get the mind-reading rune. Before this guy, Chris entered the warehouse. He threw the tied-up girl on the floor. Removing the tape from her mouth, he asked her not to scream. Sitting in front of her, Chris listened to the girl beg for mercy and ordered her to try to think of something else. Frowning, Chris said that he did not need excuses like her having a child. Kneeling, the girl asked if he was doing this because she had looked at him askance before. Frowning, Chris asked why he would do something for which he would apologize and if she understood that he had felt very bad that day. The story takes us to the evening, 2 days ago, when Chris was walking down the street and thought that he wanted to meet a girl, because just one cat could drive away all his problems. He looked at a girl passing by and thought that she had a cool figure. She passed him. Chris entered the alley, chasing her. He followed her closely. The guy appeared in front of the girl, covered in energy. She screamed with a dumbfounded look that she could not see anything. Her phone fell to the ground while she screamed that she was being raped. As Chris walked away from there, he thought that he loved it when he could do whatever he wanted. He remembered coming to the warehouse and emphasizing the fact that life was disgusting in the past, that he did not care whether he died or not. The radiance rune that makes bodies glow and blinds opponents is perfect for having fun. Chris looked at his hand with a satisfied look. He entered the room. The barista greeted him with a smile on her face. Chris smirked and thought that she was very beautiful. Putting his hands on the table, the guy asked her to make him an Americano with ice. Handing over the money, Chris asked if she was new there, adding that he was a regular customer, but this was the first time he saw her there on a part-time job. Smiling, the barista replied that many who work part-time quit. The world is changing quickly. Taken aback, the guy thought that this was logical. They could die at any moment, so they would not waste time on a part-time job. Watching her, Chris asked if she was the owner, to which he received a positive answer. Smirking, the guy clarified if she was a player. She turned around with a puzzled look when she heard Chris ask for her phone number. She smiled at him with a puzzled look. The angry guy asked if she disliked him so much, and if she was disgusted by a couple of spots on his face. The thug slammed his fist on the table and yelled that this was too bad, he wouldn't have the coffee, so she had to give him his money back. The girl held out a bill. The guy snatched the money out of her hand. As Chris left the coffee shop, he thought she was looking down on others because she had a pretty face. He swung the bat behind the girl's back, saying he would make her pay for looking down on him. Sitting in front of her, the thug asked her if she understood that you can't look down on people because of their appearance, to which the girl replied that she understood. Turning away, Chris said that this would not do, she was not sincere. He pushed her to the floor. Grabbing her arms, the bandit cried out that he knew that she was apologizing just so that he would spare her. Grinning, Chris emphasized that since she was apologizing, she should make amends. He sat over her and said that she should not twitch. Chris was taken aback when he heard the voice of the protagonist, who said that he should not twitch. The dumbfounded guy wondered if it was a detective. He turned around with a frightened look. Holding the scythe on his shoulder, Alex ordered him not to swear, but then said that he did not care. In any case, he would swear a lot later. Frowning, Chris wondered what this huge scythe and white mask was. Standing opposite, the guy clarified whether the protagonist thought that he could play toys there. Holding the weapon in front of him, the protagonist assumed that Chris had not yet realized the situation. He swung the scythe and asked if it looked like a toy. Taken aback, the guy asked if Alex was a player. The protagonist looked at the girl and told her to run right now, because this was her only chance. Chris looked at her and asked who would let her. The protagonist suddenly rushed into battle. He struck the enemy in the groin. The bandit fell to his knees in pain. Standing in front of him, Alex emphasized that he said he would beat him up. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked her to leave and leave the bandit to him. The girl ran out of the warehouse. Alex grinned and asked if it was time for them to have some real fun. Alex smiled and asked if it was time for them to have some real fun. Chris yelled at him, swearing, saying he would finish him off. The hero had a scythe in his hands and he said that it was a good idea. He said that it would not be funny if he just changed his shoes. The scoundrel shouted, calling him names, asked why he was laughing. Chris attacked the hero with a knife, but he dodged every swing. The bully was angry and thought about how he dodged everything. Alex looked at the useless blows and said that he still uses the goblin short sword. The hero swung the scythe and chopped off the enemy's hand. Chris was horrified, looking at the blood gushing from his hand. The guy calmly put his hand in his pocket and asked if it hurt. The bully was shaking with pain, holding his hand, and the hero said that he hadn't even started yet. He looked at the hero and his eyes were clouded. Alex ran to the side and told him not to be a winner. Chris was shocked and thought that he would die like this, and if he wanted to get out alive, then first of all he had to ruin his eyesight. The villain looked at him and thought about his own. Suddenly, energy flared up in him and he screamed for Alex to die. Chris stood there not understanding what was happening. He lowered his head, cursing, and thought about why he wasn't working. The hero looked closely at the enemy and thought that he could do whatever he wanted and it was all useless, because the light simply could not penetrate the Night of Death, a skill he had already used. Alex smiled and asked him if it was time for them to have some real fun and began to think that he had simply cut off his legs and arms if he could not resist his light. The guy swung his scythe and attacked the enemy. With one blow, he cut off Chris's legs. The bully fell to the ground with wild screams. He looked at him and screamed, calling him the devil's spawn, asking why he was doing this to him, and why. The hero asked again if he wanted to know why. Alex swung his scythe and stabbed him again. The guy mercilessly pulled the weapon out of him and asked if he needed a reason to get rid of the bug. The young man struck again and explained that it was all because if he was left alive now, he would cause problems. Chris was bleeding on the floor and said that he was a psychotic piece of shit, and the hero at that moment was wondering how long he would last. There was blood everywhere and the villain was screaming from blow after blow. The bully was lying on the floor thinking why he was doing this to him, what he did to him, and that it was unfair, it hurt. Chris, with the last of his strength, raised his head and thought that maybe he should just kill himself to end this. He closed his eyes and thought that he would do so. The hero's scythe attached itself to his head. He looked up, his eyes full of horror and pain. Alex looked down and asked if he was trying to kill himself, and if he really thought he would let him go that easily. The hero struck his opponent with one hand and explained that he would not let him die until he begged him for death. The wounded hooligan lay in blood. Chris looked up and thought about stopping the pain and said for him to kill him. The guy threw his braid over his shoulder and asked again. Chris again quietly begged him to kill him. Alex asked him if he was sure. The villain lay motionless and repeated to be killed. The guy looked at him silently. He stood with his hand in his pocket and said that he did not know why he was doing this, and added that for him this was their first meeting. The young man looked at him and said that he could not say that they were strangers to each other. Turning to him, he said that they had met before. The bully opened his mouth and thought that he knew his name and said that it couldn't be and that he was connected with this girl from. Alex objected to him that it was out of place because he had no idea who this girl was. Chris asked him again. The guy bowed his head and said that he kidnapped his younger brother and used him to make the hero tell him everything he knew. Chris asked him again and said that he never, and Alex agreed, adding that this had not happened yet, he did it all in the future. The scoundrel lay there not understanding anything. The hero said that for him it was in the past and if he had not interfered, then Chris would probably have received the mind-reading rune. The bully asked again in surprise. The guy looked around and said that this rune was hidden somewhere here and asked if he knew the secret of getting it, answering that you need to hear someone's voice of truth. The villain asked him again. The hero looked at him and replied that you need to hear someone speak the truth from the depths of their hearts. Alex held the scythe on his shoulder and continued that if he had not intervened, Chris would have tortured and raped that woman, and in the process, she would sincerely beg him to let her go, and after receiving the mind-reading rune, the villain would use it for his own purposes and commit even more crimes. Chris silently looked at the hero, and he said that he had seen it several times and even without taking into account what he had not yet done, he was still a piece of shit who deserved to die for 12 previous crimes. The bully looked at him and said weakly that if he deserved to die, then let the hero kill him quickly. Chris was furious to hear that he would do nothing. Alex swung and stuck the handle of the scythe in his mouth. The guy sat down closer to him and said, asking what he thought, why he told all this and explained that he was waiting for him to die. Chris held the handle with his teeth and said that he should kill him quickly, because it hurt him a lot. He asked about getting the mind-reading rune, and that he needed to hear the truth from the depths of his heart. The villain was tormented by the stick and could not understand why it did not let him speak. The hero made out that he was interested in why it did not let him speak and added that he wanted to test the mind-reading rune. A tear rolled down the bully's cheek and he asked again. Alex held the handle and said that unfortunately for him, he had already received it, asking if he remembered that Chris sincerely begged to finish him off, and when you did this, the rune responded to your sincere plea. It was reported that he received the voice of the target's truth and fulfilled the hidden condition. The hero's chest was ablaze with light and the system said that he had received the mind-reading rune. It said that the received rune was automatically imprinted into the player's body. The artifact split before Alex's eyes. A message about the mind-reading rune popped up, describing the effect as reading the thoughts of the target in front of him. Alex sat next to the wounded Chris and said that he had tested it and that it worked perfectly. The hooligan thought that he had gotten what he wanted and now let him kill him. The hero watched closely and objected that he would not die so easily, because it was unfair to his victims. Chris, with the hilt in his mouth, desperately cursed him. The wounded scoundrel stopped breathing. The hero rose to his feet and thought that this was the end, that there were no witnesses here, but he still needed to get out with the help of the usual skills that he had learned. He chose Erasing Traces. A card appeared that spoke of the general Erasing Traces skill. Green magic flared. The hero looked at the scattering light and thought that it was very effective, and that cleaning was wonderful. Alex took off his mask and thought that since everything worked out, he should meet Mike tomorrow. High-rise apartment buildings stood under the sun's rays. Alex adjusted his tie and heard someone from the side. The boy opened his mouth and asked if he had a date. The hero put his hand in his pocket and said something like that. Rick replied that he was just asking because he suddenly put on a suit. Alex said that he had an important meeting with a business partner today. The brother came closer and asked him about wanting to open a business. He put his hand on his neck and thought about how he had invested all his shares last time and was now trying to open a business. But what if he failed? How he would be very upset. Alex looked up from his phone and thought that he was more concerned about his fortune than his money. The hero smiled and said that he would tell him the details after the meeting and assured him not to worry, stating that he trusted him. Alex, leaving, told him to be an obedient child and wait at home, because it was unsafe outside because of the players. Rick followed him and talked about how he had also seen the news and heard people say that there was a complete mess because of players using their powers for crimes, and added that even criminals from other countries were able to escape from prison. Alex was focused and spoke, agreeing that they were the right age and they too became players. The hero lowered his head and thought about how every month the number of people decreased and players became stronger, and that it would be strange if there was no change and in the future, when the time came, they would hunt and enslave ordinary people as if it was nothing special. Scoundrels with guns attacked ordinary people, and he continued to think about how in a time when players were considered kings and did not pay attention to the law. Alex focused on the future and thought that he had to become stronger and increase the reputation of the Scythe more before lawlessness reigned here. The hero turned to Rick and warned him that wherever he went, he should be careful. The boy replied that it was fine and asked when he would tell him what class he was. The hero said that it was a secret, and Rick clenched his fists and exclaimed that he wanted to know. Alex grabbed his cheek and said that he would tell him everything soon, but he needed to stop grumbling and sit down to eat breakfast because it was much more expensive than noodles with black bean sauce, threatening him to eat it. The boy replied that he understood. Alex stood in front of the doors of the building and thought that he knew he would want to meet here because it was better to play on familiar territory. He walked into the building and thought that today's place for lunch with Mike was known as a hotel owned by the Ozen Group, but the real owner of this place was Mike. But this was confidential information, and the hero was the only one who knew it. He was heading to the reception and thought that maybe his parents knew about it, so he should use this information to the maximum to prove his worth to Mike. Alex looked away and continued to reason that before that he needed to create an image and look as naive as possible. He approached the girl and greeting her, said that he had an appointment today and was told to contact the receptionist as soon as he arrived. The girl smiled and asked if he had an appointment with the CEO of the Heavenly Demon. The hero answered positively. The receptionist pointed to the sofa and said that the CEO warned her that he would be there soon and suggested that he wait in the living room for now. The guy was embarrassed and thanked her. Alex, sitting on the sofa, looked around and thought that it was great that he would slightly open his mouth to seem simpleton. He looked up with feigned surprise and said that the chandelier was just awesome. Someone came up and called out to the hero, and he thought that he had finally arrived. The heroes looked at each other, and Alex raised his head and said hello. Hugo extended his hand and asked if they had met at the Forest Gallery. Alex remembered and said that he had seen him the day he was delivering rice cake on the day of his arrival and asked if he had been with the actress Rena. The guy bowed and apologized for being rude to them that time. Hugo looked at the floor and thought that this kid didn't even look like he was 20 years old and wondered if he was the main investor who had invested $280 billion. Alex looked at the guy carefully and admitted that he was suspicious of him. But on the other hand, this was a normal reaction since someone his age couldn't have that much money. The hero put his hand on his neck and said that they still acted like that because they didn't know, and he didn't know either, that the CEO of the Heavenly Demon lived upstairs. Hugo extended his palm and asked not to misunderstand, but he is not the CEO, Alex asked again, as if he did not hear. The guy put his hand on his chest and said that he would introduce himself a little late. He said that his name is Hugo and he is the head of the department, and Mr. Mike will arrive a little later, so he came first. The guy pointed to the side and offered to wait inside until Mr. Mike arrives. Alex agreed. The hero sat down at the negotiating table and Hugo kindly asked him to wait a little. The protagonist watched him leave. Hugo took out his smartphone and began to write to Mike that he met him and that he did not look like someone who could invest so much money. He assumed that someone else was behind him and added that he should be careful. The hero put his elbows on the table and thought that he knew that he, Mike, would send a scout, and it is not surprising that he treats management so meticulously, and that he would never be late for a meeting. The hero looked away silently. A young man entered the hall and, after greeting him, introduced himself as Mike, the CEO of the Heavenly Demon. He extended his hand to the main hero. Alex pretended to be confused and introduced himself in return. Mike pointed with his hand and offered to sit down. The guy agreed, and Mike added that Hugo could also sit next to him. Alex leaned back and thought that he had forced the guy to join in without asking his permission, which meant that his plan was to quietly seize the initiative. Waiters entered the hall and Mike offered to eat before talking about business, and said that he had asked for Korean dishes to be prepared and hoped that he did not mind. There was a large amount of food fragrantly on the table, and someone remarked that the food would be delicious in such a high-class hotel. The hero ate and added that it was very tasty. Mike, who was sitting opposite, was glad that he liked it. Mike watched him with disdain and thought that the department head was right, that he was too young to invest 280 billion, and it seemed that he did not have enough tenacity for this, and it seemed that someone was definitely behind him. The man let his head go and wondered who it could be, his brother or his father. He thought that whatever it was, he had to get to the bottom of it. Mike smiled and said that he was very surprised when he first saw Alex, added that he was so young, and already the main investor, and asked if he did not mind knowing how old he was. The hero raised his mug and said 20. The man looked at him carefully. He jumped up when he learned about 20, and said that he was 29, and was glad to meet someone so young. The guy said that he was glad too. Mike folded his hands on the table and asked where he got such a sum at such a young age, assuming that he came from a rich family. Alex looked down and thought that this was rather straightforward of him. The hero smiled and asked again, began to deny, saying that until recently he was an ordinary student. The man looked at him questioningly and asked him again, not understanding what he meant. Alex answered that perhaps he had already heard the news. The hero spread his arms and continued about the news about a man who became a millionaire overnight, winning the Nato lottery 4 times in a row. Mike answered that he had heard. Alex looked him in the eyes and said that it was him, the first 4-time Nato winner. The man, surprised, said, assuming that he was the winner that was talked about in the city a few months ago. The hero answered that yes, it was him. Mike, not understanding, asked what the article said about 60 billion, and how he managed to invest 280 billion. The guy took the sticks and answered that he was playing with Bitcoin. The director asked again about that. He answered that yes. Mike smiled and said that he was really amazing, asking how he came up with the idea to invest 60 billion in Bitcoin, adding that he could never do that. Hugo looked at the hero and said that he seemed to be very lucky. Alex objected that it was not luck. The head of the department added that he saw in an article they said how they saw the lottery number in a dream, and if that was not luck, then what was? The guy looked desperately and objected that he did not see them in a dream. He was asked again, what then? Alex looked at Mike and thought that the only way to convince him and attract him to his side. The hero folded his arms, said that they were telling this to someone for the first time, but he had a rune of the future. Mike looked puzzled and asked again. The guy answered that this rune allows you to look into the future for several years. Alex glowed blue and said that he was a seer who can see the future. The heroes silently watched him. Mike wondered in surprise if he had just misheard. Hugo looked at him with confusion and thought about the seer. What kind of explanation was this? The director spread his arms out to the sides and asked if he was serious about what he had just said. Alex leaned on the table and answered by asking why he would lie, and in response the man summed it up by asking that he had seen the correct Nato lottery numbers using the rune of the future. The hero smiled and said that it was so, adding that he had earned money on Bitcoin in the same way and had invested everything in it because he was sure that he could see the future. Mike put his hand on his chest and asked if he didn't mind to prove it, and gave an example of predicting his actions in the near future. The guy lowered his head and thought that he was reading his thoughts, and therefore it was easy to guess the next step, but for the future he needed to set limits on his ability. The hero put his hand on his chest and asked for forgiveness, saying that he could not use his powers at will, because they were activated when they wanted. Mike brought the glass up and thought that it was not surprising. For a rune that could see the future, it was normal to have such a limitation for the sake of balance, and asked again that it was like this. The director switched, realizing something, and exclaimed. He asked the hero if it meant that he was investing 280 billion in their company because. Alex interrupted him and answered positively, explaining that he invested because he knew that in the future, Heavenly Demon Consulting would grow rapidly. The director asked how strong the growth would be. The hero raised his hand and answered that in less than half a year, it would be listed on the Kospi list. Mike smiled happily. He concentrated and thought about what would happen to him if this really happened. Maybe then his father would recognize him, and he could become the next representative. It clicked in his head that maybe he lost his head for a minute, and could not believe that he became happy because of something that was not even true. Alex continued to eat and added that in order to achieve success, he needed to reconsider the scope of activities, Hugo asked the hero again. He hit the table and objected that it was extremely crazy to change the scope of activities now, and added that in the same way he could have suggested changing the name of the company. Mike tried to calm him down, calling out. Alex listened calmly and said that if they were changing the scope of activities, then the name of the company should be changed. Hugo jumped up and furiously asked him again what he said, clarifying whether he was serious now. The hero looked at him with a serious face and asked if he thought he had come all this way to joke, adding that they were both players and knew how great the punishment was for such a revelation of the runes. The heroes listened to him attentively. They looked at him silently and listened as Alex said that he took the risk and revealed the rune to them because as the largest investor and business partner who would be involved in the management of the company, he wanted to help it grow. The guy looked up and added, asking why else would he invest 280 billion, and said that for the company to succeed, they must unite. Hugo turned to the director and asked if he believed him. Right. Mike remained silent. Alex exhaled and said that it seemed like they did not believe his power. Hugo turned and answered that, frankly, that was true. The guy turned to the head of the department, asking if he had ever thought about why he came to the apartment below, if he thought it was just a coincidence. Hugo realized and exclaimed. Mike turned to him and asked about the apartment below, what the hero was talking about, which apartment on the floor below. The head of the department stuck out his hand and explained that the thing was that about 2 months ago, Alex moved into the apartment below Rena's penthouse. The guy confirmed, saying that it was just a couple of days after he got the future rune. Mike got angry and asked Hugo why he was only telling him now. He replied that he only found out about it today. The director looked away and reasoned that in January, he hadn't even invested in Bitcoin, but he moved close to a person associated with the company he was going to invest in, thinking that it was impossible unless the hero knew the future. Alex was eating lunch, watching him. Mike watched him carefully as he ate and thought, no, the guy could just know that he was sponsoring Rena. Alex smiled and thought that he was sure that this was not enough for him, and said that judging by his face, he still didn't believe him and asked how about this then. He raised his palm and began to talk about the hotel they were in, specifying that Mike was its owner, and continued that he was also the eldest son of the Ozen Group and created Heavenly Demon Consulting so that his father would admit his mistakes. Hugo got angry and jumped up, shouting about who was behind him, because only the director's relatives knew about this. Mike, lowering his head, politely asked the head of department to calm down. The man exhaled and apologized. The director crossed his fingers and said that he was right in everything. He looked at the hero and explained that this was not enough to convince him that he learned about this by looking into the future, because as the head of department said, any of his relatives knew about it. Mike looked thoughtfully and continued that, to tell the truth, he suspected that someone hired him to lure him into a trap, and asked about whether it was necessary to change the field of activity just because of the main shareholder. The hero looked down and listened as he continued to say that he didn't think he should explain the obvious, and that it even sounded ridiculous. The CEO held his hand out to the side and said that he believed in the rune that could see the future, but why should he give up on growing his company? He looked at him and explained that it was hard to trust his words and he was grateful for his contribution to the company, but he thought it should be discussed at the shareholders' meeting. He looked at the vase with the plant and said that the hero would have to convince the other shareholders. The CEO stood up from the table and apologized, saying that he couldn't help him and would go first. Alex hung his head and asked him for a minute. Mike sat back down and asked if he had anything else to say. The hero hung his head and wondered if this was the only way. Alex raised a finger and asked how about he gave him information about round 4. The CEO asked again about round 4. Mike put his hands on the table and asked about the information he had about the 4th round. The guy answered that it was true and that a terrible tragedy had played out in his vision. The hero smiled and asked if that would be enough to prove his abilities. Hugo bowed and said that he was very ashamed of his behavior. Earlier he got a little carried away and raised his voice. Mike looked up from his phone and assured him that everything was fine, asking that he did it for him. Hugo looked at him and asked if the director would mind if he said something else. Mike turned to him and said that he could calmly express his opinion. The head of the department spread his arms out to the sides and said that this guy was very suspicious and he meant the ability to see the future, because with such power he could live better, then why should he help them? The director raised his hand to his chin and answered that the hero said that he wanted to develop with his company, and he must want to earn more. Hugo grabbed his chin and asked why. Because 280 billion is a sum that is difficult to spend in a lifetime even if you have fun to the fullest. Mike leaned his elbows on the table and said that apparently it is not enough for Alex, because in the end, human greed has no limit. The guy raised his hand to the side and said that even if it is so, it is too risky, and I wonder if such an amazing rune exists. The director replied that he agreed with this, but he put his hand on his chest, added that if he is a real seer, able to see the future, then they need to lure him to their side by any means. Mike got up from the table and said that Hugo should think about how useful it would be to have information about each round and be prepared for it, and ensuring the growth of their company in the process is just a bonus. Hugo thoughtfully looked and said that they are not even sure if he is a seer. The director answered him. He turned and said that they will find out about it in time, right? The hero walked down the street past the fountains. He kept his hands in his pockets and thought that after the 4th round, they would be convinced that he was a seer. He looked at the building and thought about how he hadn't told them important information like additional quests, or what would allow them to enter the top. But he remembered the conversation with them at the table, how the 4th round was not a monster hunt, but a real massacre among players, and you can't be careless about your surroundings. He walked down the street and thought that this should be enough to prove that he was a seer. The hero looked at the car and thought that after this, the attitude towards him would also change and they would respect and protect him, since he was a seer. Alex looked ahead and thought that after all, a seer is better as an ally than as an enemy. He picked up the phone and thought that since he was playing the role of a seer, maybe he should finish the job. The hero stood in the middle of the street and decided to contact someone. The girl was walking down the street and thinking that she was late. The traffic light was red. The girl looked at it and thought about how it would turn green faster. She noticed the car and wondered what kind of car it was and why it was stopped in front of the store, who the idiot was there. The car window began to roll down. When it rolled down, the guy greeted her, calling out to her. The girl was surprised to recognize Alex. The traffic light turned green. The girl ran across the road to the car. She walked up to him and asked if it was his car. The guy smiled and said yes, and apologized for stopping right in front of the store. He offered to sit down and talk on the way. Julie, her eyes wide, agreed. The car sped along the city roads. The girl looked out the window and exclaimed that it was her first time driving such a car. Alex smiled and asked if it was true, adding that today was his first time too, because the car had just been delivered. She replied that it was like this. Julie looked at him and asked how much it cost. The hero looked at the road and said that it wasn't that expensive, about 900 million won. The girl was shocked and asked again about 900 million, asking what do you mean it's not that much, because with that kind of money he could open a bunch of 24-hour stores. The young man watched the road and replied that considering how much he got in the lottery, it really wasn't that much. The girl looked away and thought that Alex was definitely a rich man with 60 billion won, and it seemed like they were living in different worlds. She felt embarrassed, thinking that it was like a date, and that she was embarrassed. The girl's eyes widened after the hero said that he had something to confess. She was happy and asked him again. He smiled and said that it was nothing strange, let him not misunderstand him. The girl felt embarrassed, imagining how she was jumping out the window, asked about what misunderstanding, so what about the confession? The car stopped at an intersection and Alex asked if she remembered the last time he said that he saw the lottery numbers in a dream. Julie answered that she did, and the hero said that he lied. The girl asked him again. He looked at her and said that it wasn't a dream and that he got the information using the future rune, and as the name suggests, the future rune allows you to look into the future, and that's probably why he got the prophet class. Julie asked the hero again. She clapped her hands and said that it was cool, asking if it wasn't a unique class. Alex scratched his head and said that it probably was. The girl smiled and said that it was great and the future rune sounded cool too. She thanked him for being honest, and said that it must be hard for him to tell even a friend about it. The hero smiled and said that she told him that she was from support, so it was fair. Julie looked at him and asked again, saying that she didn't think she told him about her rune, and continued that maybe she should tell him about her rune too then. Alex said that it wasn't necessary, it was fine. The girl raised her finger and said that in the first round she got the rune of protection. She imagined that in the game she illuminated the people around her with turquoise light, and added that people 10 meters away from her added an additional layer to her barrier. She said that if there were 5 people around her, she would have 5 layers of protection. The girl looked at him and grinned, said that it was so nice to reveal the secret. The hero laughed and asked if it was true. She looked at him carefully and asked why he suddenly told about his rune. Alex held the steering wheel and said that this secret was weighing on his brain, and he thought that without it she would not believe in what he wanted to tell her. Julie looked in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The car sped down the city street past the taxi. The girl exclaimed in confusion, clarifying that in the 4th round there would be such a task. Alex confirmed and calmly answered that therefore she needed to be very careful. He raised his hand and told her to be careful with the players around her. The girl replied that she understood everything. Julie grabbed the belt and thought that she was grateful that he told her about it, and also contacted her first. She looked at him cautiously and thought that maybe there was a place in his heart for her, too. That would be great. The tall buildings were enveloped in the light of the sunset. Alex was sitting on his phone and thinking that it seemed like Julie liked him, and it was hard to even imagine. He held his hand to his face and thought that he wondered why she was always nice to him. The guy looked away and thought that this was a little unexpected, but maybe it was even better this way. He put the phone down and thought that it would be easier to make her an ally. The hero put his hand on the bed and thought that besides, Julie believed his prophecies easier. Alex lay down, covering himself with a blanket, thought that since he solved this problem, he would rest a little, because in any case, there was not that much to do this month. View of the night city, and it was said that time flew by, March 31st, 23:55. The clock hung on the wall and showed the time. The hero was sitting in bed, leafing through the cards, reasoning that before going to another world, he bought an epic item from the today's item section. A notification about the gloves of the Shadow of Darkness popped up, which said that the gloves, which are hidden in the dark, are not visible at night, and the weapon also becomes translucent. He looked at the card and thought that the characteristics are good and the effect of translucency of the weapon can be used and will effectively use it with the Knight of Death. The hero heard someone approaching the door. Rick opened the door and said that it was time. The boy came into the room and asked if Alex was sure that he could handle it this time. The hero replied that he would find out when he arrived at the place. Rick buttoned his shirt and said that Alex was a seer and knew a lot about the fourth round. The guy replied that knowing and doing are completely different things. The boy realized, gritting his teeth. He looked at him and continued that no matter what, but he must survive. Alex pointed his finger and asked him not to jinx it, because that could bring death. The hero lay silently in bed. He thought that the fourth round was the deadly round. The guy grabbed his head, finding himself in the game, thought that it had started again. He thought about the status window. The system notified him that a penalty was in effect and all his stats were reduced by 50%. Travis got angry and assumed that he got this for betraying Bill, who was his role model. He didn't even have 10 commander's orders, and wondered how he would pass the fourth round. The guy looked around and thought that those who were eager to get the role of the regional representative could come for his soul, or his friends would want revenge. Travis looked around in rage. He looked up. Looking at the scale, he thought, first of all, what kind of place is this? The guy looked around in panic and thought, what kind of task can you start in such a godforsaken place? Because everything around is white, as if they are lab rats for an experiment. Travis turned his attention to Alex and thought, exclaiming that this is Black Scythe. This damn bastard knew for sure that he would end up like this. The guy remembered how he turned around and told him to use all 10 commander's orders and destroy the relic. Before his eyes, he saw Alex attacking the enemy, and he thought that it was suspicious how he killed the representative of divine retribution without hesitation. He furiously watched him from behind and thought that if he had the power, then and there he would make mincemeat out of him. Travis clenched his fists and thought that this was pissing him off, and he could do nothing about it, and he needed to play into the devil's hands if he wanted to survive. The guy walked towards him and shouted, asking for forgiveness. Alex turned around and asked what was wrong. Travis came up and asked if the deal from the last round was still valid. The hero asked him again. The guy continued that he said that if he became his subordinate, the hero would protect him. Alex smiled and replied that he no longer needed such a subordinate. Travis asked him again in confusion. The hero crossed his arms and said that he no longer had the authority of a commander, and what was the point of a representative of a region who had no authority, and added that besides, most of the players had already completed the promotion, so even if he had orders, he would still be useless. The guy had nothing to say. Alex smiled and said that he was no longer of any use, adding that he was just a walking target. Travis clenched his teeth in fear and wondered if he was a walking target. Travis asks again, surprised, about the walking target. He turns to look at the man. Alex smiles and asks him not to worry so much, because he is a target only in words and few will actually try to kill him. Travis spreads his arms to the side and asks if he said that they will not attack him, to which he receives a question in response regarding whether he remembers what advantages this gives him, that most have already weighed their risks and abandoned this idea, and being a regional representative is not only about collecting all the cream. He looks seriously and continues that, especially with further pumping, the number of those to whom he can give orders decreases and it is simply not worth it. The brunette thinks that the black braid is right, and even he wants to get rid of this, if possible of course. Rena appeared on the horizon. Travis was embarrassed and did not understand what these two forgot here. She greets the black braid. Hugo also greets him and asks if he remembers them, to which he confirms that he does, and the other is perplexed as to what is going on. Hugo says that he saved them from the scumbag who is standing behind him and they would like to thank him again. Travis asks again what they called him. Alex blocks his way. The guy says that once was enough and they should not look for him again, to which he says that they appreciate his modesty and the president of their company will also thank him for saving them. The guard remembers about the president, to which Alex retorts that he has had enough and is not interested in anything like that. Rena turns to him in bewilderment, and says that this is her gratitude for saving them. She holds out something to him, and asks him to take it. In her hands is a purple stone. Alex looks and asks if this is a low-ranking magic crystal and notes that the gift is unexpected. Rena says that she does not think that her words alone will be enough, so she wants to give it to him. The guy looks at the stone and thinks that he shouldn't refuse such a good item, and after returning he will need to try to make a low-rank magic crystal. Rena asks him in confusion if he liked the tarpaulin. She looks and thinks that he won't be angry because she gave him this useless stone, and he in turn thinks that, as he thought, she doesn't know the price of this magic crystal, and if she knew, she wouldn't give it to him. Travis looks and realizes that he has something similar, while the brunette wonders if he has something similar. The brunette wondered what it could be called, not a black and gold strength stone, while Alex wonders what he was talking about, not a black and gold strength stone. The system notifies us that the black and gold strength stone is an item that drops from very low-level monsters and is much more difficult to obtain than this magic crystal, and now he won't be able to get it even with a special desire. Alex looks away and thinks that now he knows that he has such a valuable item and wonders if he just got lucky. Rena folds her arms and asks if he needs a barrier, to which he clarifies what she means, and she explains that she is now a summoner. The girl is embarrassed and continues that she can summon a fairy who can cast a barrier on him, and if he needs it. The brunette looks at her and replies that he thanks her for the offer, but he will not need it, and he does not think he needs it. The girl looks away. She bows and says that in that case they need to go, and wishes him luck in this round, to which Alex responds in kind. The guy turns to Travis. The brunette asks him to stop, to which he responds. Alex asks if he is going far, to which Travis does not understand what they are talking about, and he asks if he has already forgotten what they talked about, because he is a walking target. The brunette looks around and says that he already told him that no one here will attack him, to which he replies that he told him that there will be such people, but there will be few of them, because there will still be those who want the opportunity to order others around. Alex looks away and continues that although many have already reached level 10, there are still characters who have not done so, which means they are still in danger. Travis looks at him in bewilderment, and he says that he should just think about whether he thinks that none of the thousands of players will target him. The brunette asks what he should do in that case. Alex smiles and replies that he will help him and then he will not be an easy target. Travis asks again if he is telling the truth and tries to thank him, but he retorts that he did not say that it would be free and that he wants a stone as payment, and asks if he has seen what Rena gave him, because if he has something similar then that will be enough. Travis smiles and says that he has a similar stone. The guy hands him the stone, while the system notifies him that he is getting a black and gold durability stone, that its type is an item and its description, that it is a black and seemingly strong stone that has a smooth and shiny surface. Alex looks at it, and says that this is good and asks if there is anything else, to which he receives in response that he has nothing and he gave everything he had and prays that he does not take his equipment from him. Alex says that he should not worry so much, because he would not take it even if he offered, to which he replies that he gave him the stone and this means that he will help him. Alex leaves saying that this is so, because he keeps his word. The angel grins and asks if they have gathered again today and notes that their number has noticeably decreased. People are perplexed by the fact that there are fewer of them, because did anyone really manage to fight in the real world? Alex looks at her and thinks that it would be surprising if not a single player made a fuss for a whole month. The angel is happy and says that this is good and since everyone is already here, she should announce the task of the 4th round. The system notifies them that the main task of the 4th round is to kill each other for 3 hours. And the statistics for all regions is that there are about 180 million of them, and only 0 out of half of the number above have passed so far, and that in the current region there are 1,042 participants, and 0 out of 521 have passed. People are perplexed why the task is to kill each other, while the angel says that it is so easy to confuse people, because everything is exactly as stated in the task. She flies above them and says that they just need to kill the players next to them and asks what is wrong with the task, to which the people are indignant why it is necessary to kill players. She puts her finger up and says that she will try to explain in more detail that the goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by setting a task to kill each other, and unlike the previous rounds there will be no monsters in this one. People ask again if there will be monsters, and someone says that he just needs to level up and become stronger, and another one asks her if it is true that since exactly half of the players will pass, then everyone only needs to kill one. Angel puts her finger to her mouth and says that this is the whole secret, and if she tells everything so simply, it will not be so fun. Alex is indignant and asks if this is fun, because she just received an order from her superiors not to tell them anything. She flaps her wings and he says that for them, angels are just a source of information in this damned game, and the game itself has a master, and the fact that she hides part of the rules means that she received an order directly from him. Angel laughs and continues that in this case, they will not be able to complete their task simply by killing players, only half of those present will be able to survive, and the formation of ranks is already a secret. She looks at them and continues that she wants to tell them one more thing, that they will not become number 1, just by killing someone first. She waves her hands and says that this is all she has to explain, and now she suggests that they start the slaughter. The system notifies that they are given 3 hours until the end of the round. While someone is confused about what to do, and another asks if he should just kill someone, more people are indignant because he needs to kill them, other people, even though they are not his enemies, and someone asks what kind of madness this is. Travis smiles and asks if he should kill other players, because he is lucky, because he just wants to kill a couple of assholes. Alex stands in the crowd while he continues that everything is as he thought, that he is only thinking about killing his friends. The brunette laughs and thinks that if you think about it, then wouldn't it be better if other players hesitated with killing others? Because then he will definitely advance to the next round. He frowns and notes that these sons of bitches, he doesn't know where they are, but he will finish them all off. Alex stands behind and scares the brunette. Travis looks at him and asks if something happened. The brunette says that he said that he would help him not become a target, and he is here to keep his promise and uses magic. Travis didn't get what he was getting at. Alex swings. The brunette looks at his fallen comrade. The system notifies him about the start of a hidden additional task, which states that in the 4th round you need to kill a regional representative within a certain time, and the reward for completing such a task is a ticket for a low-level magic crystal. The window also says that the additional task was completed, and he received an item called a ticket for a low-level magic crystal. The system describes an item called a ticket for a low-level magic crystal, specifically that it is a rare consumable and it has an effect. You can get from 1 to 5 low-level magic crystals. There are also restrictions in the form of the fact that it can be used until the next round and have a rank of a commoner and higher. There is also a description that this is an item with a limited time of use, which allows you to get magic crystals and the item will be automatically destroyed when moving to the next round. It also heavily depends on the user's luck indicator. Alex reads this and thinks that it is good because he got what he wanted and he killed his attacker in order to get the reward for the additional task, although this is clearly not the only reason. The people are stunned that someone has already died, and the girl says that she saw the black scythe kill him. Someone looks at him and asks if he is trying to kill the regional representative again to regain power. The people turn to him and ask how he can just kill someone and ask if he is even human. Alex wonders if he is a killer and realizes that it is true, because he killed this person. He looks at them and wonders if they think that this is all, because he killed many people to reach the 20th round, but he never killed without a good reason, especially in this round. He has no choice but to kill regardless of his desire and refers to the text of the task that they need to kill other players within 3 hours. He remembers the angel's speech and continues that they all know about it and want to kill him. The first person thinks that if everything goes well, they will be able to turn people against the black scythe. The second says that he is going to use this opportunity and destroy the image of the black scythe, and the third that if they all attack at once, even the black scythe will not be able to stop them, and another that the black scythe cannot be a regional representative. They need to try to find his weak spot. Alex exhales and thinks that everyone thinks that he has a good position and that he will find it funny. The man asks if he is laughing, and the girl asks if he is crazy, because how can you laugh at someone like that? The system notifies them that the player with the nickname Black Scythe has become the new representative of their region. While the people are indignant about this news, the second says that the guy with the blade now has a gun and does not understand what to do in this case. Alex smiles and asks them why they are all silent now, because it looks like the brick factories have postponed the news that he is now a representative of the region. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked if they were afraid of the commander's authority, that they still hadn't moved forward, to which the man asked what he was talking about. The man with the scarf asked to look somewhere. They saw that the Black Braid's name was now written in red. People noted that he was right and the name was indeed red, but why was the name different? To which Alex thought that judging by the people's reaction, his name had changed color from light to red. He remembered what happened before and said that in this round, if you kill someone, your name turns red and the more people you kill, the richer the color. The brunette looks at the people and continues that the name's color change is needed to distinguish killers from ordinary people, while they declare that the single-barreled shotgun killed someone and turned against him, because he is a killer, and killing a killer is morally easier than killing an innocent person, since people feel less guilty for what they did. He imagines a player named the Imposter's Tragedy and says that whoever kills the killer also becomes a killer, and eventually it will speed up the killing cycle. Alex looks at the people around him and thinks that right now they still have doubts about killing each other, but at this rate more people are dying. Alex asks what they are doing, because he does not think they have time to admire the scenery, to which the players send him away. Alex pulls his hand away and asks why it looks like he was the only one who wanted to kill the regional representative, and where are all those people who pounced on him like rats in the last round? Do they want to kiss him goodbye? He turns away and says that it is either kill or be killed, and they all survived knowing this. The people listen as he calls for them to get rid of hypocrisy and accept the reality of what is happening, that if they say that everyone will die unless they kill someone who does not raise a weapon. He continues sullenly that now is not the time to show off, and if they can't do that, they should try to discuss everything like in the vote in their last round. The guy turns away and thinks that even if he doesn't tell them anything, there will still be a massacre, and he understands that it will be too late. He looks at the floor and thinks that if he hadn't told them about this, then the time would have been wasted, and it is likely that at this stage they won't even be able to count the number of survivors, and pushing them to complete the task is the only way to save as many people as possible. The girl says that she doesn't think they can stand like this and asks if they should do what the Black Scythe told them, to which the guy asks what she wants to do or continue standing like this and talking. She replies that there is no need to distort her words, she only suggests discussing what to do next. The guy with the scar asks how about fair one-on-one fights, to which the other retorts how can they be fair when you fight posthumously, and it is worth mentioning fights, asks if he came there to play, since they have no time. The man asks again what he told him. Rena looks at this squabble. She asks the guard what to do, since they really need to kill someone like the Black Scythe told them. He looks at her and replies that of course they need to kill someone, otherwise they will be killed, and asks if she would value another person's life more than her own. He continues that he completely agrees with the words of the Black Scythe, that they need to figure out themselves, since killing is far from a pleasant experience. Rena frowns and retorts that he says this as if he has killed someone before. He looks up and asks how this is possible, since this is just his assumption. The girl asks who they should kill in this case, and suggests waiting and seeing the atmosphere before deciding. The man suggests simply choosing someone to kill. To which the second one asks who they should kill then, and the girl suggests killing the killer, all the people with red names, and another one asks how she came up with that, while the man with the ponytail asks that didn't he say that they needed to kill the black braid, and the brunette asks again about the black braid and notes that he's completely crazy, because how can they kill a level 30th player? And another one says that he doesn't think they can kill him, even if they all attack him together. The man puts his finger to his mouth and suggests that everyone shut up, because what will happen if the black braid itself hears them? Alex looks at them with displeasure and thinks that he can hear them anyway, and they get scared. The man in the sword belt asks what they're talking about, because life is priceless and you can't kill people, even if they are already killers, and the man in yellow adds that it's true, because if they kill someone, they themselves will become killers. The man asks what they should do then, because if he wants to live, he has to kill someone, and the other replies that now is not the time to make a fuss and suggests killing the criminals first. The woman with green hair asks how they can tell who the criminal is here, because those with a criminal record should raise their hand, or as he suggests. The man with the short hair calls her to shut up, because she has done nothing for the common good, and since she is so smart, she should give them a better plan. The green-haired woman asks why the hell he is cursing at others and asks if she should let him be on the ribbons, and he is offended. The blonde smiles and suggests that they stop swearing, and ideally fight. The dark-haired man asks why the hell the kid even opened his mouth, and the girl adds that he is even worse, because he incites others from behind. The man calls for a weapon and asks what she is talking about, because he is able to cut them all down, to which he receives in response that he can try, if he has the guts. Alex closed his eyes and noticed that there was chaos around, because they were shouting that they would kill each other, but they did not get beyond words, but nevertheless. He opens his eyes and notes that there is nothing to worry about, because soon they will find out about everything. Ruzi looked around and suggested to stop screaming to find a logical solution. He noticed something and draws attention to it. Travis yawns, to which the people understand that this cannot be and cannot believe it. Alex looks at them and thinks that this is the hidden rule of this round, that a defeated player is resurrected 10 minutes after his own death. Travis looks around and asks what is wrong, why everyone is staring at him as if they saw a zombie in front of them. He turns to Alex and asks if this is strange, because he is sure that he just talked to him and is perplexed by what is happening. Black says that he came back to life, resurrected as a god, and the second asks what kind of nonsense he is talking, because it seems like the system just went and resurrected him. Ruzi puts his finger on his chin and says that it is possible that in this round it is possible to come back to life after death, to which the girl says that if so, it will be normal to kill those present. The man with the machete says that if they still resurrect, then yes, and the spearman says that it will be fun. The girl asks them to calm down. She screams that they are not sure that they will be able to resurrect, so there is no need to act hastily. Someone hits her in the back with a weapon. The man says that in this case, she should die. The man looks at the blood in horror. The people in horror hear him calling for her to come back to life so that they can fight again. The girl lies dead. The man fearfully asks if she is getting up, to which the second suggests just waiting, to see if she will resurrect. The red-haired man says that if you think about it, then the guy resurrected in about 10 minutes, and the other suggests that they all wait together for her resurrection. The plot moves 10 minutes forward, to the apparently dead girl. Her body glows gold. She gets up on all fours. The girl stretches. She looks forward and realizes what happened. The blonde looks around and asks who such a brave man hit her in the back. The guy gets ready to attack again and says that it was him. Someone is already stabbing him in the back. He states that it looks like they are all reviving after 10 minutes. The crowd watches in horror. Alex crosses his arms and thinks that even when they are convinced that resurrection is real, it is natural for them to be uncomfortable with killing, however. He watches this and continues that people tend to succumb to the general opinion and show their own madness while everyone is cutting each other. The man with blonde hair scolds the redhead while he asks for his forgiveness, saying that he has no bad intentions. The first one clenches his teeth and calls him to shut up, because he is trying to harm him, and the second one says that he should not resist, but just die, because he will still be revived. He cuts off his head and says that means he can die, while Alex thinks that thousands of players are busy killing each other and do not understand what kind of carnage this is. He summons a weapon and notes that it is time for him to move too. The people turn to the black scythe. The brunette cuts through everything around him with the swing of the scythe. More people are looking at him from behind. 3 looked at each other. The 3 of them are going to attack the Dark Reaper. Alex stands against a background of corpses and thinks that they will not be able to attack from an ambush, because he has the skill of sensing presence. Someone cuts a man with a halberd, and the guy notices that he remembered him. He looks at the black dragon and notices that this round is perfect for him, and with his absorption rune this situation is like a holiday for him. Alex looks at his back and thinks that looking at his red nickname, he killed about 10 people and he should kill him a couple of times. The black dragon looks at the dialogue box and thinks that he can get points even when he kills players and asks if that's not great. He looks at his absorption rune and continues that he knew that it is pumped up due to killing, but he did not think that it also works on players, and the description of the rune says that the user can get points after killing enemies, and when the scale is completely filled, a random indicator will increase by 1 and the amount of points depends on the difficulty of the enemy. He hits the girl in the back. The guy in a frenzy wishes death to everyone. He looks at the half-filled absorption rune. The dark-haired one is surprised, because it seems that this player was a high level, because he was given a lot of points and apparently his level was close to him, since there are so many points. He looks ahead and thinks about how many points he can get for killing the black scythe and asks if the bar will fill up to the end and he will be able to get a new characteristic. He frowns and understands that he will lose more if he does such an idiotic thing. The dark-haired one looks at the people and thinks that he will just kill everyone and become stronger. He hits a man in the back and says that it is nothing personal. The next one is already lying on the ground, and he notes that this relieves his stress. He remembers the last round and understands that because of those players he was not able to hunt normally. The black dragon wipes the blood from his face and says that this round is just perfect for him. He easily dodges the attack from behind and continues that other players do not gain anything from killing each other. The man kills him and says that he can get more points and become stronger. People gradually resurrect while he continues. What's more, his prey regenerates on its own. The black dragon swings and says that when else could he get the opportunity to level up better. He looks into the distance and wonders how many he has already killed and realizes that he needs to kill as many players as possible to get into the ranks. I'll go there. Someone stands in front of him. Alex looks at him with displeasure. Alex says that this is the night of death. The hooded man asks what is happening, and the second asks why everything around has become dark. The black dragon looks at him and wonders why his scythe has suddenly become transparent, and he does not know what is happening, but he should be careful. Alex makes a spinning kick and looks at himself from the side with the understanding that he died. The black dragon notes that he should have been careful and avoided the black scythe. People are killing each other en masse. Travis looks at the slaughter. He sees the green-haired girl resurrect. He wonders if she came back to life again, because do they really respawn every 10 minutes? The dark-haired man smiles and thinks that they still have to kill each other this round, and it's time for him to get revenge on those who turned their backs on him earlier. He walks along the slaughter and looks for Lester. He looks happily, and realizes that he found him. Travis sees a man with a bow and grins because he looks so pathetic because of the penalty. He runs to him and says that he is glad to see him. The dark-haired man punches him deep in the nose. The man flies back. Travis looks at him as he holds his face and insults him. He grabs his head and asks if he was the one who said he would kill him when he saw him again, and now he is offering him death. The dark-haired man lets him go and remarks that it will be much better this way. He turns and asks where everyone else is. Someone looks at the carnage and notes that if hell exists, it looks something like this. People killing each other. Rena holds the dagger while he continues that it is a cruel place where everyone hates each other. The guard asks if she is okay, to which she says that she is not tired, it is just all a little weighing on her mind. Hugo looks at her and thinks that he can somehow still cope with such a task, but Rin may have problems, and if this affects her mental health and professional work, then he will not dare to meet face to face with the president. The guy is stunned by what he sees. Someone reaches for her hair. He grabs it with his fist. The man is preparing to kill her with all his might. The guard rushes to her aid. The guy blocks the blow. Hugo grabs the hilt of the sword more conveniently. He kills him in 2 counts. The guard, covered in blood, turns to his ward. The girl looks in horror at the bloody weapon in her hands. Her face expresses condolences to the deceased. The girl falls forward. Rena falls to her knees. Hugo watches to make sure she does not get worse and notes that she is still able to kill when he says so. Rena gets up and asks him how much longer they have to fight, to which he answers that at least another hour. She says dejectedly that she can no longer look at these deaths and says that she does not understand how others can kill each other like this. The guard looks at her and notes that she is weak and that most likely he protected her too much. Hugo says that he asks her to rest if she is tired and clarifies whether she has at least 50 people to her account, to which she replies that she has approximately. He turns away, saying that this should be enough to get into the rating, and he asks to leave the rest to her, for which he deserves her gratitude. The guy smiles and thinks that he is the one who is grateful to her, because he no longer needs to feed her with kills. He goes on the attack and understands that he can now concentrate on his own results. The system notifies the players that there are about 10 minutes left until the end of the round. Alex fights the man in the cloak. He wonders if there are 10 minutes left, and notes that the 4th round is always so tiring. The brunette turns around sharply and attacks. He prepares to finish him off and continues that, nevertheless, he cannot lose the award for first place in all regions. Alex moves off, saying that he must become even stronger by any means necessary and reach the 20th round. The guy goes after the 2 players and continues that he has no idea how strong the final boss will be. The Reaper cuts through his victims, thinking that this is why he must become as strong as possible. Alex is ready to kill. The brunette turns around in horror at the black scythe. The Reaper did not kill him. The guy realizes with a grimace of horror that he is alive. Alex looks around and thinks that he does not need to kill those he killed earlier, until he remembers that the rating of the 4th round does not depend on the number of people killed. He goes on the offensive and continues that it depends on how many different people you kill, and if you kill one person twice, then only 1 kill will be counted. Alex looks around and notes that this means that he cannot kill like that guy. He looks at Travis, who is screaming bad words and killing everyone in a row. The brunette looks up and he thinks that he constantly kills exactly 3 of his friends and understands how hard it will be for them in this round. The guy turns to his resurrected friend. He has not yet come to his senses, and Travis has already struck again with the question what is wrong with him, and asks him to resurrect quickly, while Alex thinks that if you die immediately after resurrection, then you will not have time to kill anyone, and accordingly you will not pass the round. The system notifies that there is only a minute left. Alex looks around and thinks that there is only a minute left and that there is not much time, but he needs to get as much score as possible. He looks at the gray-haired guy and remembers that he killed him already. Alex sees a guy with a girl, they too. The brunette looks at the man with a knife and thinks that he does not remember him, therefore he has not killed him yet. He approaches him from behind and continues that since there is very little time left, they need to kill with 1 blow. The guy died from a scythe blow from behind. Alex sees a golden glow. There is the same around all the players. The angel smiles and asks if they enjoyed killing each other, which makes people angry how they could enjoy such a thing at all. Monica lowered her eyebrows and draws attention to the rivers of blood that they left, because they created real chaos. She smiles and continues that in any case, they are done with killing each other. Alex looks at her while she says that before viewing the results, they should resurrect all the dead, to which he notes that she speaks as if she herself is in charge of resurrecting them, although the system is responsible for this and no one else. The players are resurrected one by one. Travis's friends are angry and threaten to make mincemeat out of him. The brunette smiles while they continue to insult him, and Monica calls them to shut up. She looks displeased and says that from now on, anyone who makes even 1 sound will lose their head. The players fell silent, and she smiled and said that it was pretty quiet now and that was great, because since everyone was resurrected, they should look at the results. She takes off and says that before that, they will have to find out about the additional task of this round, to which one asks again about the additional task, and the second is perplexed if there was one this time too. Monica looked at them and answered that of course there was. Weren't they idiots for thinking that there wouldn't be one? The system notifies them of an additional task, which is to kill the regional representative in a set time, and for completing this task you get a low-ranking magic crystal. The brunette asks if it was necessary to kill the regional representative, and that this was exactly the task, to which she says that he is right and continues that in this region only 1 person was able to complete it. She calls his name Black Braid, while the people are perplexed, because wasn't it he who killed Travis at the very beginning? The man turns around and thinks that it means that becoming a regional representative in this round would be nice, and the second realizes that if he knew, he would have killed the brunette, and everyone in the area looks askance at the former regional representative. Travis is horrified to realize that he died because of the Black Braid. The guy looks at the temporary skill column and realizes that there is nothing there, that his temporary authority as a commander is gone. He remembers the words of the Black Scythe that he will help him so that no one will kill him just like that, and he himself understands that he said that he would help him not to become a target, but still took the representative from him. Monica finally suggests looking at the overall results. She breaks into a smile and asks if they are curious how exactly these results were calculated. They heard that the rating depends on how many different people they killed, and if they killed the same person many times, then exactly 1 kill was counted, to which someone asks if they didn't have to kill different people, and the second that they didn't have to kill as many as possible. Monica sighs and asks how it could all be so easy. She snaps her fingers and says that now she will show them the results. The system notifies them of the players in the first 3 places in all regions and in their specific region. Everywhere the Black Scythe is in first place, because he killed 722 different people. Monica grins. Is the Black Scythe in first place again? Alex frowns at her. The people are indignant at how he was able to kill more than 700 people, and the second one asks how this is even possible, the third one that there aren't about 1,000 people in total, and the last one notes that he killed about 70% of the people present, and that he is crazy. Monica claps her hands and says that he killed 722 people and notes that this is amazing and asks what he thinks, if he should not be rewarded for this. The system notifies him that it congratulates him on completing the task of becoming number 1 in the current region and in all regions too, and that as a reward for achieving first place in the current region, he gets an item called a rare mid-tier armor ticket, and as a reward for becoming first place in all regions, he gets an item called a special reward selection chest. Alex looks at this and thinks that he got a mid-tier armor ticket, and it is time for him to change armor, so this is very good. The system offers him to choose one of the following rewards and he chooses a bloody killer suit. Also the notification shows him that it is a bloody killer suit, that it is sharp armor, which gives 60 units of defense, also agility plus 4 units, attack speed plus 5% and movement speed plus 5%, also its maximum durability is estimated at 600 units, there is a limit in the form of the level of the commoner and above. And the description is that it is a bloody killer suit, which is worn by the killer and sometimes exudes the smell of blood. Alex looks at another dialogue box thinking about the chest of a special reward. The system offers a choice of 3 rewards, an increase in all characteristics by 50%, which will be valid only in the next round, 5,000 gold or information about the 5th round. Alex understands that due to the good reward of the additional task of the 5th round, its difficulty will be quite high. He pokes his finger at the column about increasing the characteristics by 50% and thinks that given the complexity of the upcoming round, increasing the characteristics will be useful. Monica raised her finger and asks if everyone checked their rank, because she reminds that in order to get into the top 521 people you need to make at least 3 kills, and the rest will be excluded. She smiles and suggests starting the elimination. People start dying one by one. They ask the angel to wait and ask if they will die for real this time. People disappear screaming that they don't want to die, begging Monica and asking for another chance. Travis looks at this in horror and realizes that he barely survived. Rena covers her ears from the screams of people dying. Alex looks down sullenly. He looked forward seriously. The system notifies him about the end of the 4th round and that exactly half of all regions survived, and in the current region exactly 521 people, and that his soul will soon be transferred to the real world and the 5th round will begin on May 1st, 2023, and that they will see each other in the next round and congratulate him on passing. The scene moves to a large hotel. Someone is running in slippers along the corridor. The man flies into the room and addresses the president. Mike wakes up with a groan. He adjusts his hair and recognizes the head of the department. He rises on his elbow and asks what brought him here, because he does not remember calling him, to which the man replies that he did not answer him and that is why he came there, and asks him for forgiveness because he thinks that something happened to him. Mike smiles and asks what could have happened to him, or did he think that he died in the 4th round, or did not he see the final result of the round? The guy rubs his neck and replies that he saw that he took 3rd place. But he was still worried because it was a crazy round and asks about his opinion on this matter. Mike rubs his eyes and says that's why after returning he immediately went to bed because he was too tired mentally. To which he replies that it is understandable because he killed 433 people. The blonde looks ahead and says that if you add those he killed several times, then the number will be much higher and how many kills he made, and nevertheless asks what kind of monster this Black Scythe is, and whether he is even a man. The brunette says that he must be an active special forces soldier, and if you think about someone with such confidence and skills in South Korea, then only one person comes to mind. Mike thinks that the Black Scythe is the kind of player that the more you think about him, the more mysterious he seems, and that regardless of his personality, he would be much calmer if they could cooperate with him. He remembers the blue-eyed man and continues that they will need to ask the prophet about the black braid sometime. The dark-haired man retorts that it is really surprising that the 4th round went exactly as the prophet predicted, and he was skeptical until he saw everything with his own eyes, to which the light-haired man agrees with him. They remember how the prophet told them that in the 4th round they will not need to kill monsters and instead there will be a mass slaughter among the players. Mike looks puzzled and asks about the slaughter. Alex gives a positive answer, because there will be a brutal scene where some players kill others, but they must not let their guard down. The guard asks what they should do in that case, to which he asks again what he is talking about, and he replies that he is talking about the prophet and whether he is thinking about working with him or not. The fair-haired man takes the shirt and says that this is exactly so, because he is the main investor who owns 31% of their shares, and asks if he has a choice in this case, and in truth he can say that the fate of his company is in the hands of that very prophet. Hugo asks again if this means that he will follow his recommendation and change the activities of his company, to which he again asks what else he can do, because he told how the company will grow, and there are still arguments. Mike goes to the window and continues that even excluding all this, they must attract Alex to their side, and asks him not to look down on the brunette because of his young age and not to give in to his ego. The fair-haired man looks out the window and says that even if he does not act as he likes, he will have to work with him and keep his favor, and only in this way. The guy turns around and continues that this is the only way they can get the maximum benefit from the prophet, and asks if the guy understands this. Hugo bows his head to him and answers positively, because from now on he will watch his actions when communicating with Mr. Alex. Against the background of dawn, Mike says that this is good and gives him the punishment to try to contact him now, to which he asks what to tell him. The blonde raises his hand and answers that he can be told that if he is free today, then they will need to meet in order to celebrate a common victory, and asks him to say that the guy's whole family is invited and Rena is also invited as well as he, To which the guard asks again about the actress. Mike asks if a star should have such a function. The plot moves to the entrance of the restaurant. Alex waves his hand and says that he is here. Julie calls him by name and says that he looks good, to which he replies that she does too. The girl passes by the red car and asks what's the matter, because he suddenly invited her to lunch, to which the guy replies that it's just a lunch to celebrate their victory, and he will pay all the bills and she shouldn't worry, to which she says that if it's not too much trouble for him, then she is counting on her rich friend today. The car drives down the road. Julie thanks him and calls him Mr. Sear, because thanks to him she was able to prepare for the 4th round, to which the guy asks if she thought that he could lie to her. The girl smiles and says that it is impossible, because she has no reason to lie to him, to which the guy thanks him for believing him. Julie looks down and asks what he thanks her for, because she needs to remain grateful, and if he hadn't told her that she needs to kill at least 30 different people, then she would not have passed the round, and that is why she thanks him, while he thinks that in fact she does not need to thank him. He looks away and continues that if he hadn't told her anything, that she would have survived thanks to the protective rune, and that her will to survive is much stronger than it seems. They drive up while he continues that he thinks that unlike Rin, she can't be considered a protected rose in a vase, but rather a weed that grows outside. He sits across from her and tells her that she can help herself, to which she thanks him for the food. The guy eats and wonders how many times she will thank him. The girl nervously tries to eat. She looks at the food and wonders if she can even eat after killing, since she came here because he called her, but eating with someone like that is a little uncomfortable. The guy asks why she isn't eating, but he realizes that she still feels guilty. Julie replies that she is not that hungry, to which the prophet clarifies if it is because she killed people. Alex continues that she shouldn't blame herself so much because she needed to survive, to which she agrees, but with some hesitation. She looks down and says that it's not about him, she was in a difficult situation like everyone else, but nevertheless she killed them, to which he asks her to stop. He frowns and asks what next, because this will continue in the future, and clarifies if she is going to give up and do nothing in this case, what in her opinion will happen to the family if they do not wake up, because their families are waiting for them. The girl thinks about her family and imagines her father crying, because what will happen to him if she does not wake up. She gets up saying that he is right, and she did not think about her family, and it was because of them that she continued to move forward earlier. Julie thanks him for comforting her. The guy smiled and said that he did nothing wrong, so she needs to continue enjoying the food and they will go, to which she agrees. She eats, saying that the food tastes very good and she feels the stress from the 4th round is going away, to which Alex notes that this is good. Against the backdrop of the sunset, she says that it was good. The guy says that she called him by his name for the first time, to which she asks if it is true and clarifies if she can call him that, to which he replies that he can do as he wants. Alex looks ahead and thinks that it seems that her mood has improved a little, then he should move on to the main thing, and turns to her that he called her today to tell her about the 5th round. Julie, stunned, asks if he has already seen the future. Alex gives a positive answer and says that the 5th round will be much more difficult than the previous ones and all the regions in it will be united, to which she asks again, and he repeats that all the regions will become united. The girl asks if this means that they can meet there. Alex is about to drink tea and says that it is true, but that is not the whole point of the 5th round, while he himself thinks that they will meet in the 5th round, and since he said that they will be in the same territory, she will wander around trying to find him. The guy puts the cup on the table and continues that but he will need to meet her hiding his identity, while telling her that she must listen to him carefully. He looks at her and says that as he already said the 5th round will be quite difficult, and perhaps this time they will not be able to pass it, but we can use one method. To which she specifies which one. The guy mentions a player named Black Braid. She will need to find him and ask for help. Julie asks again in horror. The girl asks who he means by Black Scythe, if it's the one who is first in all regions, to which Alex answers yes. Julie looks nervously and says that he means that she will need to ask Black Scythe for help in the 5th round, to which he clarifies that he said to ask him for help, but it sounds more like collaborating with him. He continues that she will need to team up with him for a while and that is how she will be able to survive, to which she retorts that Black Scythe is level 30, and why would he collaborate with her? She looks away while he says that she has a buff that Black Scythe will also need, to which she thinks that it will be great if she can pass the next round with its help. The girl exhales and says that she is still worried because she is not sure that Black Scythe will team up with her just because she has a small buff, to which the guy thinks that it is not just a small buff, but the fact that she has it is simply incredible. Alex asks her not to worry because the Black Scythe will try to work with her, and not only in this round but in the next rounds because he saw it in the future, therefore she does not need to worry about it. Julie smiles and asks if this is true. She puts her hands on her chest and thanks her for telling her such information, to which he says that as her friend he can do it, to which she asks permission to look at his hand for a moment. She uses the ability saying that she must repay him. The guy looks at the ability. He smiles and thanks her because he knew that she cannot live peacefully with a sense of duty, and so he thought that she would buff him, which means that he can now go home and use it. The system notifies him that due to the effect of the blessing skill, all of his stats have been increased by 50%. He looks at the package while the notification shows that his kill counter is at 100 out of 100 and due to the effect of the Butcher's Rune, all of his stats have been increased by 100%. Alex is sitting on the couch and thinking about the effect of Julie's blessing and the bonus from the Butcher's Rune after killing a couple of bugs. He looks at the status window and understands that his characteristics should grow quite well. He looks at the characteristics in the form of strength at 93 units, intelligence at 111 units, agility at 105 units and luck at 84, which the guy is perplexed by the last one. The guy uses the item with the thought that with such luck you can count on a lot, while the dialogue box describes to him an item called a ticket for a low-rank magic crystal, that it is a rare consumable and it has an effect. You can get from 1 to 5 low-level magic crystals. There are also restrictions in the form of the fact that it can be used until the next round and have a rank of a commoner, and above. There is also a description that this is an item with a limited time of use, which allows you to get magic crystals and the item will be automatically destroyed when moving to the next round. It also strongly depends on the user's luck indicator. The guy looks at this and thinks that if he were a normal person he would pray to God for good results. Alex smiles and notes that he doesn't give a damn about God. He remembers Monica saying that it was time to start the game and that on the first of every month for 20 rounds people's souls would be transported to another dimension to play a game. While the guy thinks that he doesn't know which one, but it's definitely some god's hands. He thinks about angels and continues that who else could take 1,800,000,000 people and put them in a separate game. There's definitely a god behind this, and it's a god who plays with people. The guy looks at him with displeasure and thinks that if he could get his wish after beating the last round, he would want the fucking god who created this game to be destroyed. The system notifies him that he used an item called a low-ranking magic crystal ticket. The system also congratulates him on getting 5 low-rank crystals and shows him the items he got: 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green and 1 purple low-rank magic crystal, while the guy is confused that he got 5, because that's the maximum. He smiles and continues that it wasn't a prayer, but a curse from the gods that gave him a good result, and that's good. Now he'll start combining. He looks at the screen and presses the combine button and thinks that he'll first insert 2 red magic crystals and combine them. He looks at the display about the successful combination, with the fact that he's created a low-rank red magic crystal. The guy sits there satisfied, thinking that if you combine magic crystals of the same rank and color, you can get a higher rank magic crystal. He looks at another purple one that Rena gave him, and the one he just received. The system notifies him about the creation of a purple low-rank magic crystal. He looks at the board and thinks that if he connects the magic crystal with the item, and he did it successfully, he gets a 2% increase in damage due to the connection with the hood. The guy improves his items, specifically improved all the characteristics of the Glove of the Shadow of Darkness by 2 units and luck from the Ring of Resistance also by 2. He also improved the dexterity of the long fast boots by 2 units. The guy thinks that he will separate the dark blue magic crystal from the hunter's armor, and received a decrease in damage to the bloody killer suit by 1%. He smiles and continues that he used all his magic crystals and it was not for nothing that he exchanged information to get this buff. He thinks against the background of the building that now he needs to prepare for a meeting with Mike. The guy is stunned. Rick asks him if the president of the company in which he invested is the heir, to which he answers positively, because as their business partner he was invited to the event and they will work together in the future. The younger brother asks if he can even go to a place like that, to which the other brother replies that he said he could come there with his relatives, so he doesn't have to worry. Rick is horrified to see them there, and Alex urges him to just go already. He leads the younger brother to the door. He looks at him in confusion. The guard bows and says he is here to see them off. Rick says they have seen this man before. Alex explains that it is his brother. Hugo says he is sorry, as he did not introduce himself, and gives his name and asks if they have met before, to which Rick says yes, while he continues that he has already apologized to his brother. Rick listens in surprise as he says he is very sorry for being rude earlier. Hugo gestures and says that this event will serve as an apology, so he hopes it will not be a burden for them and asks if they can go, as the limo is already waiting downstairs. They arrive at Mike's hotel. While they were just entering, someone had already recognized Alex. The brothers looked ahead in surprise. Mike smiled and said that he was glad that they were alive and well. Alex shook his hand and said that the feeling was mutual, while he asked if this was his brother, to which he received a positive answer, because his name was Rick, he was his younger brother. Mike turned to him and said that he was glad to meet him, because he was the president of the consulting company of the Heavenly Demon Mike, to which he became very excited and said hello. The blonde man asked him if his brother was a gambler. Rick said that he was not a gambler, to which Alex added that he was only 14. Mike said that it was incredible luck to avoid the deadly game for 1 year and continued that he envied him very much in this regard. Alex thought that he was lying. Mike turned and asked them to go further, because although it was simple here, they had nevertheless prepared an event. They went to a table for 6 people. There was expensive food on the table. The cook and the woman bowed to the guests. Rick was very surprised. Mike points and says that they must be hungry, even though there is not much food on the table. He is sure that they will be able to eat their fill. Rick looks around and asks if he is making fun of him, because it is not much. Yes, that is true. Mike smiles and asks them to help themselves. The doors close. Alex turns around. He looks at something in surprise. Rena comes in and he wonders if she was invited too. She notices him. Rena recognizes the guests. Mike notices that she has finally arrived. The girl closes her eyes and apologizes to him because she was at the funeral of an actor's colleague and therefore was a little late, to which he replies that he asks her not to worry about it because they understand everything, and what is more important is the main shareholder of their company. He told her about him earlier. The girl looks at him and says that she is Rena and she is an actress. She puts her hand on her face and asks them if they were not the ones who handed out rice cakes after they moved in, to which Alex replies that she is right. Rena smiles and notes that she and the main shareholder of the company are neighbors, and this is very cool, and thinks that he looks younger than her, but is already the main shareholder, and wonders if the president decided to joke about her in this way. The younger brother looks embarrassed and calls out to his brother with a question whether he recognized the girl correctly. Alex understands that his brother is not aware of the relationship between Rena and Mike, and most likely he is very surprised that he suddenly saw her here. The brunette stares at his brother, thinking that this is probably a normal reaction for someone to her appearance. The guy doesn't know how to act and notes that he should probably look more interested. Mike smirks and realizes that the guy is really young and it's obvious that he's a man and it was a good idea to invite Rin. The blonde smiles and notes that they should be hungry and asks not to worry, but to enjoy their dinner. Everyone is sitting at the table. The younger brother looks at his brother and says that this meat just melts in your mouth, to which Alex notes that if this is true, he should eat more. Mike asks the shareholder if he likes the food, because he ordered the chef to pay special attention to the dishes. They both turned around in surprise and he replies that it's delicious, to which the blonde asks the same thing from his younger brother. The younger brother shyly gives a positive answer, because it's the first time he's eaten something like this. He remembers that he had ordered everything to be taken away and redone earlier, and says that he is glad to hear that they liked everything, while thinking that it was a good idea to work with the cooks a little. The president holds up the cutlery and says that he noticed that they did not bring other members of their family, and asks why he only came with his brother. Alex looks down and replies that his family only consists of his brother because his parents died. Mike, stunned, replies that he is sorry and scolds himself for asking the question. The blonde looks away and wonders why he asked that question because all the good atmosphere has gone down the drain. He sees that his younger brother is in a bad mood and decides to just shut up until the mood somehow recovers. Amidst the awkward silence, the servants put tea with sweets in front of the guests. The blonde looks ahead and thinks that he needs to somehow defuse the situation. Mike looks at Rin, hoping that the actress will look at him for a second. The guy puts the cup on the table. He gets up and asks Rin if they can talk for a while, to which the actress replies that they can. She follows him down the hall. Mike asks her to listen to him carefully, to which she replies that she is listening. The blonde stops. The girl answers positively to the question of whether the food was tasty. Mike turns around sullenly and asks if the actress thinks that he called them just to feed them. The president looks straight at her and clarifies that he called them to cheer them up a little and asks how she can be so stupid. The girl looks down and apologizes to him and continues that she thought that he simply invited her to an event, and he asks again why he would invite her to such an event. Mike put his hand on his face and asked if the head of the department did not tell her who this person was, to which she asks if he is not their main shareholder. Rena is stunned that he will explain that he is both the main shareholder and their prophet. Mike extended his hand and notes that she understood everything correctly, because the guy has a unique ability to see into the future. The blonde bends his fingers and asks her again if she now understands that they need to maintain a good mood, because how much it will help them if they know the information about the next round in advance. Rena looks at him fearfully, while he continues that this is why she needs to use her pretty face, namely agree with him and smile at him. Mike clenches his fist and adds that she needs to do everything to get the prophet's heart. Rena looks at him fearfully and replies that with all due respect to him, she does not think that something like that is required. The blonde stands in front of her and explains that as president, he created an opportunity for her to become a successful actress and asks if she should repay him for this. Rena listens sadly that the actress should not worry about methods and means, because her task is simply to cheer up the shareholder. The blonde frowns and asks why the actress does not answer, to which the actress sharply notes that she understood everything. Mike moves forward and replies that he will see how she copes with her task. They return to the table. Mike opens the door and asks if they have been waiting for too long because they were a little late due to the conversation. The blonde looks at the girl and says that it looks like dinner is over and they should move to another location. They let Alex and her brother go first. Mike is angry because he told her what to do and does not understand why she is hesitating so much. The younger brother turns to Rena and asks her for forgiveness, to which the actress asks again. The younger brother is embarrassed and says that he is her fan and notes that the actress is much more beautiful than in the photo, to which the actress thanks him, and he continues that if she has the opportunity, He asks to take a photo with her later, if there is time. Rena laughs and agrees, while Mike realizes that the younger brother is more interested in her, and they should change their plans. Rena receives a message on her phone. She reads it in surprise. Mike asks her to change her goal and first get closer to his brother. The girl understands that she will have to deceive the fan who approached her without any ulterior motives. Alex notices that the girl is uncomfortable. Mike looks ahead proudly, thinking that if they can get his younger brother on their side, then the older one will have no choice but to follow him, and then they can easily get information about the next round. The blonde smiles and notes that this is a private room for very important guests, and along with the music, they can get unlimited drinks and snacks here. The younger brother looks at him and asks again about drinks, because if he means alcohol, then he is only a high school student, to which Mike replies that everything is fine and he can enjoy other drinks as well. The guard closes his eyes and is instructed to order a special set and a soft drink for the younger brother, to which he replies that he understands him. The door closes. Alex turns to the president, saying that he does not drink alcohol either, to which the blonde asks again, since he is already an adult, he should not miss such an opportunity and try. Alex turns to Rena and asks if she could take a photo with her brother, to which the actress agrees. The younger brother and Rena turn around. Alex turns to Mike. He angrily asks if he thinks he's an idiot. The blonde awkwardly asks what he's talking about. The brunette crosses his arms over his chest and asks if he's forgotten that he's a prophet and if he thinks that he, who sees the future, won't know about their conversation with Rena. Mike is taken aback, while he asks if he wants to cooperate with them. Alex sullenly tells him that in that case, he'd better not hide anything from him. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that in that case, he had better not hide anything from him. Frowning, Mike thought that he found out about his conversation with Rena, as he saw in the visions. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he told Mrs. Rena to try to win his position, to which the president replied that he should forgive him if this offended him, he only wanted them to be friends. The guy looked surprised to hear that, but he crossed the line by trying to use his brother, to which he thought that he knew about it too. Lowering his head, Mike said that he was sincerely sorry, he made a stupid decision, he would fix everything that he was unhappy with. Gritting his teeth, Alex said that since he sincerely apologized, he would let it go, those words he said to Rena, he would forget them. Smiling, the guy said that thank you for giving him another chance. Entering the room, Hugo said that he was back. Closing his eyes, the president replied that he asked to leave them, to which he asked again. Looking away, Mike said that he had something to discuss alone with the VIP guests, let him take the others to the next room. The guy closed the door behind him. Frowning, the president thought, damn, he tried to fix the situation with Rena, but instead made it worse. He looked surprised when he heard that he wanted to get information about the next stage, to which he asked that yes, he already knew about it. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that the reason he agreed to the meeting was to give him information about the 5th round, but if this attitude towards him continues, giving him information and their partnership will become more difficult. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that he was really sorry, let him forget about this mistake, to which the protagonist replied that he should not hide anything from him, in the future, let him trust him without a doubt. Crossing his arms, he added that he also hoped that he would not comment on the management of the company. He believed that he could convince the other shareholders during the shareholders' meeting, to which the president said that yes, he would do his best to keep the other shareholders in line. Smiling, Alex said that fine, then he would do everything to develop this company. Looking at him, Mike heard that now he would acquaint him with the information about the 5th round. He frowned when he heard that the 5th round would be harder than all the previous ones. Standing in front of him, the hero said that there was no need to worry, there would be no serious problems for him, to which the president replied that if that was the case, then what was the essence of the task? Raising 3 fingers up, the protagonist said that the task was to kill 300 orcs. But it was not as easy as it sounded, besides. Gritting his teeth, Alex added that the regions would be merged, to which the guy asked again. Mike smiled when he heard that since the number of players had decreased quite a lot, individual regions would be merged, to which he asked what it meant. They might meet players from other regions, such as the Black Scythe. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he would not be in the same region with the Black Scythe. Stretching his hands forward, the president asked that was how. Perhaps he knew the identity of the Black Scythe. Looking down, the protagonist replied that he did not know, but he would be able to meet him soon, and then thought that although they had already met. Looking straight ahead, he added that there was one more thing. The guy looked surprised to hear that he was after someone, right? A man named Travis, to which he asked that he knew about that too. Crossing his arms, Alex said that he told him so, there was no need to hide anything from him, to which Mike replied that as he thought, his future rune was beyond his imagination if he knew who it was. The guy extended his hand forward, hearing that he was asking to stop his investigation, to which he asked what the reason was. Turning his head, the hero said that it would be worse for him if he touched him, to which the president asked that he could find out why, and the protagonist replied that that was all he could tell him. The guy put his hand to his face. Looking at him, Alex thought that he would let him live for now, since he was still useful. Gritting his teeth, Mike said that he understood they would stop their investigation into Travis. Taking a step forward, he added that then they would continue the event, without alcohol, to which the hero replied that he understood. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that tonight he needed to let off some steam. The man was running through the alleys. He was holding his wounded arm. The man opened his eyes in fear. He raised his head up in amazement. Looking to the side, the man screamed. The stranger took a step forward. The man screamed in fear. The man swung his sword. A blow flew at the man's leg. His leg was chopped off. Falling to the ground, the man screamed. Gritting his teeth, Mike told him to shut up if he didn't want him to cut out his tongue. Lying on the ground, the man asked why he did this to him, what he did, to which the guy replied that he was really tough for a pedophile, he seriously didn't know. Raising his hand up, the man said that it was a long time ago. Why now? He served time and is now free. He is just an old man. The guy raised his weapon up. He thrust the sword into the man. Lowering his head, Mike said that he should cover himself if he didn't want to die a long and painful death. If there were witnesses because of him, there would be more corpses. Gritting his teeth, the man wheezed. Looking at him, the guy said that it was great, even though he was old. But at least his ears worked normally. It was terrible that such trash as him was still alive and didn't think. Particles appeared around the sword. The glow spread around. Looking to the side, the old man asked what it was. Suddenly, darkness began to consume him. Beams flew around his body. He stretched out his hand forward. The guy watched him silently. Frowning, the young man thought that if it weren't for the dark mana charging, he would have killed this piece of shit in the blink of an eye. Particles flew around the weapon, and he added that he wouldn't do anything, he needed dark mana for the dark aura. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that in order to charge the dark mana, he needed to take other people's lives. Pulling the weapon to the side, he said that now he can die. The man stretched his hand forward. A thought arose, what about when he kills people? Particles flew around the body. A thought arose that he gets much more mana than when killing monsters. Putting his hand to his face, Mike thought that for him, a man who enjoys killing criminals. Smiling, he added that isn't the Dark Knight the ideal class. The guy pointed the weapon at the old man and thought that cleaning up trash helps cope with stress. Mana particles flew around the sword. Mike stood silently in front of the corpse. Frowning, he thought that it can't absorb corpses. The dark aura can only absorb the life force of living targets. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind him. The guy turned around in amazement. A cat ran near the trash can. Looking down, the president thought that there could be no witnesses. Buildings appeared. The thought arose that he had dragged him to the corner of the street away from human eyes, and before dawn, no, he thought there was one person. The image of the hero appeared. It was said that the prophet Alex, he can see a similar scene using the rune of the future. Frowning, Mike thought that in this case it meant that he approached him knowing that he was a serial killer. Smirking, he said that it was interesting. Taking the phone in his hand, the guy said that he should come here and clean up after him. A view of a high-rise building opened up. Sitting on the bed, the hero thought about the fact that he did not need to attend any events, so he spent time at home. He needed rest. Looking at the phone, he added that today, however, it was over. Pressing the button, the protagonist thought that it was time to act. Rays flew around the crystal. The thought arose that it was time to deal with one of the 5 runes that he received in the real world, the cloning rune. The hero's eyes lit up. News about the world chaos appeared. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this is only the 4th round, and there are already so many deaths, low-level bastards. Smiling, he added that they, after becoming players, do the same. Walking forward, the players said that and why they blew up the shit because people do what they want before they die. So in the past there was no need to suppress everyone. Let them not do this, do not do that. It is because they have all sorts of rules for every question. Suddenly he swung his weapon. Striking the ground, the guy shouted that his patience had simply snapped. Looking straight ahead, he said that it doesn't matter, now there is not a single scum that could stop him. Smiling, the player added that because he is a higher being called a player. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he asked what kind of bastards he should kill this time. Looking at his hand, the guy thought that he killed people in reality for the first time and felt almost nothing. Maybe it was because he had already experienced the hell of the 4th round. Raising his hand up, the young man said that but for each person only 1 card is given. What a nasty thing. It is because they are ordinary people. The player smiled broadly. The thought arose that, as expected, the 4th round is a hot spot. Moreover, this method of pumping was even more effective than catching monsters. Notifications about runes appeared. Leaving, the guy said that if possible, he would like to kill players whose death gives more cards. Looking at the phone, he asked what the article said about a cafe for players to unite. Smiling, the young man added that if he registered here, he would contact the players and kill them, and then thought that he would be able to fill the slots with cards that were not even close to what they could squeeze out of ordinary people. He read about registering at a cafe. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what was what. Not only did they require all personal information, but they also had to go through an interview. How tedious it was. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that he needed to join the cafe, so he could meet the players and stab them in the back. The young man began to enter the information, thinking that other players could not even dream of such a thing, who could even imagine that there was a player who absorbed players. Standing in front of the building, he asked what it was definitely here. A message about an interview appeared. Standing in front of the door, the guy thought that everything was correct, but the player gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell did they call him to where even buses don't go? Opening the doors, he added that this interviewer behaves like a fucking pig, he should kill him. The young man looked around and thought that everything inside was furnished with taste. The man looked surprised. The thought occurred that there were only 2 visitors. Getting up, he asked if he was by any chance the one who sent the registration application, to which the young man responded approvingly. Stretching his hand forward, the man asked what his nickname was, to which the guy replied that he was the Right Dragon of Black Flame. Shaking his hand, the interviewer said that he was glad to meet him. His nickname was his age, 30, to which Jake asked if he was really a player, and the man replied that he was, although you wouldn't be able to tell by his appearance. But he turned 29 this year. Stretching his hand forward, he added that this miss came to the interview first. Perhaps they will become members of the same community, so let them introduce themselves to each other. Lowering his head, Jake thought that this walking anchovy was also a player. Yes, he would smear such an opponent on the wall in 2 counts, and then said hello. Turning his head, the guy asked that, by the way, business here apparently is SOSO, there are no visitors, no regular workers. Smiling, Archie answered that the place is just very remote, and this is one of the reasons why they rented this place for the interview. Sitting at the table, the guy said that so he rented it, but then shouldn't the owner be here, and he does not see anyone here, to which Archie replied that the owner of the establishment is now in the kitchen, making preparations. After all, this is a cafe and you can eat here. Turning his head, Jake said that I understand. The room appeared. The thought arose that there were no surveillance cameras here either. Looking down, he added that if he killed these 2 right now and ran away, no one would ever know, right? Sitting at the table, the guy thought that no, he couldn't run away after killing only 2 insignificant hunters, and then asked that he wasn't going to start the interview, to which Archie replied that there was another candidate who was due to arrive any minute. As soon as he was here, they would start the interview right away. Frowning, Jake thought about another candidate, and then asked that meant there would be 3 candidates for the interview. Looking outside, the man said that yes, even though he was late, he thought they should wait for him a little longer. There he came. The doors of the cafe opened slightly. The man's eyes widened, and he asked that he was sending in an application for registration, to which the man replied that he was, and he added that he apologized, but what was his nickname? He looked in amazement, hearing that a black braid. People were sitting at the conference. It was heard that she was glad to meet. Looking straight, the guy said that everyone was present except for Mr. Honey Jam, and now they will start the periodic meeting of the 3rd week of April, and then asked how many people joined the cafe this week. Gritting his teeth, the guy said about 2,000, to which he was told that the number has increased compared to last week, and he added that yes, that's right, the number of players decreases every month, but the number of those who join the cafe increases every week. Sitting at the table, the guy heard that an article was published, which talked about the creation of a cafe of the Union of Players. It must have attracted a stream of people, to which he asked who hired that reporter. Smiling, the girl replied that she did, to which she was told that he did not know that she had connections among journalists, and she added that she took advantage of the opportunity to secure one such contact. The guy raised his hand and said that it was great, as expected from one of the first participants. Then if from these 2,000 you filter out all the slag, how many people will be left? To which he was told that after filtering out players without professions, players below level 10 and so on, 1,200 people remain. Frowning, the guy asked if there were any talents among them that could be useful. Adjusting his glasses, the young man replied that he would answer this question. Looking at the tablet, he said that first of all, it is worth mentioning the player of the right Black Flame Dragon, although he is an ordinary warrior of the 10th level, but, according to him, he ranks 3rd in this region. Putting his hands to his face, the guy said that 3rd place, despite the low level, he seems to have a good rune, or is it all a lie? To which he was told that nevertheless he believes that he is a talented player who can be promoted to a leadership position. The young man gritted his teeth when he heard that it was clear. What about the other candidates? To which he replied that there was another candidate. She was from the ESKS 122-7 region. She was always ranked 4th to 10th in the player list. The young man smiled when he heard that there were also 50 players who were in the top 100 in their regions, a lot more talent than he thought. He didn't think they would have time to conduct interviews now. Archie asked in amazement when he heard that wasn't it. Frowning, the guy asked why he was sleeping. What was he doing at night? Why was he nodding off since early in the morning? He wasn't going to listen to excuses. Let him interview all of these 50 people before the meeting next week. If he couldn't handle it, then maybe another high-level candidate would sit in his place. Raising his eyebrows, the man replied that it was fine, let him rely on him. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked if he had managed to contact the Black Scythe, to which the boy replied that if there had been anything, he would have immediately dropped everything he was doing and reported it to him immediately. The chairman closed his eyes and said that indeed, he would have done exactly that. If the black side had joined the cafe, he would have been ready to immediately give up his leadership position. It was even a bit of a pity. The girl smiled, hearing that she could not ask this reporter to write more articles. It seemed that they needed to properly promote the cafe to attract the attention of the black side. To which she replied that of course it was possible, it was enough to just agree on payment. Smiling, the chairman said that he should not worry about it, he would provide a generous reward for everyone's hard work. Closing her eyes, the girl thanked him. The guy looked at him in amazement when he heard that. Well, on that note, they would end the discussion of candidates and move on to the next agenda. To which he replied that he should wait. A famous person had just applied to join the cafe. The chairman looked at him in amazement and asked what and who it was. Frowning, the guy said that it was a black braid. The people shuddered in surprise when they heard that. Archie held out his hands and said that it was nice to meet him, and then asked if the road here had caused him any inconvenience. Standing in front of him, the hero replied that it had been a little inconvenient, to which the man replied that he should forgive him for inviting him to such a remote place, but there was no better location for a secret meeting. Archie extended his hand to the side and added that, by the way, he looked even more handsome in person, he must be very popular with women, and that he should come this way. Pointing to the table, the man said that he should sit here first. These two would also be interviewed today, let them greet each other. Jake clenched his teeth tightly. Lowering his head, the young man greeted. The guy frowned, hearing that the black scythe. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he was such a funny bastard. Looking straight ahead, Jake thought that this man, the same black scythe that killed him 5 times, he wanted to ask him if they had met in real life. What had he done to him, that he killed him so often? Looking at him, Archie asked him what, he didn't want to say hello, to which the guy replied that his name was the Right Dragon of the Black Flame. The young man lowered his head. Gritting his teeth, Jake thought that he didn't even pretend to know him. He thought he would recognize him when he told him his nickname. Did he really not remember his nickname, even after killing him 5 times? The hero held a cocktail in his hands. A thought appeared that he really thought too highly of himself. He himself pretended to be someone else. But he is a real swindler. Rob smiled. A thought appeared that his real nickname was Kukura Ping Pong. He was an experienced swindler who tried all the ways to get rich. The clone stood in front of him. It was said that now he is nothing special, but in the future he will become famous when he gets the double rune. However, fame will bring him bad deeds, and bad, because he will use the double rune to commit all sorts of crimes. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that it was sad, of course, that even criminals get power from another world, but it was good that he met him as planned. With his help he would get the rune of the double. Taking out the tablet, the man said that so, since everyone introduced themselves, they would quickly confirm personal information, starting with Cookham. Looking down, the protagonist said that he was 19 years old, he had just finished school, and was unemployed for now. Closing his eyes, the man asked what he said, that he was a mercenary of the 13th level. Was that right? To which Alex answered that yes, that was right, and Archie asked that it was true that he took 4th place in the region. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that yes, it was true, all this was a lie. Only with the nickname he did not lie. The protagonist looked at the guy. The thought appeared that Kokuma is a real nickname, which means that he is also pretending to be another player, all because in order to get the double rune, you need to fulfill the condition. The guy smiled broadly. It was said that this condition, posing as another person, you need to commit a murder, in the place where the rune is hidden. The man crossed his arms. The thought appeared that in the past, the one who pretended to be a black scythe committed a murder and received the rune. Smiling, Archie said that okay, the next Right Dragon of Black Flame, to which the guy replied that his real name is Jake, he is 15, he is a student in high school. The man raised his eyebrows and said that so he is the youngest of all the candidates. The thought appeared that the damn pig, he thought he was already an adult, but he is a schoolboy, he will not give him less than 30. The protagonist sat at the table. A thought occurred to him that he would laugh so much if he knew that Jake had killed his classmates so mercilessly. Not every schoolboy could do that. He heard that it was true, that he was an ordinary 10th level warrior who had taken 3rd place in the region. Lowering his head, the guy asked that he really thought that he had lied, to which the man replied that he just wanted to clarify. Let him forgive him if he had offended him with this. The player gritted his teeth, hearing that what was his name, to which he replied that Rob, he was 28, he was a fund manager, he had never fallen below 1st place, he was level 30, he was familiar with the Reaper class, what else did he have to prove? Smiling, Archie said that it was nothing, thanks for the confirmation. Looking at Rob, the protagonist thought what kind of fund manager is he who rides on other people's backs? He will borrow money from other players at the expense of the reputation of the Black Scythe. Putting the tablet on the table, the interviewer said that this was the end of the information check, then there will be a full interview. Let him tell why he wants to join their company. They will start with Kokuma. Gritting his teeth, Alex answered that the world has been difficult lately. Yes, he is afraid of being alone, so he thought that it would be nice to unite with the same players as him. Jake frowned, hearing that good, the next Right Dragon of the Black Flame, to which he thought that he could not honestly answer that he came here to kill other players. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he also came here for the same reason as Kakuma. He can no longer go to school, and is very worried about the next round. Archie turned his head and asked if that was clear. But what about him? To which Rob replied that he had simply applied because he had heard that there was a cafe here and thought it might be interesting. The man closed his eyes and asked if that was how it was, and then thought that for the Black Scythe, doors were open everywhere. Smiling, he said that okay, they had all given very satisfactory answers. Now he would tell them about the final interview. The man raised his eyebrows and said that it was murder. In order to pass the final interview they had to kill a person. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked what he had said to kill. But why would they do something like that? Archie frowned and replied that it seemed he had misunderstood. Okay, he would explain it to him so that he would understand everything completely. Stretching his hands forward, he added that as they could understand from reading the article, the government was already taking measures to control the players and deal with those who refused to participate. They were afraid that their powers were superior to ordinary people. Clenching his fist, the man said that however, he was sure that in the future the world would belong to the players. If they united, it would happen even faster. Archie added, his eyes wide, that was why they did not need to follow the laws. They would resist and oppose the government's control, and show that only the players were the law. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and asked what and why they should kill, to which he replied that everything was correct. Killing was a protest that would show the determination of their players. The guys looked at him, listening to him say that this way they would show the government that the laws did not apply to them. Sitting at the table, Archie asked what was clear now, to which Alex responded approvingly. Raising his finger up, the man said that in that case, if any of them did not want to take part in this, he asked him to get up and leave them now. However, those who left could no longer expect their support. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that meant they would blacklist them. This way they wanted to scare them into committing murder, and then make it even harder for them to refuse in the future. Jake lowered his head. Rob closed his eyes. Archie smiled and said that it looked like they all had enough determination. Okay, so he understood that. They were ready to pass the final stage of the interview and continue on. Frowning, the player asked what to continue, that is, kill, but they had no one to kill, so what should they do, to which he was told that they did not need to worry about that. The man raised his eyebrows and said that he had prepared victims for just such an occasion. It was raining from the sky. Standing up, the player asked that well, then they would go and look at them. The girl looked surprised and asked that he was already leaving, since they had rented a cafe, they could stay longer. Looking at her, the man replied that no, they had urgent business, and then asked, by the way, where the toilet was. Pointing to the side, the girl said that it was right there, around the corner, to which Archie asked if she could ask him for something. Holding the keys in his hands, the man asked if she could move the car for him. He could see that he was in a hurry. Smiling, she replied that of course, she could go without worrying about anything. The girl went outside. She opened the car doors. The girl put away the umbrella. Suddenly, hands reached out to her. An unknown person began to strangle her. She wheezed from suffocation. Her hands trembled. Archie smiled and said that it was easy. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked what he had just done, to which Jake asked again what but why he had killed the cafe owner. Turning his head, the man asked what they were worth, let them hurry. The man was unconscious. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked if it was really necessary to kill her. The car was driving through the forest. It suddenly stopped. People were walking towards the building. They heard that they had arrived. The final stage of the interview would take place in this warehouse. They entered the warehouse. Taking a step forward, the man said that they would let her lie there, and they would begin, and then asked who would kill her. Smiling, he added that it might be him, to which Rob replied that he would do it, and Archie said that he had expected nothing else from him. They looked away in amazement, hearing that he should stop. Looking at the hero, the man asked what was the matter, to which he asked that he couldn't. The interviewer raised his eyebrows and asked what he wanted to do, said that it was interesting, he thought so, he was scared and wouldn't do it. Turning his head, he added that well, could he give in to the cuckoo? The protagonist walked forward. Rob smiled and said good luck, he had done him a special favor. Looking straight ahead, Alex heard that thanks, he would put the doppelganger rune to good use. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what the rune was, what he was talking about. Suddenly, the hero grabbed his face. The protagonist lifted it up. Alex twisted his head. Archie's eyes widened in amazement. Raising his hands, he asked what the man grabbed his head and shouted, what does this even mean? How could he kill the Black Scythe? Is he crazy? Turning his head, the hero said that this bastard was already getting on his nerves. Frowning, the player thought that this gleam in his eyes, like some kind of predator, he is not at all the same as before. How could this even happen? A glow appeared around the hero and he thought, great. Pretending to be a Kakuma was worth it. Notifications appeared that the activation conditions were met. He found a hidden rune of a double. Stretching his hands forward, the man asked that he explain what this means. Why did he kill the Black Scythe? To which the protagonist asked again. Putting on a mask, Alex said that because this devil was pretending to be him. Standing in front of him, the man asked that he pretended to be him. And what was he talking about? The player put his hand forward and said that he had to kill this woman. So he asks why he killed him. To which the hero replied that why, yes why, he is scum, so he killed him, besides he is also trash. The protagonist put a bag on the girl's head. Frowning, the man asked what he said, let him repeat. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he just did it. A scythe appeared in the hero's hands. Alex raised his head and asked what he said, that he was trash, and what, he was wrong. Gritting his teeth, Archie thought, what is this, a scythe, this is a weapon of the Kakuma. The hero looked to the side, a thought arose that he had never seen a player with such a big scythe. No, let him stop. The man looked in fear and thought that the player who fought with a huge scythe. The protagonist put on a mask and said that because this asshole pretended to be him. A thought arose that he pretended to be him. Really? Turning his head, Alex asked that now he understood what was going on. Who exactly was the black scythe? To which the man asked again that it was him. Looking at him, the hero replied that he should forgive him for lying. The man let go of the weapon. A thought arose that it looked like it was true. This was not the same Kakuma he had seen before. This really was the black scythe. Kneeling, Archie said that he should forgive him for not recognizing him. He played his role so well, let him spare him. Suddenly a blow flew at his head. The man's head flew to the side of the guy. His leg stood next to his head. Stretching his hand forward, Jake exclaimed. The protagonist looked to the side. A thought arose that this really was the black scythe. He was on a completely different level. Jake gritted his teeth and thought that he didn't even have time to notice how he cut the air with a scythe. Pulling his weapon out to the side, Alex asked that now only they were left, trying to figure out what he would do now. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if he had any last words, let him say them. Standing in front of him, the young man replied that he would not follow the cliché and ask for mercy, but he hoped that he could meet him and ask him something. Turning his head, the protagonist asked that he was interested in why he killed him 5 times in the 4th round. The guy looked at him with fear and answered that everything was correct. Looking at him, Alex said that everything was simple, he was holding him back, to which Jake asked that he was holding back, but why him? Looking straight ahead, the hero said that because among those he saw, he was the most capable, he needed to get rid of the competition. The guy exclaimed in amazement, hearing something else he would say, he would not be offended by him if he died. Standing in front of him, Jake asked if he could ask for one last thing, why he wanted to kill him. The protagonist held his weapon out in front of him and said, the protagonist replied that he was scum, to which the guy asked what did he do, and he added that he wasn't going to kill that woman. Frowning, the player said that but he didn't even do anything, to which Alex replied that he really didn't do anything, he just watched and did nothing. Lowering his weapon, the hero sighed. The guy smiled, hearing that okay, fine, he was different from other scum only in that he just watched and did nothing, he would give him a chance to live, to which he asked if that was true. The weapon hit the floor, and a sound was heard that in return. Turning his head, the hero said that he should give him everything he had. The equipment was lying on the floor, the thought arose that he really did have some very useful things. Looking down, the protagonist thought that if he sold all these items in the store, he would get 2,000 gold. The guy lowered his head and said that he gave away all his inventory, even his axe, that was really all he had. Holding the runes in his hands, Alex asked him what he said. Standing next to him, Jake replied that he said that he had nothing else, to which the hero said that he did not need it, let him take it for himself. Looking at the player, the protagonist thought that he would not be able to resell these things in the store. Turning his head, Jake asked that he would spare him, as he had promised. Nodding his head, Alex said that he would spare him, he had made a promise after all. Bowing, the player thanked him, to which the hero replied that that was enough, he was embarrassed. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that he should now live with dignity, he would decide for himself whether to get rid of the corpses or not. He added, bending down, that he would take the girl with him. Standing behind him, the guy said that he would help him, to which Alex replied that it was not necessary, how could he trust someone like him, let him get out of here already. The hero began to carry the girl away. Putting his hand to his face, Jake thought that he had survived, he really thought that he would finish him off, but everything worked out, he had lost several items from his inventory, but at least he was alive. Looking down, he added that however, why did he feel so empty? Gritting his teeth, the guy wondered where he had made a mistake, it was because he had simply watched him steal his items. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was very offensive. The protagonist was heading for the exit. He walked forward, the thought arose that he was now in a vulnerable state, even if he was a black scythe, from an axe blow to the back, but he would still die, yes. The player's eyes widened as he thought, what should he do if he killed someone as high level as the black scythe? His stats would immediately increase. His gaze froze, the thought appeared that yes, this was a chance in a million, such an opportunity might not be exposed to him again. Holding the weapon in his hands, Jake thought that if he did not use it, he would regret it all his life. Walking forward, he added that he should not notice him. The guy began to come closer, thinking that a little more. The hero froze, the thought appeared that yes, right now. Swinging, Jake thought that he should die. The axe flew right at him. The guy stood over the corpse. Smiling, he asked that he killed the black scythe, just like that. The player's eyes widened as he added that it really worked. He, being only at level 10, killed the black scythe. After kicking the hero, Jake asked why he even turned his back on him, and if he had a high level, he was such an idiot. Clenching his fist, the guy added that thanks to it, his stats would now grow. He froze, looking at the door. Jake extended his hand forward and asked why the message about raising stats did not appear. Usually it appeared right away. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked how so. Suddenly, the hero appeared behind him. The player looked away in fear. The protagonist adjusted his hood and asked why he was so surprised. Did he see a ghost or something? With his eyes wide open, the guy thought how this was possible. He definitely killed him. Did he really have a resurrection skill? He took a step back. The player looked away in amazement. The body evaporated. The thought appeared that there were not even blood stains. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that he killed his double, to which Jake asked again. Alex stood behind the player. It was heard that the rune of the double can create a copy that is completely indistinguishable from the original. The description of the rune appeared. It was said that although it does not have the ability to fight, judging by how easily he fooled him, the double is useful even without combat skills. Grinning, the hero said that it was a good test. Gritting his teeth, Jake replied that he tricked him. Tapping his finger on his head, the protagonist asked why he suddenly decided to cosplay the victim. After all, he is the one who really suffered. After all, he just almost hit his head, to which the guy said that he is the victim. He was the first to threaten him and extort items. Holding the weapon in his hands, Alex said that he got it. Suddenly he swung the scythe. The guy's head was cut off. A thought arose as to why the body suddenly stopped obeying. Standing in front of him, the hero said that he was only wasting time listening to another scum. A glow appeared around the guy's head. The tracks began to disappear. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that anyone who looked at this place would never think that a murder had taken place here, except for one person. Standing next to the girl, Alex asked what was hearing him. He lowered his head and added that instead of lying there and pretending to be dead, maybe she would get up, and she shouldn't even think about deceiving the player, because he could hear all her thoughts. Getting up, the girl replied that he should forgive her. Taking off the bag, she asked what was inconvenient about it. Could she take it off? To which the hero replied that no, she shouldn't take it off until he left. A room appeared. He could hear that he would ask a few questions, and she agreed to cooperate with him. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist asked how many visitors there were. She remembered everyone's faces, to which she replied that there were 4 people. One was over 40. Since they were talking, she remembered him well, and the rest. Alex lowered his gaze and thought that even the thought rune said that it was true, and then said that okay, the interrogation was over. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that well, now she would be safe, now it was all over. The hero crossed his arms and said that yes, he could go home. The main thing was not to tell the police anything, otherwise there would be retaliatory measures, to which she replied that yes, she understood, and he added that well, let him count 60 seconds and take off the bag. The girl nodded her head and responded approvingly. A room appeared. She took the bag off her head. Looking around, the cafe owner wondered what had happened here. Turning her head, she added that there was no one else here. She hadn't dreamed all this. A view of a high-rise building opened up. Entering the apartment, the hero said that he had arrived, to which Rick asked that he was home. Suddenly, the guy exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist smiled, hearing that these were his clothes. Where had he gone in them? To which he hesitated. Closing his eyes, Alex said that he was so tired, he was falling off his feet. Following him, the guy asked where he had been. He had dinner, to which the hero replied that he had not yet. Taking a step forward, Rick asked what he could, then they would order something, to which the hero replied that he could order whatever he wanted. Looking at the sweater, the protagonist thought that he had done everything cleanly, but he could not just return the clothes to Rick. The guy suddenly looked at him in amazement. Leaning over, he asked what he was doing, why he had thrown out the hoodie, to which Alex replied that it was already worn out, he would buy him a new one. After all, he had been wearing it for a long time. Wide-eyed, the brother said that, but to which the hero said that he would buy him an even better and more beautiful hoodie. Okay. Turning his head away, the guy said that no, it was not necessary. After all, the school had been closed for a long time, he had nowhere to wear it. Looking down, the hero thought that because of people like Jake, he can't even go to school, he must be bored sitting at home, because he can't go anywhere alone. Rick looked surprised, hearing that he didn't want to go for a walk with him tomorrow, maybe to Everland. Standing in front of the hero, he asked Everland, really, they were really going there, to which the protagonist responded approvingly and added that therefore he should have dinner and go to bed early. Rick's eyes widened, he said that he hadn't been here for so long. Looking at him, the hero thought that things had gotten complicated lately, so he couldn't take him here. People were walking in the park, he heard that, but why is it still open? Now a lot of public places are closing. In times like these, people need hope. Looking straight ahead, the guy exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the hero. Stretching his hand forward, Rick said that they should go there first, quickly. a toy store appeared. Putting on the hat, the protagonist asked what he thought of it. Smiling, the guy replied that it was cool, very cute, and that they would buy it. Looking around, he added that there were so many cute things here, to which Alex replied that he should buy whatever he wanted. Walking forward, the hero asked what and where he wanted to go now, to which his brother replied that he should let him think, since they had come here, they needed to go everywhere. People were riding a roller coaster. They were being doused with water. Pandas were lying on top of each other. Smiling, the guy said that these twin pandas were so cute, to which the hero thought, what a bastard, he was still gloomy yesterday. How good that he decided to take a walk with him. Turning his head, the brother asked that tomorrow was the first day of the month. So it was okay that they were spending time like this. He said that of course he was glad that they came here. Walking forward, he added that he shouldn't worry, he would return safe and sound this time too. But this round could take more than 10 hours, so he shouldn't be surprised if he slept for a long time, to which the protagonist asked, 10 hours, isn't that dangerous? He should definitely return safe and sound. Smiling, Alex asked that he was still worried. Rick looked down, hearing that he promised, he wouldn't leave him alone. Looking at his brother, the hero asked that he should stop worrying. Okay, where does he want to go now? Maybe on a safari. A view of a high-rise building opened up. The protagonist woke up from a notification on his phone. Looking at it, he thought it was Julie. The correspondence appeared. The thought arose that judging by such long messages, she was worried. Grinning, Alex thought that he shouldn't worry, from now on he would protect her. The hero put the phone on the shelf. The time on the clock was 12:00. The players appeared on the field. Looking around, the guy asked if that was all. They weren't coming, only 500 people survived in the last round. To which they replied that yes, for sure, they just hadn't arrived yet. The girl looked at him in amazement, and said that it seemed true. Looking away, the protagonist thought that there were incredibly few people compared to the first round, in which 10,000 people participated. After the unification, the emptiness that everyone felt would pass. Smiling, the angel said that she was glad to see them, congratulated them on reaching the 5th round. The players raised their heads up. Putting her hand to her face, Olivia asked why they were all so sad. Let them smile. Wasn't the last round funny? After all, they were so diligently destroying their own brothers. The people gritted their teeth, hearing this. Lowering her head, the angel said that well, okay, she won't make fun of them anymore. They even reacted boredly. Stretching her hand forward, she added that 442 survivors had been summoned now. Initially there were 521 survivors, but the number had decreased by almost 80 people. Apparently this time they were fighting each other in real life. Looking at the players, Olivia heard that the number had decreased again. Each time there were fewer and fewer of them. To which she replied that well, honestly, it made no difference whether they fought each other or not. Gritting her teeth, she added that however, they would not be able to conduct the game properly if there were only 400 people left, therefore. Smiling, the angel said that she had prepared something for them. Looking straight ahead, she added that it was regional integration. Raising his hand up, the guy asked if she could explain in more detail what regional integration meant. Frowning, Olivia said that it was a little annoying that she had to explain that something that was already obvious literally meant regional integration. She spread her arms out to the sides and added that she didn't know if they knew, but their country had hundreds of regions alone, 875 to be exact, to which they asked if they were the only ones with so many regions. Olivia smiled and said that they were surprised by such trifles. Compared to other countries it was quite small. The guy frowned and said that however, if each region had 10,000 people, then surely in a country with a large population there would be many districts, to which the player replied that it was, let him stop, that is, if each region had its own angel. Looking away, the guy asked what did that mean there were thousands of them too, and the other added that there were so many angels. Putting her hand to her face, the angel said that their guess was correct. They, the angels, were listed for each region, so had they only just guessed now? Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what did that mean she wasn't the one who came up with this survival game. The angel gritted her teeth. The player looked at him in fear, hearing why he thought so, to which he replied that thousands of angels would not cooperate to create some kind of survival game. Suddenly, an angel descended in front of him. Looking at the guy, Olivia asked what and what if this is still so, will he not praise them? Let him not ask useless questions. If she tells him the whole truth, his head will not withstand it. The player looked at him in fear and said that he asked for forgiveness. Stretching his hand to the side, the angel said that whatever it was. Looking at her, the hero thought that judging by how she changed the topic of conversation, he hit the bullseye. Perhaps there is a non-disclosure policy about the creator of this game. A blow flew at the angel. The thought arose that, in addition, angels can also die at the hands of players. They would never be able to create such a huge survival game. Olivia crossed her arms and said that from now on she would not answer the bugs' questions. The bugs, as befits them, should only think about their own survival. The girl looked at him in amazement, hearing that they were annoying her and just wasting their time. No matter what, she would now begin the integration of the region. Let them understand that this was a necessary measure, since there were too few players. Lowering her head, the angel said that they should not build any other useless theories. The players looked at him in amazement and asked what it was. An earthquake. A glow appeared on the ground. The cubes began to light up. The players were standing on the field. They looked up in fear. A bright beam appeared between them. The plates began to move upward. A glow appeared on the plate. The ground lit up brightly. The players began to appear on the platform. They looked around. People were standing next to each other. It seemed that it was over. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what those people were. The players looked at each other in surprise when they heard that the region integration was complete. Smiling, the angel asked what was wrong. Why didn't they even greet people like them? To which the other added that how long would the atmosphere be so awkward? The guy looked at them in amazement. It sounded like it was another angel. Angels, there were 10 of them. Many angels appeared in the sky. Smirking, one of them asked that they had heard everything from their angels, right? Because of the small number of players, the regions were integrated. Lowering her head, she added that 10 regions had just been merged into one. There were now 4,844 people here. The players gritted their teeth. It sounded like they had merged 10 regions. There were now almost 5,000 people here. It seemed like too many. Looking down, the angel said that other regions also decided to unite to replenish the number of players. Of course, after the unification, the names of the regions will also change. The name of this region is CSKS007. It contains only players from the Republic of Korea. The hero stood still. He heard that they were also from their country. Well, at least they will be able to communicate with each other, which means that later they can unite with other countries. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it was obvious that this would not be the end of the unification of regions. As soon as less than 500 people remained in the region, it would be united with another. Images of people appeared. The thought appeared that eventually, when the final number of players from the Republic of Korea was reduced to 500 people, they would have to compete with players from other countries. Raising his head, Alex thought that well, this will happen by the 11th round. Now he needs to focus on this place. Angels were flying in the air. The thought appeared that because a little more, and the angels will start an additional game. Raising her hand, Olivia said that after the main quest was announced, they would start a simple additional game in honor of the unification of the regions. Looking at the angels, the players heard that each district had its own representative. But what should they do now that the regions were united? Of course they needed to choose a new representative, right? Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what the new region representative was. Raising her finger, the angel said that the rules of the game were simple. Smiling, she added that 10 region representatives would step forward and fight each other until 9 of them died. Only the last one who survived would be promoted to the representative of the united region. The players looked around. They heard that it was really necessary to kill others to become the representative of the united region. It was cruel. But isn't it interesting? They will see who will become the new representative. Frowning, the player thought that this was no longer just a game. Looking up, the girl wondered if it was really necessary to kill others just to choose one person. The guy looked at him angrily and thought about what and why he became a representative of the region. The players smiled and thought that maybe if he died this time, he would be resurrected again. The players were tense. The thought arose that he did not need it, so maybe he would just refuse to be a representative. Standing in the middle of the players, the hero thought that until now, to become a representative of the region, no merits were needed, but in this round everything is different. You need to win a fight to the death and remain the only representative. Stretching her hand to the side, the angel asked what about them? Let them not make such worried faces. That the fight is mortal does not mean that they will really die. After the end of the game, all the dead representatives will be resurrected. Smiling, the guy said that it means, and this time they will be resurrected. The player crossed his arms and thought. Angel lowered her head and said that judging by their faces, they didn't think there would be much benefit from becoming the sole representative. The sole representative would instead have full authority over the right to command. This authority would allow them to control players of a lower level than them. The boys looked up when they heard that this was an improved version of the right to command, which would allow them to control players as they wished, no matter who they were before. But of course, the sole representative would still have a limit of 10 uses and the title would be passed on to another in the event of death. Angel smiled and asked that, but isn't this an attractive offer, since they can control other people? Gritting his teeth, the boy said that only those of a lower level? The girl raised her head and asked that, but they would be able to force others to act according to their wishes. Clenching his fist, the player asked that no matter who they were before. Olivia smiled and said that it seemed to motivate them. In that case, they would start an extra game when they were ready. Raising her finger, she added that now that the regions are united, they also need one representative, yes. The angels gathered in a circle, and a voice was heard asking if there were any volunteers among the angels to raise their hands. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that indeed, what a stupid question, and another added that if an angel says that he wants to work, there is clearly something wrong with him. Extending her hand forward, the angel said that they were convinced that there is no one among the angels who would like to be in charge of the region. So what should they do? Does anyone have any ideas? Raising her finger, the girl asked what if they randomly select a responsible person, to which the angel replied that she suggests relying on luck, a good way, but it is not interesting. They looked at each other. It was heard that maybe they will replace each other in turn. But it is unfair, the one who will be next in turn may not get this position, and that is true, especially since they will not unite the regions again later. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked that there is really no fair and interesting solution. Grinning, the angel asked what and how do they like it? A little more and there will be a battle between the representatives of the regions, right? Looking to the side, the girl said that the angel of the first dead player will receive this position as punishment. The angels gathered in a circle. It was heard that this is already interesting, a good idea, she likes it, everyone agrees. The girls raised their hands up and agreed. Looking straight ahead, the angel asked that maybe instead they will do this. The red moon appeared. It was heard that in addition to the rule with the first to die, the angel of the region whose representative remains last. The girls looked forward, hearing that she will become the ruler. Smiling, the messenger said that the angel of the region whose representative remains last will become the ruler. Looking at her, the girl asked again, to which she replied that it was exactly so, the other angels will be beggars, and will unquestioningly obey the will of the ruler. For example, if he appoints someone as an escort, then this must be done, since this is the order of the ruler. Putting her hand to her face, the messenger asked what it means that if a person wins, they will win, and if you win, you can become a ruler, just like a person. The girls looked at each other. It was heard that isn't it more interesting? Now she even has drooling, and it really is a wonderful idea. Putting her hand to her face, the angel asked what she was proposing. The winner will become the ruler. It seems she is very confident in herself, to which the girl replied that of course she is confident. Smiling, Monica asked but what are they going to do about it? Isn't the representative of her region menacing in appearance? He has never missed first place in his region. Olivia looked away and asked what first place in her region, and she was bragging about it. The hero lowered his head. It was heard that if she knew who the representative of her region was, she would be so surprised that she would fall into the ground. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl asked what so what, did they agree or not? To which Monica replied that she had no reason to refuse. Raising her hand, the woman said that she also agreed, it would be even more fun, to which the angel replied that she was confident in her abilities. Her representative was no pushover either. Looking straight ahead, the messenger asked, well, since they had chosen a method, should they start? Let her go and talk to them. To which Olivia responded approvingly. Stretching her arms out to the sides, she said, so, now they will begin an additional game to choose a single representative. Let all the representatives of the regions gather under her. The guy looked straight ahead. People walked forward. The protagonist frowned. The representatives of the regions stood next to each other. Olivia raised her hand up. The players looked around in amazement. Flames appeared around the people. The walls rose up. An arena appeared on the field. People looked away in surprise. The girl stretched out her hand and said that from now on they would fight to the death until there was only one survivor left inside the arena. If they died outside the arena they would not be resurrected, so they should not run away even if they were threatened with death. Looking up, the people heard that, so they were starting. The hero stood among the players. The guy looked away. The player frowned and thought that if he just killed 9 people, he could become a king, yes. The people were holding weapons in their hands. A thought appeared that judging by the fact that no one was making any sudden movements, they were trying to assess their opponents. But since they were all representatives of the regions, they clearly did not know how to fight. Smiling, the guy thought that there was still no bastard stronger than him. A rune appeared. A thought appeared that not only had he never given up first place in his region, but he also had a cheat rune of decay. As soon as his sword pierced the enemy's body, the rune automatically activated and destroyed the remaining flesh. The man looked at his hand in amazement. The player pierced the guy. The thought came to him that the sword was moving as if it was possessed by a spirit. Thanks to this he was able to kill 312 people in the 4th round. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl asked what they were doing, why weren't they fighting, and the other added that they should quickly start fighting. Looking at the angel, the guy thought that they had made bets. Why were they putting so much pressure on them? He was already thinking about attacking. Walking forward, he added that there was no bastard stronger than him anyway. If he took the chance and showed himself in all his glory, they would be too scared to do anything, and if so, him. He turned to the side. The players looked at him. Standing in front of them, the guy thought that a victim was needed. For his performance, he needed someone to act as a victim. Smiling, he added that anyone could attack first. He would deal with this bastard first. The protagonist took a step forward. He looked straight ahead. Standing in front of him, the representative thought that he had finally come out. He was his first victim. The protagonist stood still. A thought appeared that the scythe was big. He had rarely seen such a weapon. Smiling, the guy thought that he had seen people with a scythe in their nickname, but not players with a real scythe. A nickname appeared above Alex's head. The player looked in amazement and thought that a black scythe. His nickname was a black scythe. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that maybe he just had the same name. No, nicknames cannot be repeated. Lowering the sword, the guy thought what it meant, this man. The hero walked straight. A thought appeared that it really was that same black scythe, occupying first place among all regions, the one at level 30. Looking at them, the girl asked what was wrong with that man. She thought he would start attacking boldly. But why did he suddenly look so detached? Looking to the side, the angel asked if this was not a representative of her region. Monica gritted her teeth and wondered what to do. It was that bastard. The players stood in front of each other. The thought came to mind that why did he just stand there? Lowering her head, the girl grinned. Looking to the side, the angel asked if she found it funny. Smiling, Olivia replied that he should forgive her. But what can you do if it is so funny? Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that they should just look at him. Seeing the representative of her region, he began to shake like an aspen leaf. He is the representative of her region. The hero took a step forward. It was heard that, of course, a huge sigh makes a big impression, but she does not see anything that could inspire such a feeling of fear at the first meeting, which would make her tremble. Looking at the angel, the girl asked that is, her representative was afraid of her representative, to which she replied that it looked like that. Frowning, Monica said that he shouldn't talk nonsense. He thinks that first place in the region is a joke. Her representative has never missed first place since the very first round. Smiling, Olivia said that only in her region, but after all, everyone can take first place in the region. Has her representative never missed first place among all regions? The angels stood next to each other. They heard that, first place in all regions. What kind of fiction is this? And she hasn't noticed yet. The angels who saw the ratings will understand everything, just looking at his nickname. The hero stood still. They heard that a black braid. She saw him. He always appears in the results table. Monica lowered her head. It was said that the black braid is the representative of Olivia's region. If he is that same black braid, her representative is not even his opponent. Suddenly they exclaimed in surprise. A blow flew to the guy's head. His head fell to the ground. Smiling, the angel said that Monica was the first to drop out. Looking straight ahead, the boy thought that the black scythe. What is the black scythe doing here? The players froze. The thought arose that even if they united together, they would not be able to defeat him. His reaction was not as fast as his. He would definitely die. How could he defeat a player of level 30? He was only level 13. The players looked at the hero in amazement. Stretching his hand forward, the young man said that he was glad to meet him. He was so glad to be in the same region as the famous black scythe that he was about to cry with joy. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he should wait a little. They would talk like a Korean to a Korean, yes. Raising her hand up, the girl said that he should look. She even put away her weapon. She did not even want to fight him. Stretching his hand to the side, the player said that he surrendered, to which the people responded in kind. Looking straight ahead, the angel asked what they were doing. Giving up. The humans just said they were giving up, to which the other replied that they had made such a wonderful game uninteresting. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that they were warning. They would blow up the heads of those who decided to give up from now on. The players looked scared, hearing that if their head exploded, then they shouldn't even count on being resurrected. They understood. A bow appeared in the girl's hand. Frowning, the guy said that there were 8 of them. Maybe they could win. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that they were more afraid of angels than him. It seemed like they wanted to attack at the same time. Smiling, he added that no matter how many ants there were, they were still just ants. The players prepared for battle. It was heard that this bastard was laughing at them. The higher the level, the calmer he felt. Yes, they were also the best in the ranking of their regions. They rushed forward, shouting that they were attacking. The protagonist suddenly jumped forward. He swung his scythe. The blow flew at the players. People froze in amazement. Alex deftly attacked the players. A glow appeared around him. The angels watched silently. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she did not think that everything would end so easily. This is the end. Looking straight ahead, Monica said what it means. Olivia, responsible for the black scythe, to which she was told that from now on they should address her as a ruler. Frowning, the girl shouted. Olivia crossed her arms, listening to the fact that she knew that this is how it will end, to which she replied that well, she will allow it. Stretching her hand to the side, the angel shouted that this scumbag deceived them. She suggested this method because she knew that she would win. Monica gritted her teeth, hearing, well, it's obvious, to which she asked again. Olivia crossed her arms and said sure, she had suggested a game that was good for her, so what was the point? Looking straight at him, she added, and had she forced them to participate? No, she had agreed because they all thought it would be fun, so why was she refusing now? Monica clenched her fist when she heard this, to which the girl asked, what, had she decided to hit her? Let him try if he had the courage. The girl gritted her teeth when she heard that angels would really start a fight right in front of people if the archangel found out if he was going to send them to a bucket of worms. Monica glared and said, a bucket of worms. Lowering her head, she added that she didn't want to go there at all. Looking at her, Olivia asked, well, so what, we'll attack. It means she is now the ruler, as she said, for some time she entrusts the position of angel of the United Region to her. Monica extended her hand and asked what until when, to which the girl replied that until her mood improved, that it was worth it. Why was she not hurrying? Rushing forward, the angel asked why she even agreed to such a bet. Looking at her, people heard that as they saw, the representative of the United Region was elected. The hero held a weapon in his hands. A notification appeared that the player Black Scythe became the new representative of the region. The players were standing in the arena. A thought appeared that he knew that Black Scythe would become a representative. Black Scythe is already at level 30, so he can give orders to anyone. It is better not to cross his path. Gritting her teeth, Monica said that well, since they have sorted this out, all that remains is to resurrect the dead players. She flapped her wing. The players were lying on the ground. The guy exclaimed in fear. The girl lowered her head and asked how this could happen, to which the player replied that he clearly remembered how his body was cut. Turning her head, the angel said that they were all killed by a Black Scythe, so he became the new representative of the region. Looking away, the guy asked what it meant that in the end everything turned out like this. Standing in the arena, people heard that they had a new representative of the region. She takes away the power of representatives from the resurrected people. The players lowered their heads, hearing that they should not be too upset. They can always regain the title of representative. Raising her hand up, Monica said that this is the end of the additional game. Now he will introduce them to the main task. A notification appeared in front of the players. Looking at it, the guy asked what, kill 300 orcs, and why the number of those who completed the task is so small, and another player added that it is every fourth. The angel gritted her teeth and asked why there were so many complaints. They were not satisfied with the number of players who had completed the task. Maybe she should make it even smaller. The guys turned their heads to the side. Stretching her hand forward, the girl asked that they had easy tasks all this time. Wasn't that so? So this time they had prepared a more difficult task and reduced the number of those who would successfully complete it, but let them not hang their heads, to which the players replied that killing 300 orcs was really a difficult task. Closing her eyes, Monica said that let them try and understand how difficult it was. She would not tell them anything more. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of additional task it was, to which the man added that why the reward was hidden under question marks. Stretching her hand forward, the angel said that in this round, unlike the previous ones, an additional task was available, and as they could see, the reward was a secret. Frowning, the hero thought that suddenly it had become a secret. A glow appeared around the rune. The thought arose that in the 5th round the reward for completing the additional task was the balance rune. This is one of the 18 mandatory runes, and the reward for completing the additional task can only be received by one person in the region. A monster appeared. It was said that of course, since this is a task for the entire region, other players also have a chance to get it, but this task is much more difficult than the main one. Frowning, the hero thought that, in addition, even if the additional task is completed, there is a chance that the person does not meet the conditions for receiving the balance rune. Gritting her teeth, Monica said that in this round the additional task is to collect balance stones. If they collect 4 stones, they will immediately receive a reward, but only one person can receive the reward. The players looked scared, hearing that because there are only 4 balance stones in this region, to which the guy asked that if one person cannot find all 4 stones, then there will be no more chances to complete the additional task. Smiling, the girl said that everything was correct, but they should not worry, because they could steal the balance stones by killing other players. The guy looked at him in amazement, hearing that they could only be obtained by killing, to which the other added that it was the same as the title of the region's representative. Looking at the angel, the people heard that yes, of course, they could not steal other items. This only applied to the balance stones, and like in the last round, if a player was killed, he would not be resurrected. If he died, then death was final. Stretching out her hand forward, the girl said that she had told them everything they needed to know. Let them try to fight with all their might. Looking at her, the hero thought that this would be a bad end. Frowning, he added that for starters, he would kill 300 orcs as quickly as possible and set a record. After that, helping Julie would not be a problem. The players stood still. The protagonist walked forward. The people looked at him. The guys lowered their heads down. They heard that it was gone. He was so scared when he suddenly approached, his heart almost stopped. Putting his hand to his head, the guy asked what but where he was going, to which the player replied that he could, and they should go there. Frowning, the man asked that they were crazy, decided to go for the Black Scythe. They want him to use dominance on them, and if he will be his slave for the rest of his days. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that this is clearly better than just standing in one place, especially since he is faster than all of them, which is why he always takes first place. The players lowered their heads down. Standing still, the young man asked what to do if they follow him, and he notices them, to which the player replied that they will simply stay as far away from him as possible. Looking to the side, the representative said that if they do not want to, then let them stay here, then he will go alone. He confidently walked forward. People looked at him. A crowd of people walked forward. It was heard that there was nothing to do, and they would go. The Black Scythe would show them the way. A small settlement of orcs appeared. The protagonist looked out from behind a tree. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that he should look there, to which he was told that there was some village there. It seemed that the Black Scythe was going to enter there. The orc screamed furiously. Alex suddenly rushed forward. A blow flew at the monster. The hero swung his weapon. The orc fell to his knees. The protagonist entered the settlement. He watched the monsters. The orcs looked at him angrily. Suddenly, they rushed at each other. Alex struck them. The creatures swung their weapons. A glow appeared around the scythe. The hero swung his weapon. He struck the monsters. The creatures fell to the ground. The protagonist approached the house. He went inside. Alex came out of the building. The players watched him. The guy smiled and said that these orcs were nothing, to which the player replied that they seemed to be on the same level as those they had killed before, to which the other asked that maybe it only seemed easy because they had been killed by a black scythe. The people stood in the middle of the forest. It was heard that they should be on guard. Yes, there was nothing wrong with being careful, then there would be no chatter, and like a black scythe they would quickly destroy this village. I agree. The guy smiled and thought that for now he would have to cooperate with these losers. The players smiled. The thought occurred to him that at first he would move behind, and when he could kill them alone, he would begin to act. The more cannon fodder in front of him, the better. A settlement appeared. It was heard that there was a village there. The monsters looked at the people. It was said that it turned out to be quite large. It seemed to be 3 times larger than those they had met before. The ogre made a loud sound. He was standing on a tower. The monsters came out of the buildings. The guy gritted his teeth. He heard that why that orc needed a horn. That creature just summoned other orcs. Really. The monsters were walking around the settlement. They suddenly rushed forward. The creatures surrounded the players. Their eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, the man said that they thought it was just a big village, but to which the guy replied that he couldn't even imagine that there were so many of them here. Looking to the side, the player asked what they should do, to which the young man replied that they should fight to the death. Standing in front of the monster, the guy shouted that they were attacking. Rushing forward, the player shouted that there were simply too many of them, but there was nothing special about these creatures. The ogre's weapon appeared. A blow flew at the monster. Grinning, the young man asked what, well, their skills are bad, to which the player replied that their attacks are not that fast. The guy struck the creature. Smiling, he thought that it worked. He knew that these were the most common orcs. Lowering his head, the player asked what was wrong. He could not pull out his sword. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. People were fighting with monsters. It was heard that they should run, these scum orcs. The creature hit the man. Lying on the ground, the guy thought that the orc would really kill him. The monster waved his weapon. The thought arose that he should spare him. Rushing forward, the hero thought that he did not see those people who were pursuing him. Rolling his eyes, he added that well, if there were about 20, then he had nothing to worry about, of course, unless they decided to penetrate a large orc settlement. The monster blew his horn. The thought occurred to him that it was better not to disturb an orc settlement where there was an outpost without urgent need. If the orc guard blew his horn, then more than 50 orcs would quickly gather, since there were more than 200 of them in the settlement itself. A small orc settlement appeared. Alex ran forward quickly. The monster swung his hand. The thought occurred to him that, in addition, the density of orc muscle mass was at a completely different level than that of humans. If the sword got stuck, it would be difficult to pull it out, and their endurance was high. The hero jumped forward abruptly. A blow flew at the monster. The thought occurred to him that therefore it was necessary to aim at the orc's weak spot, the neck, and cut it with one blow. The protagonist swung his scythe. A cut appeared on the orc's back. Alex swung his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he thought that but this only applies to regular players. The hero took a step forward. He plunged his weapon into the monster's back. The creature fell to the ground. Notifications about the remaining time until the end of the round appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it took him an hour to complete the main task. First he needed to take first place, now he could try to help Julie. The girl smiled. An idea about tracking appeared. Taking a step forward, the guy asked if he was okay, to which the player replied that it seemed to him that this time he would definitely die. Looking at the monsters, people said that what was he talking about? They just looked like walking pigs. It was not worth underestimating them so much. Looking to the side, the guy asked how many they had already killed, to which he was told that he alone had killed about 50. Putting his hand to his face, the player said that if 10 people killed only 50 in 1 hour, it was not good. At this rate they would not kill 300 orcs in 10 hours, and would be in last place. Raising his hand, the young man asked if it was true that they would be last, to which he was told that if they lost this time, it would not mean their end. Closing his eyes, the player said that he thought they should attack an even larger settlement. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked if it was too dangerous, to which he was told that it was true. It was hard enough for them to fight only 3, since they could defeat an even larger village. Putting his hand to his face, the young man said that he thought it would be better to attack smaller villages, as now, and hunt carefully. Frowning, Chuck said that it was true. They were right. There was no arguing with that. He would not force them to do anything. But at this rate they would not be able to kill 300 orcs and would simply die. It would be difficult, but they had no other choice. Standing in front of the players, he added that but. The guy gritted his teeth and said that they should remember one thing. If they stayed on a sinking ship, they would have no future. The forest appeared. A view of the pink sky opened up. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he should look there. This was the village they had seen earlier. Looking straight ahead, the young man asked that it seemed like there was a guard post at the entrance, to which Chuck replied that they would go around it. People were standing near the fence. Sitting in the bushes, the man said that he should look. There was a gap in the fence. The guy looked out through the gap in the fence. A settlement appeared. It was heard that it seemed like no one was nearby. The men were pushing through the fence. Standing behind the building, Chuck asked if they were all sitting in their houses, to which the boy asked what he meant. There were about 5 of them in one house. Putting his hand to his face, he added that there were more than he thought, to which the boy replied that since they had no choice, they would go into the hut and make a surprise attack. Standing behind the boy, Chuck said that well, since they had decided to rob them, maybe they would go inside, to which the boy replied that yes, there were about 5 of them, so if they suddenly attacked, they would be able to handle them. Looking to the side, the player said that they would start with this house, let them enter when he gave them the signal. He extended his hand forward. They entered the building. The men were standing in front of the entrance. The players abruptly kicked the door down. The boy froze in amazement. Standing in front of the orcs, he said that there were 10 of them. Holding the bat in his hands, the monster growled. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked that there were too many of them, what should they do, to which Chuck replied that they would kill them one by one. Rushing forward, he shouted that everyone, first from the left. They began to fight the monsters. The players swung at the orc. The people rushed towards the creature. The boy struck the orc. He fell to the ground. Looking straight ahead, the monster screamed furiously. The players stood in front of the creatures. The orc's eyes lit up brightly. He struck the boy. Lowering his head, Chuck addressed the boy. Rushing forward, he shouted that they should die. The players struck the monster. The creature lay on the ground. Looking at them, the monsters screamed. The people prepared to fight. The monsters stood in front of them. Chuck frowned and thought that now there were 8 of them left. However, would they be able to cope with them, with so many people? Holding the weapon in front of him, the guy said that they wouldn't succeed like that. They were retreating, to which Chuck replied that he had just thought of that too. The players rushed to the exit. They could hear them coming out. The monsters began to quickly catch up with them. The man swung the weapon in front of him. The player clenched his teeth. The monsters surrounded them. Looking straight ahead, the young man asked how many more there were, to which he was told that there looked like at least 10. The player frowned and said that it was the end, they were all finished, to which he was told that what a miserable death. Gritting his teeth, Chuck said that they should pull out their weapons. Turning around, the guy said that now everything was over, to which the player said that they had fun together. Looking at them, the man asked why they didn't kill them. Gritting his teeth, he added that if they wanted to know, then let them look at the expressions on the orcs' faces. The monsters smiled, looking at them. The guy looked at them with fear. Pointing back, the young man said that they were laughing at them. They found it funny because they were shaking with fear like rats. The people looked at him in amazement, hearing that it didn't make them angry that some orcs were laughing at them. Had they really become the subject of ridicule, like monkeys in a zoo? Turning his head, Chuck said that they should not give up until the very end, immediately pull out their weapons and kill at least one of them, then even dying would not be shameful. Frowning, the guy responded approvingly. Holding the weapon in his hands, the young man said that he should forgive them for making such a pathetic spectacle. They would be with him until the very end. Looking straight ahead, the monsters growled. Standing in front of them, Chuck said that as soon as he gave the signal, let them kill them one by one, understood. The orcs looked at him in amazement. The monster turned its head to the side. Suddenly, they scattered sharply. The guy watched them. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked what was going on, and the other added why the orcs had suddenly fled. The players turned around when they heard the address. The orcs were looking at their weapons. The monsters were standing in front of the people. Smiling, Chuck said that there were only 8 of them left now, so they would try. The people ran forward quickly. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said that they had won against 8 orcs. Looking to the side, the young man said that they had succeeded. No, he had succeeded, to which the player replied that it was true. If it weren't for him, they would have surrendered even earlier and they would have been destroyed. Chuck smiled and replied that they shouldn't talk nonsense. They had succeeded because they had fought tooth and nail. If it weren't for them, he would have been killed on the spot too. The guy grinned when he heard how his wounds were, to which he replied that it was hard, but he would hold out, he was fine. Sitting down, Chuck said that he should rest first and not move at all. They should lie down here too. He would go and find out if there was a way out. Raising his hand, the guy asked if it was dangerous, to which he replied that they should not worry about him and just wait quietly. Looking at him, the young man said that he should be careful. Standing around the corner, the player thought that it was strange why it was so quiet here. There were not even any tracks visible. He looked around. Gritting his teeth, the guy wondered what was there. He opened his eyes wide. A glow appeared near the monsters. Walking forward, the young man asked what the... Frowning, he added that who could have done such a thing. Looking at the hero, Chuck said that it was a man. The hero turned around, hearing his nickname, to which he thought that there was someone who came to the village first. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. The thought arose that the nickname was Chuck. The guy stood still. The thought came that this is the same Chuck, the king of mercenaries. Warriors with weapons pose. It is said that the mercenary is one of the classes of melee fighters, and like the warrior, he can use various types of weapons and has similar skills, but there is a difference. Two characters hold each other's hands, shrouded in red magic. It is reported that he becomes stronger by concluding contracts with others, and because of this, most players of the mercenary class form squads with the same mercenaries or enter into a contract with the king of mercenaries. Chuck towered over the other players, and it was said that only the mercenary king is the only representative of the class, controls others with contracts, and mercenaries receive additional effects by entering into contracts with him. It was said that they have no reason not to enter into a contract with the king. Alex looked ahead and reasoned that Chuck, who was standing right in front of him, was the only mercenary king of his class. He thought that he could not even imagine that he would meet him in such a place. Chuck put his hand on his neck and, laughing, greeted the hero. The characters stood against the background of dead orcs, and Alex asked if he knew him. Chuck raised his hand and answered that of course he knew. And is there anyone who does not know Black Scythe? A person who is in first place in the region. The king closed his eyes and thought that he did not think that he would meet a player from first place in the region here, and if he extended his hand to greet, he most likely would not like it. The hero looked at him with disdain and thought that this was not the one who could stab you in the back. Chuck looked at him attentively in response. Alex thought that after all, he somehow got the status of the mercenary king, but for this you need to have a good heart and leadership qualities. They looked at each other and Chuck asked about the orcs that were here. Did he kill them? The hero answered that it was so. The king looked at him animatedly and said that what a relief, and it was immediately obvious that he was in first place. Chuck bowed and thanked the hero for distracting the orcs and saving his life. Alex objected that he did not even know that he was here. The king straightened up and said that he knew and did not mean that. After all, he helped anyway. The guy threw his braid over his shoulder and said that everything was clear, and if they were finished then let him gather his colleagues and quickly leave here. And as for the orcs in the village, he killed them all, adding that they should not worry. Chuck looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked how he knew that he had colleagues. The hero silently looked behind him, and he turned around. He saw the guys and asked them why they went out if he told them to wait. The guy put his weapon on his shoulder and explained that they were afraid that he would leave them alone. Chuck turned around and shouted at them, asking what kind of jokes these were and how he would leave them. Alex looked carefully and thought that apparently these four were mercenaries who had a contract with the king. The hero turned his gaze to Chuck and thought that apparently they began to worry about him, because he really was worthy of the title of the king of mercenaries and if he had such loyal colleagues. The young men were surprised, and one of them asked if it was the Black Scythe, and the second asked what he was doing here. Alex stood there with his scythe thrown over his shoulder, asked again and said that he had come here to hunt. The guys laughed, saying what was clear to them. The second turned to the first, noting that he was completely slow-witted, because there were 100 dead orcs here. The hero looked at them and told them that if they were done, then let them leave, and thought that now that all the orcs were killed, a boss of medium difficulty would appear soon, and if they were involved in this, they could be in danger. One of the guys bowed and said that it was an honor for him to meet the hero, and the second put his hand to his temple, straightened up, said that he had accepted and that he was waiting for a new meeting with him. The guys turned around and walked away, followed by a wounded man leaning on another. The king bowed to Alex. One of the players stops another, and asks if he heard anything just now and asks to stop and listen. Chuck looked to the side and asked the hero what that sound was. Alex answered that it was a medium difficulty boss, asking to run away. The king asked again in confusion, and saw something to the side. A huge monster was heading their way. The players turned around, seeing the beast, explained that it was an orc. A large creature with several eyes was moving towards them. He was approaching holding a sword in each hand. Alex calmly watched him and thought that here he was, the orc warrior, and that it was because of him that he did not leave the village, even after he killed all the orcs. He imagined an artifact blazing with green magic, and continued to reason that this was all because in order to get a reward for completing an additional task, he needed to kill him. The hero stared at him and thought that if he killed him and the remaining 3 bosses of the other villages, he would be able to complete the additional task. The orc warrior ran towards the heroes. The player holding the wounded one asked Chuck, noticing that this orc was clearly angry. The king was scared. He answered that he thought so. He screamed in horror for everyone to run away. The mad orc turned his attention to him. The monster swung at Chuck. The mercenary, without moving from his place, looked at the approaching blow. The orc delivered a crushing blow, illuminating everything around him with red color. The wounded Chuck was sitting next to the orc's weapon. He, wide-eyed, was shocked by what had happened. Suddenly, Alex hooked the king with his scythe and moved him to the side. He threw him to a safe place. The hero looked at the mercenary and asked why he stood rooted to the spot. Chuck sat on the ground and thanked the guy. The hero turned to the orc and told the king to back off if he didn't want to kick the bucket. The monster was running towards them as fast as he could. It was making furious noises. Alex swung his scythe, saying he would cut it. The hero struck the enemy in the leg. The creature growled ferociously. The monster swung one sword at Alex, who was pulling out his scythe. It hit the ground, missing its target. The hero watched as it tried to strike with the second sword. Alex dodged the blow with a jump. He turned to the side and said that there was no damage and that they could simply dodge it, and that was all. The monster clenched his teeth in anger. The black scythe prepared to attack, taking a stance. He jumped towards him. Attacking the orc, he exclaimed to him that he should stop grunting. Alex struck him, from which light flashed. The hero landed behind the monster. He swings his scythe until the orc sees him. The guy jumps over his shoulder, dealing damage again. The scythe's mark flies past the head of the ferocious orc. Once again, the monster raises his sword up. He misses the target again and again. The hero dodges each blow. Alex looked at him and thought that he had a thick neck, and that's why even after 2 blows he didn't die. He leaps up over a pile of earth. The hero delivers a crushing blow to the orc. Alex pierced his neck, hanging on him. He pushes off him with his legs. The hero pulls the scythe out of the monster's head in midair. He cuts his head. The guy, flying above the orc's head, delivers another blow. The beast's head flies off his shoulders. The hero lands on the falling, headless body of the monster. He stands against the background of the red moon and looks ahead. Notifications pop up that the orc warrior has been defeated and that he has received points and gold. The players looked at the black scythe standing on the defeated monster. They asked in surprise whether he had killed him, such a huge orc. Alex climbed down from the body of the beast. He looked at his feet and stepped on the ground. A notification popped up that he had received Wandetito, the heart of an orc, a blue low-rank magic stone and a balance stone, and the progress of the additional quest was shown. Alex looked at the card and thought that he knew it was much more profitable to kill one boss than all sorts of mobs, and besides, a lot of good loot fell from it. A message appeared about Wandetito, the effect of which was that with each hit on the enemy, 5% was added to the attack speed. The hero thought that if he judged only by the damage, it was higher than that of the scythe, which meant that he could sell it for a high price later. He thought about the orc's heart too, imagining what it looked like, thinking that someone might think it was disgusting and throw it away, but the orc's heart notification said it was a hard red stone. Alex imagined his scythe and thought that if he kept it, he wouldn't regret it, because it was a unique item that could be combined with weapons. Chuck and the guys ran towards the hero and exclaimed that he was grateful that he had killed this monster. He added that the guy had saved his and his comrades' lives with this. He asked about maybe he knew that the monster would appear. The hero lowered his head and thought that it would be better not to go into details and said that in other settlements, after killing orcs, a boss of medium difficulty would appear. The king raised his palm and asked if that was why he told them to leave here quickly. The young man in the background was thinking about what a good person he was. The hero replied that since he had sorted everything out, it was time for him to go. He turned around. The players bowed after him, with words of gratitude, and said goodbye to him. The guys turned around and some of them raised their hands at the king's words that it was time for them to go, that they still had a hunt ahead of them. One of the players fell to his knees and the king exclaimed if he was okay. Manhwa was shaking, sitting on his knees and telling Chuck that he was not feeling well and that he could not take it anymore. The king spread his hands and asked what he was talking about, because just recently everything was okay. The exhausted guy looked up and replied that he was worried that Chuck would be worried back then, but now he was at his limit. The king looked at him with pity and told him to try to be patient anyway, because if he wanted to survive in reality, he would have to hold out for the rest of the time. Manhwa replied that Chuck himself knew that if he didn't kill 300 orcs, none of this mattered. He asked to just leave him and go, because he couldn't become a burden to him and the others. The mercenary king bowed his head and said that no, there was probably some way. After thinking about it, he suggested catching the orcs, and he would just stab them. The guy held his wounded shoulder and replied that then they wouldn't be able to hunt, and even if they caught 300 orcs, he wouldn't be able to hold out for the rest of the time. The hero turned around and saw this picture of the groaning guy. He stopped, looking at them, thinking that he did not expect that the mercenary king, who is the head of hundreds of mercenaries, would show weakness because of one of his men. Chuck held the wounded guy by the shoulder, kneeling. Alex continued to think that if he really was close to them, like his brothers, then it was not surprising. In the middle of the dark night, sitting on the floor, Rick brought Alex a glass. The protagonist stopped. He turned back and thought that he would help them, because he had a younger brother. Alex approached the players and called out, saying that it seemed they needed help and asked if he could take a look at him. The guys parted for the black scythe and Chuck asked if there was any way to save him. The hero said that he understood everything. He looked at the guy and said that his wound was deep. Alex added that this did not mean that it could not be healed. He reached out to his shoulder and blue magic flared up. The magic began to heal the guy's shoulder. After a while, only a scar remained. The players watched this and asked in surprise about his wound, and that it was gone. The hero was asked how he did it. Alex closed his eyes and said that it was the first aid skill and that anyone could buy it in the store. The young man raised his hand and said that he seemed to have seen it. Another player replied that it was true and that he had also seen it in the store. This skill was sold there for 20,000 gold, and who knew that it was such a wonderful skill? The hero looked at them and thought that they had misunderstood everything, because the first aid skill was not capable of such a thing. He looked at his hand, enveloped in blue magic, and thought that it could only stop bleeding and heal small wounds, but it was not enough to heal a wounded shoulder. An icon popped up in the system and he continued to think that first aid was a divine type skill. The effectiveness of its action depends on intelligence. He looked at the Rune of Splendor card and thought that his current improved intelligence was 123 and that this skill efficiency was achieved with the Rune of Splendor. He looked at the healed man and told him to try moving his shoulder, saying that the scar would remain but it would not hinder his movement. Man Gi raised his hand up, twisted it, exclaimed that it moved normally. Alex looked at him and said that this did not mean that he was completely healthy, since, as he said, this was only first aid, and if he overexerts himself, the wound can open up again. The guy held his hand and listened as he continued to say that he still did not think that there would be a problem with hunting. Man Gi jumped up and bowed, thanking the hero, saying that he saved his life. The others bowed after him and Chuck added that he was also grateful for Man Gi's treatment. The two guys bowed after him, also thanking him. Chuck held out his hands with a yellow glow and said that he didn't know if it would do him any good, but at least let him take this. It was his sincere gratitude. The king held out a red stone, and the players looked at his hands in surprise. All the guys started offering something and said that the hero should take it from them, and that if he sold it all in the store, he would get some gold. They surrounded him with their artifacts, and the hero thought that he should probably politely refuse them and said that he shouldn't. The guys pressed him, saying that he should take it as a token of gratitude. Alex held everything in his hands and thought that even though it was useless loot, 5 people gave it to him, which wasn't so bad. He frowned and thought that there was something much more important. Chuck looked at Man Gi, smiling and noted that thanks to the Black Scythe, his friend had a chance to survive, and Man Gi smiled and assured him that in addition to all the gratitude he had received, the guy would definitely repay him. Chuck stroked the healed man's head. Alex was already leaving and thinking that he had left the mercenary king in his debt and secured his favor. He would still have to improve his communication skill, so he received a pretty good benefit, and turned around, saying that they would see each other again. The guys looked after the leaving hero and said, wishing him all the best. The girl was sitting in the red forest on a stone. She looked at the cards and, sighing, wondered if she would have enough time, because an hour had already passed. Notifications about the time left until the end of the round and the progress of the main task popped up. She cried, thinking that if at this rate she could not kill 300 orcs, she would simply die. Julie wiped away her tears and said that it was all her mistake, and she was so scared that she lost sight of the Black Scythe. She remembered the people standing there who turned around and thought that after the start of the 5th round it was not difficult for her to find the Black Scythe because among the 10 representatives of the regions there was a guy with the Black Scythe. But she put her hand on her chest and thought about what was happening to her. Before her eyes, a swing of the scythe cut the throat of the young man. Someone with a scythe walked past, the head fell. Alex cut all the people around, who screamed, running away. He swung at the victim. The girl looked with frightened eyes. The hero looked piercingly ahead and she thought that the additional game was over, and now she should say something. She reasoned that she had not lost her way. The girl closed her eyes and thought that there was no need to worry, because he would not harm her. She opened one eye and thought that he wouldn't be the scumbag who stabbed her the first time they met. The girl looked around the crowd of players, wondering where he went. She looked away and thought that she eventually lost him, and wondered what she should do now. Julie remembered how she and Alex were sitting at a tea party and thought that the task of killing 300 orcs was not that easy, because orcs are strong and usually gather in groups. In the memories, the hero told her not to try to kill them alone, and when the integration of the regions is finished, to start by looking for the Black Scythe, and not to think about killing orcs. Julie sat on the stone and remembered his words that even if she can't find him, she should only act after waiting an hour. She thought that Alex insisted that she wait for him. Julie held her chin and thought that there was no guarantee that the Black Scythe would return to its starting point. She jumped up and thought that she would not be able to meet Black Scythe until the end of the round. Julie decided that she had to find him. The girl looked around the forest and thought that at first glance he seemed to have gone there. She moved the branches and saw something. Julie looked at the buildings and thought that it was a village. Small buildings were behind the fence, and the girl assumed that maybe orcs lived there, and wondered if Black Scythe was here. The girl made a face and said that she shouldn't go there because it could be dangerous. An orc silently approached behind her. Julie turned around sharply and screamed. The monster with a weapon in his hands growled at her. The girl raised a sword glowing green and thought that she did not want to fight orcs and called a blessing. A notification about the blessing skill popped up, which increases the indicator of all characteristics by 50%. The orc swung at her furiously and Julie thought that she was lucky in 2 things. The first was that she only had one opponent. The monster attacked the target. The girl continued that the second was that she knew their weak spot. Julie ducked and the blow missed. She thought about how he told her that she needed to hit the neck, since there was a lot of muscle in other places. But the problem was the accuracy rate of hits. She looked resolutely at the enemy and admitted that if she made a mistake and hit somewhere else, he would counterattack. The girl attacked the monster, thinking that because of the incredible muscles, it would be difficult to break through them, so she needed to be fast and accurate. The sword flew straight at the enemy's neck. The orc quickly dodged the blow. Julie realized that she missed, hitting his shoulder. There was anger in her eyes. She saw that he dodged. Blood spurted from the shoulder of the ferocious monster. The girl looked to the side and realized how good it was that the sword had not gotten stuck in him due to the quick attack. The monster growled and continued to attack the heroine, but she dodged the blows time after time. In the heat of another attack, Julie decisively counterattacked the monster. She stabbed him with her sword, realizing that the moment had come. The orc grabbed his cut neck. The girl watched, finishing the blow, thinking that the attack worked well. She dealt him a few more blows to that area, realizing that there was still a little left. The monster's neck was covered in multiple wounds. He fell dead at her feet. Julie held the sword and thought that she had succeeded. The girl smiled and realized that she had defeated the orc in a one-on-one fight. She turned around questioningly, seeing someone. Black Scythe was approaching her, holding his hand in his pocket. Julie rubbed her eyes and did not believe whether she was imagining things or not. He walked towards her, and she wondered if it was Alex in front of her, the one she was looking for, who had come to her himself. He looked down as if he hadn't noticed her. The girl was surprised, wondering if he had just passed by. She thought that now was not the time for this and turned around, calling out to him. Alex turned around and asked again what was the matter. The girl clenched her fists and ordered him to join her. The guy looked down and asked again what she was talking about. Julie was embarrassed and hesitantly said about her squad. Black Scythe asked why she wanted to be in the same squad with him. She thought about it, looking at him carefully. Julie came up and offered to show him something. She raised her palm, shrouded in green magic and symbols, and pointed it towards the hero, who asked again what it was. The girl finished and explained that it was her buff skill, Blessing, that it lasted for 3 hours and increased all stats by 50%. Alex put the scythe on his shoulder and looked at the card. He looked up at her and said that he checked and it seemed like it. The girl asked if that answered his question. Her buff could be a big help in hunting. The guy looked at him carefully and asked that if he wanted to get this buff, he should join her squad. The girl agreed, saying that to be more precise, he should help her with hunting. The guy looked at him with distrust and replied that he didn't even know. Julie put her hand on her chest and listened as he said that now he had power in the region, so he could take her with him as an assistant. The girl clenched her teeth and screamed. He turned to her and asked her to promise not to stab him in the back. She clenched her fists, smiled and replied that of course. Alex extended his hand and agreed, saying that this time he would trust her. He held her hand and introduced himself, saying that he was Black Scythe, level 32, specifically Reaper. The girl replied that her name was Democracy, she was level 13 and her specialty was support. The guy raised his palm and said that she was saying that she needed help, but at the same time she had dealt with the orc pretty well. The girl smiled and admitted that it was her first time trying to kill him. The hero indignantly asked that 1.5 hours had already passed, and she had killed the orc for the first time. Democracy laughed and replied that it was like this. The girl listened to him with hope in her eyes. He said that it meant they couldn't waste time, he would help her kill them quickly. The girl agreed and asked how. The heroes wandered through the forest one after another. Alex discontentedly told her not to trudge behind, but to come closer, because if she was far away, he would not be able to protect her. The girl heard him. She was embarrassed and thought that judging by their conversation he was not as cold as she imagined, and it was good that she listened to Alex. The girl looked ahead sharply. 3 orcs were walking towards the heroes. She raised her sword and screamed about them, adding that there were 3 more. The guy blocked her way with a scythe, asking her to wait a little. He took a step forward. The Black Scythe attacked the monsters in a jump. He swung his scythe and flew at them quickly. The guy spun around his axis and left them all without legs with one blow. The monsters growled furiously, looking at their feet. One of them suddenly noticed something. The hero was flying at him with a second attack. He cut off this creature's hand. Then he struck again, cutting off the second. Julie watched what was happening with her eyes wide open. Jake finished, looked around at the dismembered orcs. He raised his hand and ordered to kill them now. Alex looked at the girl and asked why she was standing there. She looked at the monster and thought that she should be careful just in case. Julie stabbed the monster in the neck with her blade. She looked at the notification with a puzzled look, which said that she killed the orc and received experience points and gold. Looking up, Julie thought that it was too easy. She thought that it would be risky, and killing orcs was very easy. The girl's gaze fell on the protagonist's face, and she noted that he was really very strong. Turning around, Alex suggested that she go further, since she had killed them all, to which he replied that she had not finished off 2 yet. Julie tried to catch up with him and emphasized that she was very glad that she was now in the same squad with him. The girl finished off another orc. She excitedly said that it was incredible that the protagonist was at such a high level. She couldn't even imagine that hunting could be so easy, after which the protagonist asked how many she had killed so far. Alex narrowed his eyes when he heard that she had killed 52 orcs and thought that compared to other players, it might be fast, but for him it was not. He thought that hunting would take too much time if they just wandered around aimlessly. The protagonist imagined how they were surrounded by monsters and emphasized the fact that if they attacked the village, Julie might get hurt, no matter how strong he was. If they were suddenly attacked by 50 orcs, it would be difficult for him to protect her. Frowning, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he had only one thing left to do: find an orc shaman. Turning around, Alex listened to him say that at this rate they would be able to kill 300 orcs in 3 hours and replied that 3 hours was too long. They would reduce this time to an hour. Taken aback, Julie asked how he planned to do this, after which she heard that they would do it with the help of an orc shaman. Standing in front of her, the protagonist explained that an orc shaman was a monster that summoned orcs. He imagined how the shaman summoned monsters and added that if he summoned them, they would be able to reduce the time it took to find them, after which Julie clarified if this meant that they would not kill the orc shaman, but would leave him alive while he summoned orcs. Closing his eyes, Alex stated that that was correct. He was going to spare him until she killed 300 orcs. Julie approached the protagonist and asked how he knew about the orc shaman and whether he had encountered him before, to which he received an answer that he had crossed paths with him before he met her, so he knew where he was. Smiling, the girl said that she understood everything. Alex began to move on, saying that Julie should not worry, because he would be able to repel any attack. The girl silently watched him go. She calmly thought that she did not think that the protagonist would so easily agree to help someone. She knew that before judging a person, she needed to get to know him personally. Alex looked at the branches of the tree. They had arrived at the orc lair. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that it might seem that the village would be easy to clear out, but upon invading it, she would encounter a crowd of orcs summoned by the orc shaman. Alex thought with a serious expression that this was a trap created to lure the players, as it was last time. If you go deeper into the village, you can find a mountain of player corpses, which the orc shaman hid. He imagined how the monsters throw people into the pit, and noted that orc shamans are very intelligent creatures, but they are too cowardly to fight fairly. Moving forward, the protagonist asked to follow him. He walked ahead and told that all these houses are decorations that should create an illusion for the players that they can cope with the village. In fact, only an orc shaman lives in this village. Alex pulled out his scythe. He pointed his weapon at the building and said that an orc shaman lives inside this house, set a trap there, and is waiting for them to enter. Looking down, the protagonist stated that the trap was very simple. At the moment when unsuspecting players entered the house and stepped on the trap trigger, the shaman who was waiting for them summoned orcs. Alex looked at Julie and said that the shaman could summon 10 to 20 orcs. If they surrounded them, the fight would be difficult, after which the girl noted that if he summoned the orcs at the same time, it would be difficult for them to survive. Turning around, the protagonist replied that this was true, but that did not mean there was no way out. He approached the girl's face. Alex began to whisper something to her, after which Julie clarified whether it would definitely work and whether they would be able to deceive the shaman. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl asked to entrust this to her, after which the protagonist clarified whether she was going to do everything alone. Julie frowned and said that it was and asked if they had to do it together, noting that she knew she was just living on the sidelines, but she could handle it. Alex listened to her attentively. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that he accepted her request and would wait for her outside in that case. The girl moved towards the entrance of the building. She opened the door. A dark corridor appeared in front of her. Holding her sword in front of her, Julie began to move along the corridor. She was suddenly taken aback. Entering the room, she noticed that there was a red carpet on the floor. Frowning, the girl emphasized the fact that this was the trap trigger that Alex had spoken of, now the most important thing. She remembered the protagonist whispering in her ear that an orc shaman was hiding inside. If she walked along the corridor, she would see a room with a red carpet. As soon as she stepped on it, orcs would be summoned and block the escape route. Julie suddenly turned around and remembered the words that she would just walk to the carpet and then go outside. Then the orc shaman, who would think that he had missed his dinner, would send some scouts after her, and they would just kill them. Frowning, the girl stated that it was just a task. She took a step towards the carpet and thought that if she just let it be known that she had come, and then ran away. Suddenly, the orc shaman appeared in front of her. His eyes were shining brightly. Julie turned around and began to run. She slammed the door behind her. Sighing, the girl said that there was nothing to worry about. She was just worrying for nothing. Descending the stairs, Julie stated that she was fine. As they planned, she reached the carpet and left. Turning around, the girl asked if the orc shaman would send scouts. The door suddenly opened. The orcs came out into the street. They turned towards the voice that asked who they were looking for. Alex rushed at them, saying that he was there. He had destroyed all the monsters around him. The corpses of the monsters lay on the ground. Julie looked out from behind the shelter when she heard the protagonist say that they could go out. The torch on the pole was burning. Standing in front of the orc corpses, the girl said that they were done, and the protagonist asked to lure them out again. Turning around, Julie asked if their plan would work again, to which she received the answer that the shaman might have brains, but they were no bigger than a goldfish's, so he had already forgotten everything. Smiling, Alex asked her not to worry. The girl accepted his request with a satisfied look. There were many orc corpses lying around them. The girl stood next to him and said that she had killed 300 orcs, to which she received the answer that it had taken exactly an hour. Closing her eyes, Julie said that thanks to him, she was able to quickly and easily complete the hunt. She was very grateful to him. Looking at her, Alex listened to her that she was currently at level 19, after which he told her that if she earned another 10,000 points, she would be able to increase her rank. The protagonist imagined how the girl was enveloped in a green aura and thought that with an increase in rank, new skills are unlocked, and the existing ones are also improved, so he will only benefit from this. And he also needs an enhanced buff so that he can set a record during the battle with the final boss. Holding the scythe on his shoulder, Alex offered to help her rise to level 20, because at this level, fighting orcs will be much easier. Surprised, Julie thought about the protagonist paying a lot of attention to her. Looking down, the girl replied that she understands how impudent it is on her part, but she is not against help. They suddenly turned around when they heard strangers' voices. The guys were walking towards the protagonist and asking where all these orc corpses came from. Looking at them, the protagonist asked what they wanted. Holding his head, the guy answered that they had gone to hunt orcs, but they didn't know that Alex had already arrived there first. The puzzled guys wondered if they had really killed so many orcs together. The players crossed their arms and began to reason that it was strange that there were so many orcs in such a small village, and the girl next to him was his ally. The stranger reasoned that it was nonsense that the black scythe had taken someone as an ally. The guy grinned and thought that Alex's girlfriend was pretty. The protagonist hit the ground with his scythe. Looking at the frightened guys, the protagonist ordered them not to bother him and to get out of there. Frowning, Alex noted that he couldn't understand what these people were up to, but they were clearly crossing the line, after which he declared that if they didn't want anything from him, then they should get out of there. The guys rushed into battle and asked when they switched to you, and not to talk rudely to strangers like that. Stunned, Julie wondered if they were crazy and how they could attack a black scythe like that. Alex swung the scythe. He left a cut on the head of the guy who was screaming that the protagonist had no right to treat them so disdainfully. Dumbfounded, the guy noticed the blood running down his face. The guys ran away from there screaming that they were asking for forgiveness. The players ran and reasoned that they needed to hide somewhere and see what the protagonist was going to do. Watching them go, Alex came to the conclusion that they clearly wanted to hide and follow him, but even with the midges circling around, he could still continue the hunt. Although one of these fools could take the boss away from him, then he would finish him off first and take the reward. Turning his gaze to the girl, the protagonist noted that before that he would help her reach level 20. The guys stopped in the forest and said that they should not be visible now. Frowning, the guy with a cut on his face said that he was curious how this fool black scythe hunted. Stretching out his hand, he told his comrades that if they watched from afar, Alex would not burn them, but if they were afraid, they could run away. The guys hid and began to follow the protagonist. The orcs came out of the house. The monsters turned their attention to the protagonist. They rushed at him. Alex swung his fist. He delivered a powerful blow to the orc's stomach. The monster flew back. He crashed into his kinsman. The orc was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist rushed at them. He chopped off the monster's limbs. The dumbfounded monsters watched the fight. Watching Alex, the guys discussed how it was immediately obvious that he was in first place. They had to put in so much effort to kill one. Julie ran to the protagonist. She started finishing off the monsters. Taken aback, the guys asked if it was true and if the protagonist was helping her. The dissatisfied guys began to discuss how easy it was for her to hunt, and they were very jealous. Watching the girl enter the hut, they shouted that it was very difficult for some people to kill even one orc, while for others, experience points were brought to them on a silver platter. Julie closed the door behind her. The girl ran out of the hut. The guy was suddenly taken aback and said that it was strange. Watching Alex fight monsters again, he said that every time Julie entered and then left the house, a pack of orcs began to chase her, after which he asked if it was strange and how so many orcs could fit inside. Alex chopped off the monster's limbs. Frowning, the boys said that these fools were just sitting in one place doing the task, and the protagonist chased them away so that he could use this spawn himself. Continuing to watch the protagonist, the boys came to the conclusion that they would wait for the girl and Alex to leave and take their place. A projection appeared in front of the joyful Julie. She looked at the protagonist and screamed that she had reached level 20 and had unlocked a new skill. The girl ran up to him and screamed that the effectiveness of the blessing skill had increased from 50% to 60%, after which the protagonist asked to use it. Julie stretched out her hand, enveloped in a green aura. Energy surrounded them, after which a message popped up that under the effect of the blessing skill, all stats were increased by 60%. The skill would last for another 3 hours. A blue aura surrounded Julie, who said that she had now cast an improved blessing on him, which was a new skill. The energy moved towards the protagonist's scythe. Mana also covered his legs. Holding the scythe on his shoulder, Alex read that the effect of the skill, swiftness, increases attack and movement speed by 60%. The skill's duration is 30 minutes. Looking at the projection, the protagonist said that this was a good buff. Leaving her, Alex suggested that she stop there and kill the orc shaman, after which he asked the girl to try not to get hurt. He suddenly looked back. The protagonist paid attention to the audience and thought that those guys were staring at them with wide eyes. He seriously emphasized that he would see what they were up to. Alex entered the hut. Julie hid in the shelter. The guys hid behind a rock and asked if the protagonist went inside this time. The protagonist suddenly cut the door. He jumped out of the hut. A horde of orcs followed him. They were chasing the protagonist. Julie was surprised by what she saw. Watching Alex, she wondered why he was running away and what was going on. The guys were taken aback and said that it was some kind of nonsense, because the main character was the strongest player. The orc shaman hit the ground with his staff. Dark energy hovered around him. He sent streams of mana after Alex. Magic volleys hit in front of the protagonist. Orcs emerged from the ground. The main character was surrounded. The guy pointed his finger at the monster and asked what kind of creature in a mask was behind that crowd. Looking at the orc shaman, they assumed that it was the boss. The dumbfounded stranger cried out that it turns out that orcs do not respawn, they are summoned again and again. The frightened girl thought that Alex was surrounded by orcs. She was suddenly taken aback. While the protagonist was swinging his scythe around, Julie noticed the protagonist's face and noted that he had a confident look. There was no hint that he was confused. The orc shaman summoned more monsters. Taken aback, the guy cried out that he had summoned 10 more orcs. Alex continued to fight the monsters. The players watched the fight and asked how he dodged all the attacks of such a crowd. Sitting on his knees, the guy asked if the guys thought that the orc, who looked like a boss, was completely defenseless. Grinning, he suggested that they commit a theft. Closing his eyes, the guy said that the protagonist would not burn them. Now he was fighting monsters like a man, even for a fighter like the Black Scythe. A fight with such a huge number of opponents is a difficult matter. Clenching his hand into a fist, the second guy cried out that it was true, there was nothing wrong with them stealing. They were just passing by and it seemed to them that Alex was in danger, so they volunteered to save him. The guys started walking towards the village. They were trying to sneak up on the orc shaman. Julie was suddenly surprised. Looking at the guys, the girl wondered what those people were doing. Stunned, Julie wondered if they really decided to try to catch the orc shaman while Alex was distracted. She remembered looking at the branches and asked the protagonist to listen to her. Following him, the girl said that she was grateful to him for his help, and hoped that she did not interfere with his quest, to which she received an answer that she should not worry, because he came there after he completed the main quest. Turning around, the protagonist said that his goal was not the main quest, but additional ones. He had already found the balance stone. Looking at her, Alex said that he was given it after defeating the boss, orc warrior. Probably the remaining items will also appear if you catch other bosses. He only needs bosses, so she does not need to apologize. Surprised, Julie accepted his request. Watching the bandits, the girl came to the conclusion that she cannot allow this. The shaman is Alex's prey. If she does not do anything, the orc shaman will be stolen by those who are not worthy of it. She began to move towards them and said that they need to try to prevent this. The guys were standing behind the shaman. Dark energy suddenly surrounded the area around them. The guys were surprised. The guy covered the mouth of his comrade, who began to scream. They were scared. The monster turned its attention to them. Its eyes began to glow brightly. The guys began to run away screaming that they were burned. The shaman sent a stream of energy after them. A horde of orcs surrounded them. The stunned players said that this was a setup. The monsters started killing them. They were brutally hitting them many times. The guy was lying on the ground. He raised his head. The orc swung his leg. The stranger started crying, saying that this couldn't be happening. The orc crushed him. Alex cut off the monster's head. There were corpses lying around him. He closed his eyes. The protagonist shifted his gaze. Looking at the group of orcs, he thought that he had lured the orc shaman out to see what choice they would make, wondering if they would take the opportunity to kill the orc shaman while he was in danger. Looking at the corpses of the guys, Alex concluded that everything had turned out this way. Walking towards the boss, the protagonist thought that since they had wasted their time spying on them, they would have died anyway, due to the quest failure. The orcs turned their attention to him. They rushed into battle screaming. Red lines appeared on their bodies. Swinging his scythe, the protagonist cut them down. Alex noted with a slight smile on his face that the attack speed had clearly increased. This was due to the blessing of speed, and when night fell, an additional bonus of 50% increase in attack speed was activated, so this result was obvious. A projection appeared with the description of the Reaper's rune. The protagonist quickly moved towards the boss. He ended up behind him. The orc tried to turn around. The protagonist swung his scythe. He cut the monster and told him to go to hell. Alex landed near the hut, after which messages appeared that he had killed the orc shaman, and his level had increased, and he also received Ball of Eternal Peace, Mysterious Wooden Totem, Low-Quality Azure Magic Stone, and Stone of Balance. Looking at the necklace on his neck, the protagonist thought that he was level 33 and, in addition, a valuable item. A message popped up that the Eternal Peace Ball was a necklace with a dull gray-white ball. Legend has it that the ball contains the souls of fallen enemies. It grants a point of characteristics for every 100 stacks. A similar effect had the absorption rune on the right hand of the black dragon. Jake had a crazy grin on his face. Alex imagined how the necklace broke and noted that the only flaw was that it was a consumable item that lost durability with each accumulated stack. The protagonist imagined a guy enveloped in yellow energy and noted that with the durability rune, which can be obtained in the 8th round, as well as with the help of the blacksmith class, you can restore durability, and then the path to unlimited growth of characteristics will be open. Turning around, Alex noticed a girl trying to find him and emphasized that it was difficult to notice him because of the Reaper rune. Looking at the corpses of the players, the protagonist thought that before canceling the Night of Death, it is necessary to cover his tracks. Green fire enveloped the bodies of the guys. The dark energy dissipated. Looking around, Julie asked what was going on, noting that the darkness was giving way to light. She suddenly turned her gaze. Approaching Alex, the girl said that she had been looking for him for a long time. Surprised, Julie said that these players wanted to take credit for defeating the boss. The protagonist calmly replied that he had not seen them. The puzzled girl said that this was strange, because she thought she heard screams. Smiling, the protagonist came to the conclusion that she should not show the bodies. He began to leave from there, saying that they would hurry to the next boss. A red sky surrounded the area. Orc corpses lay on the towers. The protagonist ran towards the archer. He found himself in front of the monster. The protagonist chopped off the orc's hand, in which he held a bow. Alex swung his scythe. He cut the monster in half. Standing in front of the corpse, the protagonist received a message that he killed the orc archer. A lot of notifications popped up saying that he had received the Nimble Archer's Boots, Rusty Arrowhead, Low-Quality Green Magic Stone, and Balance Stone. Standing in front of the projection, Alex thought he would see what this item was. He began to study the stats of the Nimble Archer's Boots. Looking at his shoes, the protagonist noted that they were much better than his current shoes, which was great. He opened the combination window and thought that if he added the low-quality green magic stone he had just received, it would be even better. Boots appeared on his feet, after which Alex thought that all the intermediate bosses had now been defeated. He imagined a huge monster and said that only the final boss, the High Orc, remained. Unlike the others, the drop from this boss depends on the speed of killing. The faster, the more valuable the reward. Looking at the girl, the protagonist reasoned that he needed to try. In the last run his best result was 43 seconds. But this time with Julie's buff, he would be able to set a new record. Leaving the battlefield, Alex thought that although it would be nice to reduce the time even more, first of all, he needed to raise the level as much as possible and increase the characteristics with the help of the Ball of Eternal Peace. The orc fell dead to the ground, after which a message popped up that there was half an hour left until the end of the round. The protagonist watched the burning corpses. Alex removed the scythe from his hands and thought that it was time for him to go. He almost raised the 40th level, but time does not wait. A necklace glowed on his neck. The girl approached him and heard that Alex would no longer hunt, and that was enough, after which she asked if he would now head to the last boss. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist replied that this was so. Their paths diverged. He was grateful to her for her support. Julie looked down and thought that she was somehow sad to say goodbye. Turning away, the girl came to the conclusion that she would not ask to stay until the end. Because she would be a burden, it would be better for them to part there. Standing opposite, Alex thought that during this time she had managed to become attached, but the High Orc was too dangerous, so Julie should not go with him. Stretching out her hand, shrouded in mana, the girl said that she would renew the buffs one last time. She directed the energy into the protagonist and thanked him for his help, noting that she definitely could not have done it alone. A projection appeared in front of her. Julie held a crystal in her hand and asked her to take it. Standing in front of her, Alex told her to keep it for herself, to which he received an answer that she had enough experience. Smiling, the protagonist thought that she did not even suspect that he was the person she cared about, and seemed to consider herself indebted. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he also received help, so she should forget about the debt. Leaving her, Alex said that he would accept the gift, and they would see each other again. Julie watched him go. The arrow flew at great speed. The protagonist followed her. He read with a serious expression that the location of the boss monster, High Orc, was confirmed. The distance to the target was slightly more than 1 kilometer, and then noted that since it could be tracked, it meant that it had not been defeated yet. He was enveloped in blue energy while he thought that in all the previous runs, no one had been able to defeat the High Orc. The protagonist imagined the monsters and noted that among the 4 bosses of the 5th round, the High Orc was so strong that the other 3 were considered intermediate bosses. Alex imagined the battle with the final boss and emphasized the fact that only 100 level 20 players willing to sacrifice their lives could cope with it. An ordinary player was not up to it. Moving through the forest, Alex added that even he died 4 times trying to defeat it, and set a record of 43 seconds. He began jumping from tree to tree when he read 300 meters left to the target. The protagonist pushed off from a tree branch. The protagonist saw a huge boss. He was surprised. His gaze fell on the dead guy. The orc was fighting the guys. The monster lifted the victim up. The guy sat on the ground in fear, wondering what was happening here, how everything turned out like this. Everything was fine just now. He stood in front of the guys in the forest, saying that the orcs go in groups. Why don't they unite? They need to hunt together. Putting his hand to his chest, Nate said that they need to get acquainted. He is level 12, a warrior. Smiling, Brady replied that they are the same level. Nice to meet you, he is a hunter. Peter scratched the back of his head and said that he is level 13, a warrior, nickname, PYK. It is difficult to pronounce. He got confused and just wrote something. The guy watched the monsters from behind the bushes, thinking that at first they united for the sake of profit. But for a spontaneous group the atmosphere is great, and they work harmoniously. Drawing his bow, the ally asked him to take his aggro. Nate approached the orc and shouted that he should watch this way, thinking that thanks to such coordinated work, clearing out a small orc settlement was easy. The girl held the enemy with a weapon and shouted to the guys that they needed to finish him off now. Extending her hand, the ally informed her friend that there was a monster behind her. The guy stood in front of the corpses and said that he congratulated them. Everyone survived, thinking that after 6 hours of hunting, they were able to complete the main quest. Smiling, he asked the guys if it was worth hunting more. It was a pity to leave after all. Nate watched as the guys killed orcs, thinking that they continued hunting. Notifications popped up that the level had been increased, reaching 20th. The system reported that the rank had been increased from student to regular. The crafting function was now available, and the guy thought that in the end they had reached level 20 and were able to learn new skills. Brady stepped on his opponent's head and said that these orcs were now just meat for them. Turning around, Peter asked if they would attack a large settlement for the last time. A huge monster was walking behind the trees. Nate put his hand to his forehead and said that he had never seen anything like it. Could it really be the boss? Throwing the trident over her shoulder, the girl said that they should try to kill it. 5 of them should be able to handle it. Smiling, the guy asked if they would divide the loot equally, to which his friend agreed. The orc was walking behind the trees. He turned around with a scream. The roar deafened the surprised guys. Looking at the ferocious monster, Nate thought about the fact that they thought they had become stronger. The enemy pushed off the ground. The orc flew up above the girl. He quickly ran towards her. The monster swung its paw. The monster cut her body with its claws. The stranger sat behind him. She watched the approaching paw. The enemy crushed it. Brady stood in front of his opponent, scared. The orc grabbed him quickly. The monster was squeezing him with its paw. It was lifting him up and laughing. Nate looked at him in fear, thinking that he was death itself. Peter raised his fists in alarm. The orc lifted him with its tail. The monster hit him into the ground. The guy sat in front of the fierce enemy. He was sweating in fear, thinking that he was dying. Nate crawled back and shouted that he shouldn't come closer. The player extended his hand, mentally thinking that he shouldn't. The monster swung its paw. Suddenly, the protagonist flew above him. The protagonist swung his scythe. He cut off the monster's head. Alex stood on the enemy's neck. The orc turned to him. Nate watched as the monster fell to the ground. The guy was taken aback. The protagonist was flying down. The player looked at the savior, thinking that it was the Grim Reaper. Turning his head, the protagonist thought about the fact that he killed with one blow. Notifications popped up that the level had been increased, reaching 40. The system reported that the rank had been increased to expert, and the trading function was now available. The guy stood in front of the screen, reading that the additional damage of the Death Mark skill had been increased to 120 to 140%, and the range of the Knight of Death skill had been increased to 500 to 1000 meters. Notifications appeared that the unique Reaper skill, Moonlight of Destruction, had been received, and the next skill was available at level 60. Smiling, Alex thought that he had finally received the only attacking skill of the Reaper Moonlight of Destruction. A window popped up with information about the unique skill. Remembering how he had cut down the orcs, the protagonist thought that usually, if there was only one attacking skill, then a miss became very risky. But Moonlight of Destruction had a wide area of damage, it was easy to hit. The protagonist imagined a lot of blood splashes, thinking that the mixed damage makes it very useful. If the enemy is immune to physical damage, the skill will still work. Smiling, he thought about the fact that now only weak monsters are encountered, but later there will be creatures that cannot be dealt with without this skill. Now he will check the reward. The game reported that the gloves of the High Orc, a fawn and a low-level purple magic stone were received. Notifications popped up that the balance stone was received, all the stones were collected, the side quest was completed. Raising the rune in his hand, the guy thought that the original goal of this round was the balance rune. Alex squeezed it in his fist and the system reported that the received rune is automatically applied to the player's body. A window appeared with information about the balance rune. The protagonist smiled, thinking that the rune works with 4 pure characteristics: strength, intelligence, dexterity and luck. The effect works only if they are developed evenly. Looking at the stats, the protagonist thought that he had distributed the points evenly, expecting to get the rune. He stood in front of the screen, thinking that now that the rune had been applied, he would see how much the stats had grown. The system showed his stats. Dumbfounded, the guy thought about how all the stats were over 300. Alex looked at the screen in confusion, thinking that even thanks to the round buffs and blessing, but even so, these were incredible stats. The protagonist stood on the corpse, thinking that really, there was nothing better than the balance rune for a quick boost. Now he would look at the time reward. Notifications popped up that he had defeated the boss of the 5th round in 1 second. The rules of the time trial apply to this boss. Depending on the result, additional gold is awarded. The game reported that the victory took less than 10 seconds. He receives the maximum reward of 100,000 gold. Smiling, the protagonist thought that last time he killed him in 43 seconds and received a measly 23,000 gold. Amazing, now he can learn all the common skills he missed. Notifications appeared that he set an unprecedented time trial record. His achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Records. He looked in surprise at the message that he gets the right to choose a unique item as a reward, and wondered what they were talking about. Looking at the glowing card, the guy thought that they give a reward just for the record. Alex looked at the screen, thinking about the fact that choosing a unique item, really, anything at all. The protagonist clicked on the inventory slot. The system reported that he can choose one of the following unique items. A window with a list of rewards appeared in front of him. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that indeed, so, he planned to create a unique weapon after the end of the round, so it was not needed. He clicked on the helmet, deciding that this would do. Nate walked towards him, confused. The player covered his mouth, thinking that it was impossible, this monster, with one blow. Lowering his head, the guy thought that the Grim Reaper was really so strong. 5 players of the 20th level could not defeat him, and he managed alone. Frowning, he reasoned that now was not the time for reflection, he should think. Alex turned to the player. Nate stood in confusion in front of the orc's corpse. Extending his hand, he thought that he had not had time. Meanwhile, the angel flew above the guys, asking how things were going. The woman flew above the guys and said that in 10 hours the number of players had greatly decreased. Touching his lip, she asked, they couldn't have died from weak orcs, maybe they had fought over the loot. Holding out her hand, the angel offered to check the results. A window appeared with information about the results of the 5th round. The stranger stood in the clearing and said that level 40 was a lot. The protagonist stood in the crowd, listening to what they said. 300 orcs in an hour, how could that be possible? Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought that he wanted to get the reward as soon as possible. Notifications popped up that he had completed the quest, taking first place in his zone and among all zones. The system reported that as a reward he would receive the right to choose an epic necklace of a medium level and a chest of choice of a special reward. The guy read the notifications that he was the first player to take first place in all zones for 5 rounds in a row, an incredible success. He received the title, going ahead, and thought that great, everything was according to plan. Alex stood in front of the information screen, thinking that it was not in vain that he tried and held the first place. Now his growth will accelerate. The protagonist clicked on the inventory, deciding that now he needs to choose rewards for first place. The game showed a list of rewards and said that he can choose one of the following necklaces. Looking at the screen, the protagonist thought that an ordinary person would choose at random, but he had experienced them all over many reincarnations. He clicked on the screen, thinking that his choice was the Java necklace. A window with information about the item appeared. Frowning, the guy thought that now resistance to effects is more important to him, and not the strength of the characteristic. Alex imagined frozen guys in the mountains. Looking at the necklace, the protagonist thought that, in addition, items with resistance are rare, so later, when he no longer needs it, he can sell it profitably. Now the next one. The system showed a list of rewards and said that he can choose one of them. The protagonist pressed the screen and decided that there was nothing to think about an experience buff. The angel clapped her hands. The players raised their heads. Smiling, the woman asked if everyone had already checked their places in the ranking. She haughtily lowered her gaze and said that, by the way, 1,500 people had completed the main quest. The guy disappeared into space, listening to how everyone below 1,200th place would be mercilessly destroyed, and asked her to wait. The stranger knelt down and begged for mercy. Propping her cheek with her hand, the angel said that it was a pity to beg for your life. People really were worse than worms. Smiling, the protagonist thought that she was no better. The woman looked at the screen and said that they probably hadn't even completed the additional quest of the 5th round. She flew over the protagonist, and said that they had completed it after all. The guy put his hand on his hip. Extending her hand, the angel said that people could rest, they would see each other in the next round. A window appeared with information that the 5th round was over. Meanwhile, the sunset was approaching over the building. Alex stretched his arms in front of the table. Throwing his head back, the protagonist thought that he had eaten. Now he could begin the crafting window. The protagonist pressed the screen, thinking that the main material was the Reaper's scythe. He looked at the items, thinking about the additional ones: an orc's heart, a mystical wooden totem, a rusty arrowhead, and a high orc's fang. The guy lay his head on the couch, thinking that if he just pressed craft, the weapon would become epic. Remembering how he reached for the bright stone, Alex thought that he had a black diamond taken from Travis. The protagonist pressed the crafting button, thinking that if he added it to the recipe, he could create a unique weapon. A dark weapon appeared on the screen and the system reported that the craft was successful. The death scythe was created. A window with information about the item popped up. The protagonist smiled at his brother, thinking that he had finally gotten rid of the Reaper's scythe. Looking at the game store, he thought that now, with an excess of gold, he could learn common skills. The guy looked at the map, thinking that first, presence detection, which allows you to see the surroundings, like on a mini-map. His eye began to glow and Alex thought that this was enhanced vision, going beyond human. Imagining fire and ice, the protagonist thought that there was a basic resistance, increasing resistance to negative effects by 15%. The protagonist imagined an arrow piercing the orc's head, thinking that sleight of hand increases accuracy by 20%. Now all common skills were learned. Closing his eyes, he thought that after buying skills, 140,000 gold remained, except for epic items that will appear in a few days. There is nothing special to buy. The guy stood up, deciding that now he can rest. Alex looked at the screen with the status window. Smiling, the protagonist reasoned that these are indicators only with the buff of the balance rune. They will double with the slaughter rune. The protagonist looked at the screen, thinking that well, now that he is strong enough, it is time to start doing business with Mike, and after, he will use Travis. He looked away, wondering what happened to him, whether he survived. His eyes began to glow and the guy mentally activated the player tracking. Alex put his hand to his chin, thinking that he is alive, since he is being tracked, which means he can still be used. The protagonist imagined a grinning guy, thinking that his time is coming to an end. After using him, he will immediately get rid of him. View of the establishment on a sunny day. A girl is sitting in a cafe at a table. Julie looks out the window and thinks about why Alex called her again. She imagines that only where a couple inspired by love stand hugging, and the hero hugs her and says that he missed her. Julie tries to get the thoughts out of her head, wondering what kind of nonsense is in her head, telling herself to calm down, to come to her senses, because she can't show him how. Someone opened the door to the cafe. The hero walked in, paying attention to the girl. The guy came up to the table and asked Julie how long she had been here and how long she had been waiting for him. The girl jumped up and spoke, denying that she had just come up. Julie said that she would go make an order and asked what it would be. Was she paying? Alex wanted a double iced Americano. The girl replied that it was fine, just one moment. The guy, sitting opposite, smiled and thanked her for the coffee. She replied that it was nothing. She began to drink coffee and thought about where this awkwardness came from, probably because of those strange thoughts. The girl again imagined how he was adjusting her hair behind her ear. Alex asked how her fifth round went. He looked away and asked if she had met Black Scythe. Julie looked at him with interest and responded that they had met and hunted together for the entire round. She put her hand on her chest and added that to be honest, she doubted that such a person would team up with her, but as soon as she showed him her skills, he immediately agreed. Alex smiled and said that he had told her that anyone who saw her buffs in action would not be able to resist, even Black Scythe. The girl put her hand on the table and replied that he had helped her a lot, and thanks to her skills, she had easily completed the task and even took second place in the area. The guy could not hold back his smile and noted that it was incredible. Asking what reward she had been given, the girl responded by asking if he wanted to see. She stretched out her hands, where the object lay, shrouded in a golden magical glow. The girl said that it was a rare necklace of the middle class, increasing dexterity, and asked if the hero liked it, because it was beautiful. Alex was amazed to note how it shined. The girl handed it to him, saying, "Take it." The hero raised his palms and asked why he needed it. Julie answered that he should just take it already, because she got it only thanks to his prediction. The guy refused, arguing that he could not accept it, because she earned it with her work. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that it was not difficult for her, because Black Scythe helped her, so the hunt went like clockwork. The hero suggested giving the reward to him instead. Julie noted that such an item could not interest such a high-ranking player. Alex thought that of course not. The hero raised his palm higher and said that he was pleased, but he did not need it, because he had not yet received a normal rank. The girl was surprised that he still had not received it, and asked what his current level was. The guy looked down and said that he was 19th, adding that he somehow managed to kill 300 orcs in 10 hours. The girl was surprised in response. She looked at her palm and thought that a fortune teller is not a combat class. Julie looked at him and sharply asked him about how fortune tellers fight. The guy, confused, grabbed his head and answered that he has magical skills, and although it is a little embarrassing to show them. On some object there was an image of a magician with a staff in his hands, and Julie, after thinking, said that then he really does not need to increase dexterity. Asked about whether magicians use intelligence, the guy answered that this is exactly so. The girl handed him a red stone, saying that in that case he should take this instead of a necklace. She smiled and said that she got it while hunting and was not sure how useful it was. but please accept her gratitude." Alex looked at it with warmth. He took the stone and thanked Julie, saying that she had thought of it too. The girl, embarrassed, said that it was not that she constantly thought about the hero, but he had helped her often, and she could not just accept it, so here it was. The guy said that in that case he should give him a gift in return. Julie fixed her hair and asked him again what it was. Alex said that information about the 6th round. What else? The girl froze, expecting something else. She laughed, saying that she would be very grateful. The hero replied that there was a task in the next round. The plot showed from the side how the hero told the girl about the next task. Julie watched with anxiety, asking what to do again to team up with the black scythe. The guy extended his hand and suggested that he didn't think he would refuse, and by the 5th round, the girl had already proven herself to be a valuable ally. Julie, her eyes wide, said that they were on the same team again. The guy became nervous and asked if she was happy. Julie replied that of course, because Black Scythe had been very nice to her. Alex smiled and asked her again. The hero closed his eyes and was pleased to hear the girl talk about how he was more attentive than she thought, and not as intimidating, and maybe a little arrogant. But what can you expect from a person who has taken first place for all 5 rounds? He asked if that was true. Julie put her hand on her chin and added that it also seemed like he had some insight pumped up. The guy asked why she decided so. The girl said that it was hard for her to explain, as if he was reading the minds of others. Alex lowered his head and thought that it was all thanks to the mind-reading rune. Black Scythe looks at someone in horror, and the guy reasons that he is not perfect at all, because he lost 99 times, and of course, he felt disappointed when he found out that the final round requires a team of 5 people. A notification popped up about the boss room and that at least 5 players are needed to open the boss room. Alex looked at the table and reasoned that in any case, there is no more chance for error and they must get to the final, no matter what, together with Julie and the priestess from America. The girl interrupted the guy asking what he was thinking about. He looked up and answered that he was thinking about nothing. Julie looked worried and asked if he was worried about the next round. The hero answered that he was, because he was not that strong. They talked from the sidelines and the girl said that if their areas were united, she would help him. The guy clarified whether it would be for free. She answered that of course. Julie looked down sadly and said that she was always the one who only received help and felt helpless, and could not help him in any way. The guy looked at her and thought that she had already helped him a lot. Thanks to her he was able to kill the high orc in a second. The guy asked her not to worry so much, because he was sure that someday they would meet in that world. The girl looked up and asked again if it was true. She jumped up and exclaimed with a proposal to hold out until then. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he was even interested in how she would react to finding out that he was the Black Scythe and that this was what he should worry about. Against the background of the evening sky stood the building of the Sky Demon Company. The young man bowed, saying that the main shareholder Alex had arrived. Mike jumped up from his seat and said that he was glad to meet. The director put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to sit down, telling the manager to bring them a cup of chamomile tea. Hugo bowed and said that he obeyed. They sat opposite each other and Mike asked, calling him the prophet, that he hoped he got there in comfort. The hero, thanking him for the driver, noted the very smooth driving. The director smiled and said that he was glad to hear it, and if he didn't like something, asked him to let him know right away and he would immediately take all necessary measures. Alex listened to him and thought that Mike, killing criminals every week, would take the necessary measures, funny, and answered that it was good, thinking that the main thing was not to blurt out too much. Hugo came in with a tray and the director asked Alex if he had lunch, because if not, he would like to offer. The hero replied that there was something more important. Mike raised his hand and suggested that maybe he came to share information about the next round. The guy watched him and wondered why he was so impatient. The manager put a mug of tea down. Alex confirmed that he would share information about the 6th round with him. The director put his hand on the sofa and asked again, said that he was so grateful. The hero said that in return he wanted him to arrange an emergency shareholders meeting. The guy folded his hands on his knees and said that it was time to talk about business and change direction and better change the name. Mike looked at him and asked what he wanted from him. Alex raised his hands higher and said that he wanted him to support his proposal during the meeting. The tea was cooling on the table and the hero continued that there were no pointless objections, and that meant that they needed to convince the other shareholders to make the right decision. Hugo listened attentively to the conversation of the two, and Alex said that judging by what he saw in the future, they would not be very delighted. Mike looked interested and asked what he wanted to offer. The hero with glasses looks straight ahead and thinks about how the director has it all written on his face. He is dying of curiosity and that he told him the same thing, that a sharp change in activity will lead to success. Alex held out his palms and said that the plan he was going to propose was to create an open social market exclusively for players. The director asked him if he was going to make an online store. The hero answered that everything was correct, but the only difference was that it would be open only to players and they would sell game items there, not regular goods. Hugo listened with interest, and the director clarified that it would be possible to sell and buy goods there for cash. Alex explained that they could allow players to decide for themselves whether to sell or exchange items when putting an item up for sale. Mike leaned forward and said that he understood the exchange and asked if players needed real money. The hero, gesturing, asked curiously about whether there were those who needed real money. The director narrowed his eyes and listened to the hero about the fact that they currently have no more suitable methods, asked if this means that later there may be others. Alex watched carefully, and thought that he knew that he was smart. He smiled and confidently said that everything was correct. He was able to look into the future, and saw that people above level 40 traded gold instead of cash. Mike asked him again about gold. It was depicted as a handshake of players flashed with a golden light. Hands put jewelry on the scales, and the hero said that they had such an opportunity upon reaching level 40. This opportunity allows players to trade with each other using gold, and they, as an intermediary site, just have to create a system that will help them safely conclude a deal using gold. The guy smiled and added that of course they will be able to receive either gold or cash as payment. Mike crossed his arms and thought that an online store for players only sounded pretty good, and they had the advantage of being innovative, as no one had done this before, and if they succeeded they could monopolize the space. The CEO stuck out his hand and asked if people would really use the store if they opened it. The hero replied that they were now at round 5 and the players had already accumulated enough items. Alex continued to say resolutely that Mike knew that items dropped by monsters couldn't be sold in the store, and he was probably wondering what to do about it. Depicted player scratching his head and unable to choose something in the card. Alex continued to say that most players have already reached level 20 and received the ability to combine items, so all players will try to create different combinations, and asked what if there is an online store where you can easily buy these items. Mike scratched his chin and said that crowds of people will run there. The guy replied that now is the best time. The director took a mug of tea and thought that as the prophet said, if they manage to build the system correctly, they will be able to achieve incredible success, and as for traffic, they can provide it through positive articles. Mike drank tea and thought that it would be nice to create an application that players can easily use, and also an auction system, and if you allow registering goods without paying a commission. Alex thoughtfully watched and assumed that he liked his business idea, and since he is a prophet and can guarantee a good result, the director will not be able to refuse, and it is also beneficial for him. The hero imagined a pile of jewelry and artifacts and thought that if they monopolize the purchase of materials for creating combinations, the use of which is still unknown, then it will be possible to create not only items of unique and legendary rank, but also divine. Mike turned to him and said that they decided that the new sphere will be an online store, asking how he proposes to change the name of the company. Alex smiled and asked a counter question about whether he has any ideas. The director extended his hand and explained that now it does not matter what ideas he has. They can only follow the will of the prophet, and asked that isn't he their main shareholder. The hero laughed in response. He, smiling, said that since it will be a site for players, then how about player place? The mugs of tea were on the table and the partners continued their conversation. Mike noted that the name seemed good and to make it simpler, they could call the company PLPL. Alex said that was great and was curious how long it would take to create this system. The director suggested that if things went quickly, it would take about a month. The guy folded his arms and said that he meant after the 6th round. Hugo and Mike began to listen attentively to the hero about what he would say about the 6th round. The director leaned his elbows on his knees and came to the conclusion that they needed cooperation already at the 6th round. Mike lowered his head down and said that he took everything into account and thanked him for the information. The hero replied that you are welcome. The director looked down and thought about the fact that it was good that he had managed to lure the prophet to his side. Thanks to him, everything was going smoothly both in the real world and in the virtual one. Alex stood up from his chair. Mike said that in that case it was necessary to continue working on the business idea they had discussed, and they would hold an extraordinary meeting of shareholders in the near future to approve this proposal, and invited Alex, as the main shareholder, to personally come and explain this issue at the meeting. The director put his hand on his shoulder. The hero said that he did not mind, to which Mike replied that he would contact him as soon as the date of the meeting was approved. The director turned to the manager and told him to take the prophet home, and then stop by to see the actor to give him the information. Hugo accepted the order. Mike took Alex by the arm and invited him to come in. A few days later, the hero got out of bed with his phone. He was thinking about the fact that epic items should appear in the store today. He used the transition to the store on the card and clicked on today's items. Alex exclaimed, seeing the Wanderer's rags. The card of the Wanderer's rags opened, which spoke of torn, dirty clothes that can no longer be used. The hero thought about the fact that this armor has a bad defense indicator and increases the attack speed of movement. He selected the buy button, thinking about the fact that it is rare to find epic items for 20,000 gold. The guy looked at the card and thought about the fact that the era has passed when players were dependent on the store, because now they can buy everything they need in their online store. The player selected the merge in the card and a rolled up scroll magically flew out of it. Alex reasoned that then the blueprints will be sold at a high price, because if the player has a blueprint with a recipe for creating a special item, then there will be no need to waste time combining different items randomly. Coins and blueprints rained down behind Alex, and he continued to think that this will obviously be very popular, because the items can be resold to other people, and if you take advantage of this moment, the online store will be overflowing with users. The hero fell into bed and reasoned that until then, he would have to come to the extraordinary shareholders meeting. The next day at Confronting, Hugo was handing out folders with information at the entrance, and saying that they could get documents here and asked to take seats, starting from the front rows. The hero reasoned that the shareholders meeting went smoothly. He made a report at the microphone. The people in suits were worried about something and Alex thought that, as he expected, there were dissatisfied people, but since he answered all the questions without hesitation, they gradually calmed down. Mike watched the hero from the side, and it was said that they were able to approve the decision. The director turned to the guy, saying that he had done a good job and that his voice did not even waver during the speech. Alex turned around and, laughing, noted that he had rehearsed the speech several times at home. Mike straightened his tie and said that they would now take on the creation of the site and the system, and that he could not worry about anything and focus on surviving the 6th round. Alex smiled and thought that he was worried that he would not be able to use his prophecies anymore in case of death. The hero held a folder in his hands and received an invitation to the hotel, which he agreed to, thinking that his business here for today was finished. He walked forward and thought that there was only one thing left. It was time to use Travis. Julie said hello in the online chat. They talked about the meeting that takes place every Sunday. The guy in glasses said hello. He was asked about the strange atmosphere, whether something had happened. The man looked with a serious face and asked if they had heard the news. The girl asked again what news they were talking about. She watched the monitor when she was told that they lost contact between Archie and Honey Jam, and judging by the fact that they did not get in touch, they died in the 5th round. Julie looked away and thought about how she thought the atmosphere was gloomy, but it turned out that people had died and it was strange why he was so sad if we had always communicated only via video call. She was stunned that he was just pretending in front of the chairman. She imagined a guy in a suit and thought about how the chairman of the cafe was a very influential person and naturally the man was trying to please him, especially since every time a player died, he was very worried. The girl brought her hand to her face and thought that then she couldn't lose either. She closed her eyes, crying, thinking how could it be these two. The girl looked at the monitor where everyone was crying. The guy asked the Year of the Lamb not to cry, because when he cried, he also wanted to cry. Julie covered her face with her hand and thought about how she had outwitted them, but all people are cunning by nature. A notification popped up that the chairman was joining the call. The guy asked what was going on and why everyone was crying. One of them responded, turning to the chairman, that the thing was. The cafe chairman covered his face with his hand and asked how this could have happened and noted that it was good that the others had survived. He closed his eyes and noted that this was continuing to happen and that the group was now down to 6 people. The guy raised his hand and asked, turning to him, if they could recruit more people this time. He stood up from his chair, leaned his elbows on the table, and said that he would like to. But how could they find that many talented people, since those to whom they sent an application last time did not even contact them? The chairman turned to the lost yak, asking him about the fact that he had not heard anything from the 3 who had been interviewed. The guy replied that he had called several times, but they did not pick up. The boss looked away and assumed that those 3 had also died in the 5th round. Yak looked at the monitor and said that he didn't know about those 2, but Black Side survived. The chairman thought about it and a card appeared behind him. In the conversation someone said whether everyone saw the results of the 5th round, and if he was such a strong person, then nothing would happen to him in the game, or in life. He thought about why Black Side had been hiding all this time, even though he had applied to participate. Yak listened and seriously said that he didn't know. The guy scratched his head and said that just don't say that he tried to deceive them. Mr. Poporin put his hand forward and asked if maybe it wasn't Black Side who submitted that application and added that the reason they hadn't been able to contact him yet was because that person died in round 5. Someone agreed that what he said made sense. The screen showed the chairman and Julie, with the boss saying that he was an imposter and that explained everything. Mach Pan exhaled, looked away and said that indeed, a giant like Black Scythe would never join such a cafe. The guy swallowed, realizing that he had said too much. The chairman, Julie, and Yak looked at him with confusion. The boss calmly said, turning to him, "What did he just say about such a cafe? And what cafe were you talking about?" The chairman looked away and added that he thought he had some kind of complaint about the cafe, which was acting as a springboard for a new era, uniting players. Mach Pen jumped up and apologized to him, saying that was not what he meant. The chairman looked at the monitor and firmly stated that from now on, he was removing him from his leadership position and permanently banning him from entering the cafe. Mach Pen was horrified as he continued to say that in a situation where even their combined strength was not enough, they could not trust a person who was belittling the cafe, and from now on, Mr. would be blacklisted, and so when the new era came, he would have to adapt on his own. Before the young man could say anything, the chat chairman kicked him out. The boss crossed his fingers and said that now that the reactionary had been eliminated, they could continue the meeting. Julie and Yak listened to him attentively. Yak exclaimed worriedly and the chairman asked him what had happened. He looked at the monitor and said that someone had just applied for membership and the player's nickname was Black Scythe. The guys reacted to the news one by one with surprise. The boss clarified that Black Scythe had applied again. Yak stared at the computer and replied that it was true, but the real name was different from Blackside's last time, and this time the application was submitted by someone named Travis. The chairman put his elbows on the table and told them to visit him once, and even if it wasn't Blackside, they had no choice but to meet him. The monitor illuminated the keyboard and mouse, and someone continued that if they suddenly didn't meet Blackside this time, what should they do then? The chairman frowned and replied that in that case, he should pay a corresponding price for daring to make fun of them. Someone was sitting in a chair in front of the monitor. Alex, sprawled in the computer chair, was thinking about the fact that another person had appeared posing as Blackside, so the PCW executives wouldn't be able to sit still. He turned around, looking back and thinking that they would probably go to the candidate's house to meet with Blackside under the guise of an interview. Alex walked past the computers and kept thinking that the fact that under the guise of joining them, they were forcing others to participate in murder, and also trying to exclude or enslave ordinary people, is wrong, because due to such brutal methods, the relationship between players and the public is deteriorating, and will eventually lead to destruction. The hooded hero looks and thinks that therefore he cannot sit back and watch, that it is better for him to kill the leaders who are the masterminds of the PCW, and use the organization. People listen to what the red silhouette of a man behind the hero tells them. He thinks that one day the PCW will grow into a big force that will have more than 30% of the players in their country, and therefore, instead of disbanding the organization, it is better to use it to control the numerous players. That is why he applied to join the PCW. The hero opened the door and thought that all that was left was to use Travis and remove the leaders. He took off his hood and added that all this was to take the place of the chairman. The bell rang when the door opened. The man was reading a newspaper when someone entered. A bag was thrown at the man and he said a greeting. The guy in the mask, pointing, ordered to quickly put all the cash there, unless of course he wanted to die. The man was shaking with fear and asked if he was a player. The robber frowned. He hit the table, swearing, asking what he was muttering under his breath and whether he thought he was joking. The man, hearing the shouts and threats about whether he was going to fill the bag or want his head smashed in, replied that he would put all the money in now. He held out the bag filled with bills and said that here it was. The robber looked at the frightened grandfather and asked if everything was in there. The man replied that things were not going well at the moment, so the issuance of lottery tickets had been suspended, but they had started selling goods for everyday use. The hooligan leaned over the grandfather and asked if anyone had asked him about this, and in fact he knew perfectly well that he had some gold hidden in his pantry. He swung his fist at the man and shouted for him to bring it here quickly. The grandfather ran to the door and exclaimed that he was already coming. There was a bag of money on the table. The robber looked at it and thought that there was about 10 million won in it and thought that it was enough. The hooligan, leaving the establishment, shouted at the man that if he just tried to file a report, he would escape from the detention center and finish him off. The robber ran out into the street. He continued running through the streets. He took off his mask, exhaling. Travis looked at the bag and noted that he had a noble catch, and with that kind of money he could live for a whole month without denying himself anything. The young man looked down tensely. He thought that in the real world he could live peacefully, but in the other world, would he be able to survive the next round? Travis, holding the mask with a trembling hand, claimed that it was all because of that bastard Blackside. Because of him he lost his friends and his stats were below the baseboard. He got angry and waved his arms, shouting that it was all because of him, the bastard. Travis, scared, saw a jumping cat. He walked down the street and thought that Blackside, the villain, and if he just tried to catch his eye in the real world, he would split him into organs. Night, the light in one window of the building went out. Travis went up the steps. He saw a man at his door. The villain asked who he was. The guy with the phone turned to him. The young man asked if he was Travis. The guy put the phone in his pocket and said that judging by his reaction, it really was him. The bully looked at him angrily and asked who he was, if he was a cop. The guy asked again what he called him. He laughed and asked if he had committed any crime. The young man put his hand on his chest and introduced himself, saying that his name was Lost Yak and that he was in charge of recruiting for the PCW, and that Travis had sent in an application to join their ranks that morning. The bully cursed, asking if he was trying to sell some kind of medicine and what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Yak asked if she was Mr. Black Scythe. Travis asked him about Scythe, if he was joking, asking what PCW was. Yak scratched his chin, apologized and said that he would go. The bully stopped him, demanding to know what he wanted. The guy turned around and informed that the name and address matched, which meant that someone had access to his personal information and decided to make a little joke. Travis got angry and asked again who this bastard was. Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of them, saying that it was him, using his name. The masked hero looked at him intently and said his name.